What have we gotten ourselves into? A 6-hour race on an oval? That's exactly what we're doing here at Kansas Speedway, and it's sure going to be a wild one. Can everyone survive these 6 hours, or will we crash and burn along the way? Maybe both. We'll have to see what happens here in these 6 hours. It's going to be a fun one, and I'll be here for all of it. Welcome to the 2024 6 Hours of Kansas. Hello everybody, this is Drew Webb, or That DP Guy, and welcome to the 6 Hours of Kansas. Yes, we have finally made it, and we're here for a good one. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of rules I'm going to have to explain right off the bat, but I just wanted to welcome you here. I know a lot of you probably thought this is absolutely insane, and honestly, I thought this was absolutely insane. But we're here, and we made it. And hopefully, we'll have a good one on our hands. Now, of course, you don't have to watch all of this. You don't need to watch all 6 hours. But if you just want to tune in, watch a little bit, then go away and maybe come back for the finish, of course, that would be a good way to watch it. I know that's how a lot of people who aren't as interested in these endurance races kind of watch those. So feel free to do whatever you want. Sit back, relax. Maybe you do want to watch all 6 hours. In that case, I'll probably be there with you on and off. So let's go ahead and get to some explaining here. We're going to do this kind of out of order. This is the race info here, okay? So like I said, it's the 6 hours of Kansas, but it's more like 6-ish hours, okay? You can't really do a timed race in NR2003 because it gets kind of wonky and you'd have to end it, you'd have to throw a caution and do stuff there. So we're just going to make it a lap race. It's 700 laps, okay? And NR2003 does not like anything past lap 512, so we had to split it up into 3 segments, 175, 175, 350. So sort of like a stage race here. That totals up to 1,050 miles. Damage is only on for the final segment, so I want to do that to at least make sure that we could have all 36 cars running by the time we got to halfway. So at least you'd have an entry in there to root for until we start getting wild and crazy and stuff really starts happening. So hopefully everything works out to that point. We don't have any weird mechanical retirements. I made sure the reliability was 100, so hopefully we don't have anything like that, but of course that could possibly happen with a race this long. You can wave around and pit, and in some cases you can pit and then wave around. I'm going to do it that way so we can have as many cars on the lead lap as possible, because we really want a good race to the finish at the end between a bunch of cars on the lead lap all trying to fight for the win. Now if that doesn't happen and someone's dominant and pulls away, great, that's fantastic, that's natural, and that'll be pretty cool in the end to see someone win by such a large margin, but I think it's going to be pretty close. And of course, I've adjusted the INI. The tire fall off for this race over the course of a run should be around 4 seconds. Could be a little more, could be a little less. So really high tire wear, and that's due to these really high corner speeds. And this package is insane. Going into turn 1, hitting speeds of over 200 miles per hour, and having to really get down in the corners, especially late in those runs. So gonna be fun in that aspect. Of course, fuel doesn't really matter that much. It's really all gonna be about the tires here. So let's go ahead and get to your starting lineup, because I don't want to do that outside of this and have to do it on the pace lap and all that. So let's get it out of the way right now. Starting on pole is Duncan Ward in the 23. You all are about to get dunked on. Duncan Ward with a great qualifying lap. Of course, we don't know how that'll hold really, with Nathan Stapleton starting in second place there. In third, you can see Blaine Keys in the 6 machine, and Tim Bowen in the 41 starting fourth. Tyler Burton will be starting 5th in that beautiful 4 machine, and let's see, in the 20, that is Jack Davies. I still have to get used to some of these drivers, some new signups. Welcome to all of you who signed up. Nathan Orman starts 7th, Cullen Francis in the 8th position, Matt Tuck will start 9th in the 77, and Felix Mayer starting 10th in that 50 machine. We'll see that lineup scroll on the side of your screen for all that, for all the drivers that, you know, are not starting top 10. Of course, we'll get to them throughout the race. I promise there's plenty of time for that. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. We're going to go ahead and get to the command to fire engines at Kansas Speedway.
Drivers, start your engines.
And there we go, the command has been given. Let's make all 36 drivers roll off in this field, and that is exactly what they are doing. Here we go. This is segment number 1. Damage is off, so we don't have to worry about that. It's 175 laps in this segment. Cautions are on, so the caution will wave if these drivers do decide to wreck early on, which, you know, could be likely in this case, but we'll just have to see how that shakes out. Sometimes, in these test runs, you know, sometimes they wreck in the first 10 laps and it gets wild, sometimes they don't, and we're all good, so we'll just have to see how that shakes out. But like I said, Duncan Ward in the 23, going to lead him to green. How about that for Duncan Ward? First career start on the channel, getting the pole and leading the field to green. Nathan Stapleton on that outside. Got to watch out for Stapleton in the 5. A winner on the channel. Got to watch out for a lot of drivers in this race. It's anyone's race here in the 6 hours of Kansas. Here we go. Green flag is out. We are racing in the 6 hours of Kansas. Looks like we all make it right there. Gonna check out the back of the field. It sure looks like we made it. Everybody makes it through. And Blaine Keys is your leader on lap 2 of 175 of this segment in the 6 hours of Kansas. You can see Matt Tuck right there in second and Bryce Egan in third. There's the 24 of Nathan Ormond in fourth, and we're 3 wide once again. Duncan Ward getting shuffled back early. Watch out, almost wrecking right there. But once again, everybody makes it through. And these first couple laps, I'm going to check and make sure everyone does make it through as Matt Tuck makes a move for the lead in the 77. But I have to make sure that everyone makes it through because, you know, things can get wild in the middle of the pack, especially with 3 wide action here. As you can see right here, the 48, that's Reggie Fogelman making moves early. Andrew Williams on the outside in the 71. Might get hooked, did not get hooked right there. And we are all clean, but 3 wide further up, looking almost 4 wide as Matt Tuck pulls away just ever so slightly from the field. More 3 wide action, Duncan Ward back to the inside. You can see that outside lane really struggling here because these drivers think they have more grip than they actually have. So they really send it into the corner and then they wash up the track, as you can see right there. And then you can see Tyler Burton just has to check up right there. Can't really do much about it. Matt Tuck currently leading right now. Here's the 17. That's Logan Williams to the inside of Caleb Rose in the 38. Logan Williams having a great season in the DPORL Cup Series and looking to back up that run with another good run here tonight in the 6 hours of Kansas. You can see Matt Tuck just starting to build that gap early on. A great run so far for the 77 machine, but of course that will change as the night goes on. Half a second, that's actually larger than most leads got when I did these test runs. I did 100 lap test runs and nobody was really able to pull out, but Matt Tuck is out to a pretty large lead at this point as we've hit lap number 6. You can see through the mid-pack, drivers trying to sort it out. There's Bruno Giacomo in the 99 to the inside of Jose Gonzalez. And our DPORL Cup Series champion in the 10 right there, Leonard Kochmar in the 10. Making moves through the pack early on. It looks like we have last place driver Matthew Hubert bringing up the back of the pack. I thought there was an accident in the back, but it looks like my eyes just deceived me right there. As we head back up to the front of the pack. No, maybe I was seeing something, because look at that. That is the 77, not the 77, the 7. Way, way off the pace right here. And the 54 and the 41. I wonder what's going on there. So it looks like we missed something here on the start of this race. We'll miss a lot, as you can see. Already on lap 8, and we've had an incident leading to multiple drivers falling off the pace. But once again, with no damage on, these drivers will have a chance to recover. That's Tim Bowen in the 41, or Tim Bowen, sorry. I want to be consistent with the pronunciation there. And then Aaron Abel in the 54, along with Jack Haas in the 7. And don't worry, these drivers will really have a chance to catch back up when we have, you know, a caution. It'll catch up, or even if they fall a lap down with these wave around rules, they will most likely wave around back to the lead lap. You can see right there, Logan Williams in the 17 moving through this pack early on, up to second place and closing on Matt Tuck. You can see once again the two drivers really off the pace. The 54 and the 41 fell way back in whatever incident may have occurred right there, and will try to recover. Bryce Egan got a good run off of turn 4 and is going to look low on the 6 of Blaine Keys. Looks like that's going to work out, and Bryce Egan will gain that spot. And David Dixon in the 45. Of course, David Dixon and I do know each other on Joe's server and, you know, the Simulation Cup series. Good to see David over here. We had a little bit of a, you know, rivalry going for the Roush seat, and none of us got it, so that was kind of funny over there. But Dixon in this race. Blaine Keys and Nathan Ormond looks like they're going to go at it right there. Yes, Ormond to the inside. And look at that, there's the 42, Chuck Rago in the 42. Welcome, Chuck, to the series right here. Not really a series, to this race. Matt Tuck continuing to pull away. And look at that, Rago in the 42 looking inside, and Stapleton looks inside of Blaine Keys. As look at that, the 24. Nathan Ormond really having to check up right there. Further back in the pack, looks like Skylar Taylor had a very rough corner right there. But everything all right as Benny Watson jumps to the inside. Another SCS guy, Matthew Burnett in the 51. Welcome over to the channel. Looking to have a good run tonight, as is everybody in the 19th position currently as of the last lap. I believe that is still correct as of this lap. Don't want to miss any action up front. Rago in the 42 now wants to look on Bryce Egan in the 9, but no move being made as of right now. Your running order right now, Matt Tuck leading. The 17 of Logan Williams in second. David Dixon third. Chuck Rago is looking to the inside now for fourth on Bryce Egan. Stapleton right there. Nathan Ormond right there as well. And look at that, the 48 Reggie Fogelman, who started 35th, is currently running 8th. How about that? Here goes Chuck Rago to the inside once again in the 42 on Bryce Egan. And you can see all 4 Hendrick cars lined up now. Just kind of a funny thing early on. Nice to see when, you know, we don't really have teams in this race. But, you know, I mean, we can go by the real life teams, you know. That's always a fun dynamic to watch. So the 4 technical teammates of Nathan Stapleton, Nathan Ormond, Bryce Egan, and Reggie Fogelman all by each other. As here goes David Dixon to the inside on Logan Williams for second position. Good move from David Dixon early on in this event. Lap 16 of 175 in this segment, and then we'll have plenty more to come in this race. Heading out the back once again, Tim Bowen in the 41 and Aaron Abel in the 54. Now let's check how far back they are. 16.8 and 18 seconds. So looks like they will fall a lap down not too soon from now. Looks like they'll be okay for the moment. We'll see if we get an early caution, as look at this. Logan Williams now making a move to the inside of David Dixon. And these two continue to go at it as Dixon does not lose a lot of momentum right there. Dixon actually had a good corner for what it could have been. Let's check your fastest laps in this race so far. Of course, Matt Tuck flying out here with the fastest lap of this race, 28.115. David Dixon with the second fastest lap, and Logan Williams with the third fastest lap. So no surprises right there. Our top three with the three fastest laps of this race. Once again, you can see contact off the corner. Chuck Rago really getting into the 17 of Logan Williams, and Stapleton's going to follow right there. So Logan Williams going to get cycled out right here as lots of drivers look into the inside. There goes Ormond. And David Dixon remains in second. They all sort that out, all behind the leader, Matt Tuck, on lap 19 of 175. You can see we're getting a little bit of separation between Fogelman in 7th and then Bryce Egan in 8th, and then a little bit of separation back to the 20. Once again, that is Jack Davies in the 20, currently sitting 9th right now. Caleb Rose in 10th position. Further battles throughout the pack. You can see the 12 of Ryan, I almost said Ryan Blaney. That's the first of many mistakes tonight. The 12, that is Lane Pigs, yes. Lane Riggs knockoff right there. One of our joke entries, you could say, right there. Currently sitting in 12th. Of course, as of recording this, Lane Riggs had a fantastic run in the 38 truck at, where were we? Richmond. And of course, Duncan Ward right there in the 23, gonna get put to the inside by Matthew Burnett. And then in the 3, Eric Monaco looking right there. Benny Watson gonna get cycled out, but looks like Duncan Ward will survive that attempt at a pass. And looks like we've had a pass for second right there. Looks like David Dixon was cycled out, and Nathan Stapleton, now the new second place driver. Dixon battling with Rago right there once again. Lots of good battles inside this top group right here, but Matt Tuck continuing to lead by a pretty significant margin at this point in the race. Rago, ooh, rough corner right there. Gonna get a bad exit and gonna lose the spot to Logan Williams. So, at the moment, Matt Tuck continuing to lead. Let's go ahead and watch lap times right here. Of course, we'll get our little helpful dashboard up here. We've fallen off about 1.8 seconds right here. Stapleton actually has only fallen off 1.4 seconds, so watch out. Some of these drivers managing tire wear a little bit better than others. And we'll see if Stapleton can make a move towards the front of the field. Watching the gap this time. Nope, went up. Matt Tuck with a better lap. And this lead group continuing to just chug along right now. We're early on in this event. And you know, you don't want to do anything dumb right now and cost you a chance at the win right here. Now, one thing to note is in testing, a couple drivers did have issues trying to get into their pit box. And they struggled to get in and unfortunately had to take, a tow. But, in real life, if we're using real life terms right here, honestly, they just struggled to get in and had an extended pit stop. A couple of them fell 1 or 2 laps down. Now, I wasn't too concerned about that because they can get their laps back later on. But if that is a continued thing, that will certainly be something to worry about. These extended stops struggling to get into the pit box. Looks like David Dixon got a good run on Nathan Ormond off of turn number 4. Gonna make a move to the inside. And David Dixon will take over third position in this race on lap 26 of 175, or really lap 26 of 700, if we're talking in full race terms. Looks like Fogelman has settled in, Rago as well. Logan Williams, struggling just a little bit with tire wear compared to the others, has fallen to the back of this group as Matt Tuck continues to pull away, now 1 second ahead of the rest of the field. As we're battling for 8th right here, with Bryce Egan getting to the inside of Jack Davies. And it looks like the 38 of Caleb Rose will also follow through. Here we go, Lane Pigs to the inside of Blaine Keys. That is for 11th. Nice move for the 12 machine. Further back, we got the 84 Skylar Taylor, already mentioned, Matthew Burnett, and Connor Fox in the 16. Another new driver to the channel. Welcome to the channel, Connor. Having a good run inside the top 15, currently 15th at the moment. The 2 machine, Will Parrish, also new to the channel. Obviously not new to NR2003, a well-known name in NR2003. Currently running in the 16th position. Moving further back, the field spread starting to become a little bit wider here as drivers start to struggle, especially Benny Watson. Watson is now 30th, getting past, going to be 31st once all this settles in. Jose Gonzalez getting by. And once again, looks like the 41, unfortunately, Tim Bowen just struggling right here. 23 seconds off the pace. Of course, not terrible considering what may have happened earlier. There's no damage, but the tires can struggle a little bit if you get squirrely and you spin. So if that's what happened, that's a big hit, unfortunately, for the 41 in this early run. But Nathan Orman making a move on Chuck Rago, and maybe Logan Williams will have a chance. I don't believe so. Logan Williams cannot make the move right there. Really settling in right here, but not the 20. Jack Davies looking to the inside of Caleb Rose. That move's going to be made easily. Jack Davies now to 8th. And Bryce Egan's going to look for 9th, potentially. Getting a great run off the corner as the 38 struggling on the outside. Good move right there. And so once again, catching up to the front of the field, let's take a look at your field spread right here. Matt Tuck leading by 1.1 seconds over Nathan Stapleton. 3rd place being David Dixon, who's kind of settled in. Same thing with the 48 of Reggie Fogelman, just putting down solid laps and settling in. Chuck Rago in 5th. Nathan Orman currently sits 6th with Logan Williams in 7th. 8th place, Jack Davies. 9th, Bryce Egan. And 10th place is currently Caleb Rose. Although watch out for that 12 Lane Pigs closing in on the 38. As is the rest of the field, really. We're starting to bunch in the mid-pack, and we're going to have some battles for some top 10 positions pretty soon. And like I said, here we go. Jack Davies on the outside, going to get passed by Bryce Egan. That's another battle inside the top 10, and watch out because I believe Reggie Fogelman has closed on Dixon, and that is the case. Reggie Fogelman now running 3rd. Lap 34 of 175. Chuck Rago with the inside line right there. Going to get to the inside of Dixon as well. Dixon holding the outside pretty well through that corner, all things considered. But once you get to 3 and 4, that outside lane just so detrimental to your progress, and unfortunately looks like the 45 is just going to have to give it up right there. But in giving it up early in the corner, you get a better run off the corner and you can better defend against cars behind. Look at this 42 machine still moving up through the field. This time to the inside of Reggie Fogelman. That's for 3rd. The top 2 have pulled away right now, and really Matt Tuck has pulled away from the rest of the field at the moment. Looks like the 42 still side by side with the 48, but the 48 really going to have to give in. Once again, you just cannot maintain the pace on the outside line. It just won't happen. And once again, Dixon will get by the 48. And while this all settles out, let's find someone we haven't talked about yet today. Looking through. Good battles right there. Let's see, the 19 of Lucien Bianchi, who finished 2nd in the championship in the DPORL Cup Series. Making a start in the 19, of course, wasn't happy that Logan Williams took the 17, but, still in this event. So Bianchi looking to potentially get revenge on the 10 of Kochmer and move up through the field, maybe get his first career win on the channel. Will Parrish to the inside of the 6 of Blaine Keys. Those two going to go side by side, but we'll go ahead and look farther back where we're 3 wide. Ryan Durrani in the 22. Of course, the master of managing tire wear, had a great strategy call, a great pit stop, and was able to get the win at Irwindale after being a lap down with just 5 laps to go in that race. And look at this, almost trouble right there with the 3 and the 8. Oh my goodness, Monaco and Francis really had a moment right there as we are bunching up through the middle of this pack. My goodness. Lots of drivers in this battle right here, and we almost had ourselves a disastrous moment. And I really think it's Durrani and Bruno Giacomo right here holding the rest of the field up, battling side by side, running significantly slower, and wow, just stacking these drivers up massively. As here goes the 60 to the inside of the 22. Looks like Duncan Ward is going to think better of a move right there and is going to get it into turn number 1. And look at this, almost 3 wide, but the 60 does clear. We are having some wild stuff in the middle of this pack. Almost 3 wide. Will we get a 3 wide move? No, we will not, luckily. That would result in most likely disaster at this stage of the race. Look at this, though, washing up the track. My goodness. The 60 of Max Davis struggling on the outside lane. Cullen Francis also out there on the outside. It's just not going to work out. And look at this mess of vehicles right here on lap 40. All struggling on their tires. Let's look at lap time follows. Oh my goodness. That is some extreme fall off. And look at this, going to get turned. We almost got the 60 turned, but look at this. We're all coming into the pit lane. Let's see who's in this time. Caleb Rose was in, and I believe Rose was the first one in. Yes, Caleb Rose, the first driver in, and this kicks off the strategy right here, lap 41 of 175. Luckily, nobody got turned, and all these drivers coming in this time by. Let's see, looks like everyone able to get in their pit box well, and here comes Matt Tuck, who in one of the test runs did not get into the pit box well, and that ended his chances of a good run in that. We'll see if Matt Tuck can get into the pit box well as the leader of this race. Here we go, in this time. Oh, the 41 didn't get in well. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the 41. Look at this mess on pit road. Cars coming in. The 16 with struggles right there getting in. Hits the 1. Once again, no damage, so that obviously doesn't matter. But, you know, with just a mess of vehicles trying to enter their pit box, we got some wild stuff right here. Looks like the 41 is going to stay on the lead lap right here. Stapleton right behind Tuck right there, but Matt Tuck gets in and out cleanly as we have an absolute brawl out there on the pit lane. And once we all cycle through, we'll go ahead and get a glimpse of who's suffering on strategy, who's doing well. And I'm sure it'll be an absolute mess once we get this all sorted out. So we're going to cycle around here. Looks like the 77 of Matt Tuck will be the leader. Yes, Matt Tuck is the leader of this race. Looks like Stapleton was okay. Fogelman's going to actually get by Stapleton here. Caleb Rose is now 4th with a great strategy call, gaining quite a bit of time. 5th is David Dixon, and we have a battle for 6th here between Jack Davies and Chuck Rago. And actually in this battle here is the 14 of Bradley Joe. And looks like Bradley Joe going to get by the 42, so they're still sorting it out back here. Skylar Taylor in 9th, and in 10th position, Lane Piggs in the 12. So we've cycled out here. Let's see who has had some struggles as we'll watch this battle actually real quick. Bradley Joe gonna get by, it looks like. Let's see who struggled here. 1 lap down currently are the 24 of Nathan Ormond. Now 2 laps down. And the 16 of Connor Fox. Now 2 laps down. Probably stuck on the pit lane with issues. And I know those two, yeah, probably had to get a tow right there. And that sucks for those two in the middle of this pit cycle. Had to get a tow because they missed their pit box. Just very unfortunate early on in this race for those two. Of course, they can still come back. If we get a bunch of cautions here and they can get back on the track, we can get things sorted out. But it looks like those two just stuck on the pit lane. Very unfortunate for those two early on. It's just the first pit cycle, but due to all that chaos, you know, things like that can happen. And unfortunately, it's going to cost them a bunch of ground right here. Matt Tuck still leads, although by a margin that is coming down for sure. Reggie Fogelman trying to eat into that gap as those two still sitting on the pit lane, losing lap after lap after lap. This seems to be more severe than what was originally anticipated. Of course, like I said, in test runs, for drivers that missed their pit box, it was usually a 1 or 2 lap loss. Not a loss as big as this. So very unfortunate for those two in this event. Looking through the field, everybody's still hanging on all right. And there we go. Okay, so the 24 of Nathan Orman is back out on track after that struggle. And it looks like the 16 is likely on track as well. Yes, there's the 16. So in that whole mess, they lost 4, gonna be 5 laps right now. So they're 5 laps down. Once again, not the greatest thing in the world, but, you know, not completely out of it. One of these segments could sure get messy, and once again, they'll just get a lap back every time we go under caution. So that's kind of what's keeping them in this race. So just a few mishaps early on, but this gap is coming down for the lead. Matt Tuck is losing his advantage to Reggie Fogelman and Nathan Stapleton. Very notable. Matt Tuck getting a challenger, a true challenger, for the first time today on lap 50 of 175, and we don't want to miss this, so we'll stay hooked on for the lead right here. And Fogelman just sends it into the corner, and it seems to be sticking right now as the 48 closing every single corner. Now almost within a tenth, now probably within a tenth. Matt Tuck not as fast this run as he was the last run, maybe as a result of good strategy and good adjustments from the 48. We'll have to watch these two battle it out right here up front. Looks like the 48 wasn't able to generate a good run that time, so we'll have to wait another lap to see if Reggie Fogelman can make the move for the race lead. Nothing yet, but just trying to get in there, just sending it. But nothing sticking right now. Matt Tuck with great defensive driving at the moment. But while these two continue to worry about each other, Nathan Stapleton continues to close into this battle, and Stapleton definitely could be a factor as these two duke it out. This group at 3 has pulled away from 4th place David Dixon, 2.8 seconds back. Of course, we still have guaranteed cautions in this race, so nothing really to worry about for Dixon or 5th place runner Caleb Rose. Just want to make sure that nobody's making a move for the lead while I'm off on a different tangent here, and it looks like that won't happen this time. You can see Bradley Joe 7th, Jack Davies 8th, 9th place Lane Pigs, and 10th place is the 84 of Skylar Taylor, with Matthew Burnett 11th and Blaine Keys 12th. That's your top 12 right now. And once again, just don't want to miss it if it happens. For the lead, Reggie Fogelman trying to generate any run possible, but kind of difficult at the moment for the 48. As we've seen here, it takes a few laps to set up a pass, and it looks like the 48 in the process of trying to set up a pass, but the 77 with nice momentum on the outside, able to pull away just a bit. And once again, it's a learning experience for these drivers early on. They can get more aggressive and try and send it to the inside later on in this race, but right now they're just trying to learn how to set up and make the move. And the 48 still within 0.2 of a second. Here we go. Is this the move right here for the 48? No, not quite. Had to check up right at the very end. Started to slide a little bit and couldn't make the pass. Let's take a look further back in the pack once again for any moves that may be taking place here. Looks like Logan Williams looked low, but not going to get anything right there. Everybody settling in after that first pit cycle and all the chaos we endured. Duncan Ward going to try and make a move right there for 22nd position. But I don't believe that's going to work either. Looks like Nathan Ormond making passes, but once again, 5 laps down. And further back in the pack, you can see Cullen Francis in the 8, really struggling in 30th place. So here's the 77, once again, of Matt Tuck. You can see where the 41 is, actually in a decent spot relative to the leaders, but I would envision that 41 going a lap down before this is all said and done. And honestly, I would imagine more drivers would go a lap down as well. Unless strategy is played. You know, you can get out early and try and do the undercut, gain a few seconds on the leaders, and then just try and hold on at the end of this run. But of course, if you're 1 lap down and not 2 laps down, that sets you up nicely for the second segment because you will be back on the lead lap for that segment. Fogelman trying to launch another charge at the 77, and honestly, looks like the 77 didn't have the greatest of corners right there. And had to check up right there weirdly through the tri-oval. That's odd. You don't normally see that. As the 48 really lunges to the inside. What a move! Reggie Fogelman finally going to get it done right here on lap 60 of this race. Reggie Fogelman is your new leader. Matt Tuck now to 2nd. And Nathan Stapleton just hovering right there in 3rd. So new leader for the first time in a while. Reggie Fogelman has taken the lead away. But Matt Tuck still hangs out in 2nd. And Stapleton still in 3rd. David Dixon has closed ever so slightly on this front group here. Maybe playing the adjustments correctly for a good long run car, but we'll have to see as these 3 kind of duke it out. Looks like Fogelman was just simply the faster car, so starting to pull away just a bit, but dragging these 2 along. At the line, Dixon lost to 10th. We'll have to see if the 77 can potentially make a move back on the 48. And closing in is the 77. And if these 2 get battling once again, watch out for the 5. It's not over for Stapleton in this segment. Especially with a few more pit stops to come. If they pit every 40 laps, that's going to be a 4-stop race on 40, 80, 120, and 160. And watch out for some strategy on that stop around lap 160. Could result in 2 tires being taken to maintain the lead at the end of the segment when things sort of reset. So we'll have to see if any strategy is pulled. There's the 41 once again falling back even more. Looks like the 48's actually starting to get a little bit of toe off the 41. And that's what's allowing these front 3 to sort of spread out a bit. But watch out when the 48 gets to the 41 here, Tim Bowen. We could see some dirty air play a factor. And this could shake up the top 3 easily. We'll go ahead and leave that alone for the moment. As we look up the back of the field, looks like the 71, Andrew Williams making a move. The 16 of Connor Fox moving through the pack, of course, on slightly fresher tires than everyone else. Same with the 24 of Nathan Ormond. But once again, these drivers just really liking settling in. Although here's the tire strategy coming into play. Caleb Rose stopped a lap before a lot of these drivers and now starting to feel the effects later in this run. There's the 41 once again. We just want to watch this battle right here and make sure that the lap car does not play any weird effect in this battle. But yeah, look at this. The 42 making a move to the inside of the 38. Chuck Rago in the 42, going to move back into the top 5. Still a good strategy call for the 38, but, you know, you just have to face that you're going to have a tougher circumstance on the long run, as Lane Pigs in the 12 going to get 6th right there from Caleb Rose. Back up front, here we go. We're going to see a move around the lap car right here. Tim Bowen actually got a good run off the corner, and the 48 had to check up, so here we go. The 77 going to close just a bit as all that happens. Matt Tuck really high right there, getting close to the wall, and that's going to sacrifice the run right there. As once again, Fogelman will try to get around the 41. I'm going to send it to the inside. Will it happen? No, it won't once again. Nice defensive driving, which is allowed here. You do not have to give way as a lap car. You can defend your position. And so for the 41, that's exactly what he'll do. Top 2 closing once again. Looks like Fogelman got a bad exit off the corner, and the 77 might try a look to the inside. No, it's going to be the 48 once again trying to get to the inside, and this time it's going to work. So Reggie Fogelman gets to the inside of Tim Bowen, and that's going to put the 41 a lap down. But once again, for Tim, the race is not over, because the 41, oh my goodness, oh, that was close right there. But as I was saying, the 41, as long as he stays just 1 lap down, will get the free pass, or not the free pass, the wave around back onto the lead lap at the end of this segment. As Matt Tuck makes his way by the 41, and now Nathan Stapleton will be the next one to try and clear. Lap 70 of 175, we should be expecting pit stops sometime in the next 15 laps. We'll have to see how that cycles out. Here is the 19 once again of Lucien Bianchi further back in the pack. Looks like Matthew Burnett actually has entered the top 10. So good run going for Burnett. Look at this. Here comes Ormond, and Nathan Ormond on these fresher tires might get one of those laps back. So honestly, still an unfortunate scenario for Ormond. But if you can get one of those laps back here, you know, that puts you in a better position. If we're to have a chaotic segment here in the second segment, Ormond could very easily get 4 laps back. Getting by Chuck Rago now. But here comes Bradley Joe almost looking on the 38. We'll watch the progress of the 24, but once again, looks like the 41 actually trying to get by the 77 again, and will get by. Huh, that's some interesting stuff right there, as now Stapleton is going to get second place away right here. Very interesting stuff with the lap car. Trying to fight back, and honestly, it could work. Really closing in on the 48 once again, and we'll see if the 41 could potentially make a move right here. We know that 41 is fast. Started in 4th position, has a great car, and now has a great run on the 48. We'll have to see if any move can be made right here. Not quite on entry, but through the middle of the corner. Here comes the 41. Trying to get back on the lead lap, and that's going to hurt the 48. Maybe even give up the lead. So here comes the 41 through the center of the corner, and the 48 going to have to check up on exit. And watch out, because the 5 of Nathan Stapleton and the 77 of Matt Tuck are arriving fast. Into the corner though, looks like the 48 is safe, as the 77 looks on the 5 this time. Yeah, the 5 going to have to give way to Matt Tuck, because Tuck had a great corner right there. And through all of this, David Dixon is closing. Same thing with Ormond, and he'll have to pass all the lap traffic, or lead lap traffic, I should say, right there. Here comes the 48 once again on the 41, but had to check up once again. Some just weird stuff with the lap traffic. The 41 just seems to be a decently fast car, but just caught up in an incident early and was never able to really recover. You can see Ormond now gaining on the 5, the 77, and the 48, and we're going to get some weird lap traffic stuff right here, as here comes Nathan Ormond with a full head of steam, but unfortunately going to have to wait a second to make that move. Now does make the move. Look at how much better this 24 is on even just slightly fresher tires than the rest of the field. Ormond not going to get to the inside. Actually is going to get to the inside of the 48 on exit. The 48 having to check up just slightly. The 41 unable to make significant ground on the 48, or maybe not. Here we go. Will we see a move from Tim Bowen to get back on the lead lap? No, we will not. And now Ormond is only 4 laps down. And that's a big move for the 24. Next lap car to come up, it's going to be the 1 of Matthew Hubert. Unfortunately, just way, way back in this. Surprisingly, the 54 of Aaron Abel has been able to recover quite nicely from the early incident and has now caught the back of the pack of all the other cars. So, very nice from Aaron Abel to recover. Once again, the gap between second and third closing. The gap between third and fourth significantly closing. Look at this. Here we go into the pit lane. It's going to be Reggie Fogelman making the first move into the pit lane on lap 79 of 175. So Fogelman is going to take a risk coming in pretty early right here. Very interesting stuff. And look at this. Here's Connor Fox. And actually, here is the 5 of Nathan Stapleton looking to the inside of Matt Tuck. And it got real tight off the corner there. Will Connor Fox look to the inside? No, because it looks like Stapleton's going to be pitting. They go 3 wide right there. Matt Tuck will not pit this time. Looks like Stapleton and Dixon will pit this time. Connor Fox now only 4 laps down. Lots of drivers in the pit lane, so that's kind of messing with my ability to find the leader. So looks like the 77 staying out pretty long here. That's a risky move. Going to lose lots of time, as you can see. Currently, wow, almost 5 seconds off the pace with that last lap. But will this play dividends in the long run? Here comes Matt Tuck into the pit lane. And we'll just have to see how this cycles out for the 77. Any more troubles on the pit lane? I don't see anybody who's had extreme troubles. Looks like everyone's all right. Look at this. The 45 with a good stop has jumped Stapleton. So David Dixon making moves on the pit lane. Matt Tuck is in. We're going to watch Matt Tuck all the way through and see what happens here. Looks like Tuck taking 4 tires as expected. Lap 82 of 175. And off and away. You can see the 48 of Reggie Fogelman should be the first one to pass him. Has that already taken place? Sure does look like it's taken place. Yes. Okay. So there's the 48 who will be leading this race. It looks like the 77 is going to be significantly down right here. Let's check and see how this cycles out. So there we go. Looks like the 48 is the leader, with Jack Davies not that far behind. And you can see the 16. Oh, having to check up is the 48 massively right there, as Connor Fox on very worn tires right here. Oh my goodness. That 16 is a danger at the moment and will come in this time. Same with the 24. on lap 83 of 175. So at the line right here, it's going to be Reggie Fogelman, but he came in early, will be at a disadvantage throughout this run. Fogelman leads. Jack Haas is a lap down. You can see the 20 of Jack Davies is now second. The 12 of Lame Pigs is third. Looks like Caleb Rose is fourth as Tim Bowen, the lap car. And Matthew Huber, also a lap car. But Bradley Joe is fifth. Sixth is Chuck Rago. Seventh, David Dixon. And I really like where David Dixon's at on tires. Eighth place is the 2 of Will Parrish. Ninth place, Ryan Durrani. And 10th at the moment is the 43. That is Owen Miles. Haven't talked about Owen Miles much today. Started 36th, now inside the top 10. You can see where Stapleton is in 11th. Lost a lot of ground. And now let's see where the 77's at. Yeah, way back in this pack, unfortunately, for Matt Tuck. On the wrong strategy and went from leading this race to now 18th position. Brutal, brutal strategy for the 77. And that's what's going to happen throughout this race. We're going to have some interesting strategy calls, and that just really harmed the 77. Looking to the inside there, we have some lap traffic on lap traffic action. All behind the 38 of Caleb Rose, but looks like actually we're going to see a move with Matthew Hubert here in the 1. Not quite. Back up front, you can see the 48 currently leading, with the 12 now in second of Lame Pigs. Making great moves throughout this pack. Let's see. Pigs in the 12 started, and I'm trying to find where. I got this graphic up, okay? I had the starting lineup graphic up, and I'm trying to reference it, but everything's so small I can barely see it. 19th place. Started 19th, now up to second. Will the lap car of Jack Haas get past Fogelman here? We'll have to see how that develops. Looks like the 7 with a pretty good run here. Maybe going to dive to the inside. Oh, getting real close with the 48. But everything's all right. Looks like everybody maintains composure at least. And Jack Haas should get back on the lead lap. I believe this is for the lead lap. Yes, it looks like Jack Haas will get back on the lead lap. Connor Fox had an okay stop, but it looks like Ormond must have missed the pit box again, which is really unfortunate, and now 9 laps down for Ormond. Now that is probably race ending, but for Connor Fox, it shouldn't be race ending. I believe Connor Fox will be all right. Let's watch Matt Tuck's progress through the field right now. Looks like Matt Tuck on Matthew Burnett right now. Wants to peek inside, but can't quite peek to the inside, as Logan Williams is ahead right now. There we go. Finally, the 24 gets the pit stop right here, but going to be double-digit laps down. Very unfortunate for Nathan Ormond. Further up through the pack here, let's go ahead and find our leader once again. If I can find him. There he is, Reggie Fogelman, still leading now by 2.1 seconds. A pretty large gap, all the things considered. As behind is the 12 of Pigs and the 20 of Davies. And it looks like Caleb Rose and Chuck Rago are going to try and get through here. Where'd Rose come from? Is Rose a few laps down? No, I just missed Caleb Rose's existence. Sorry about that. Caleb Rose is fourth. Chuck Rago now going to get fourth from that. Bradley Joe actually going to get by as well. And David Dixon will be the next to get by. So a lot of cars all right here battling for position on lap 93. And Rose just going to get freight trained right here as Chuck Rago gets by that group of lap traffic. I shouldn't say lap traffic. They're mostly lead lap cars. But Rego gets by. Now the question is, will the 42 close on the 12 and the 20? Looks like Reggie Fogelman is pretty safe out there in the lead for the moment, but you know, you just never know what can happen in these races, and Fogelman, especially if he gets way off strategy from everyone else, could be put in a bad spot later in this event. Jack Haas now really starting to pull away from the 48, and Haas safely on the lead lap for the moment. Once again, reviewing cars who are a lap down. You can see the one of Matthew Hubert 1 lap down, and once again the 41 of Tim Bowen 1 lap down. Those two will be back on the lead lap if they stay 1 lap down at the end of this segment. Connor Fox 5 laps down, had the hiccup early, but everything's all right so far, and you know, Fox could easily get back on the lead lap in segment 2. For Nathan Ormond, however, 10 laps down, that's going to be very hard to come back from. And we'll just have to watch and see if we get the chaos necessary for Ormond to climb back up through the field. There's Nathan Ormond right there. Just a very unfortunate set of circumstances. Missing the pit box twice. Just very, very unfortunate. Back up through the field once again. If I can stop hitting the wrong button, my goodness. You can see Matt Tuck now in 14th, so gaining, but not at the pace he would like. Further up, you can see Ryan Durrani now looking inside the lap car. Look at this gaggle of cars. My goodness, you can see the 42 is now going to be second place. Chuck Rego moving up the field nicely as the 20 and the 12 played the tire strategy to get up there, but now going to start to lose out. David Dixon trying to get to the inside right now on the 20. That will be the case. Dixon does get to the inside of Jack Davies. And now Chuck Rego and David Dixon are second and third, as Fogelman has really checked out through the middle portion of this first segment. Looks like Matthew Hubert also getting to the inside. Once again, a lap down. And Bradley Joe, very close with the 20. But everybody makes it through, as we've hit lap 100 of 175. And of course, we'll be keeping track of your lap leaders or notable lap leaders throughout all of this. The leader at the end of lap 100 is going to be the 48 of Reggie Fogelman. There's Jack Haas. There's Aaron Abel in the 54. Right on Duncan Ward. Ward's had a really rough showing so far, but can definitely turn things around in these later segments. But Reggie Fogelman did lead lap 100, and we are well over halfway into segment number 1. Of course, this is just the first 175 laps. We'll do it all over again and do another 175 laps, and then a final 350 with damage on to close out everything. And that's where it'll get chaotic. Let's watch the gap this time for Chuck Rego. Gained a 10th that time. So looks like the 42 is starting to just mount a bit of a charge. Probably won't get the lead, but if you can play the strategy right on Fogelman, maybe could challenge for the lead on this next pit cycle, which should be coming up in about 20 laps. Let's check Fogelman's tire wear. I know they like to pit when they get about 5 seconds off the pace right here, but currently just sitting about 1.7 seconds off the fastest times of the day. Once again, checking your fastest laps so far. Look at this new fastest lap. It's the 21 of Jose Gonzalez in the 21. Great job just getting the fastest lap right there over Matt Tuck. Matt Tuck's lap time was set early in the event. I assume the 21 was set after that first pit cycle or even the second pit cycle. Third fastest lap of the day so far, Bryce Egan in the 9. Then you had the 4 of Tyler Burton. Chuck Rago, 5th fastest. Ryan Durrani was 6th fastest. David Dixon up there in the top 10. Logan Williams, Skylar Taylor, and Leonard Kochmar, who's been pretty much a no-show today, unfortunately, for our DPORL Cup Series champion. Once again, going to monitor the gap at the line between the top 2. And it has remained about even right there for the 42. So let's go ahead and find a good battle through the pack. Here we go. This is for 4th. The teammates right here. Ryan Durrani on Will Parrish. The 22 trying to get by the 2. That's going to be a relatively easy move right there, as the 12 now starting to really fade on these older tires. But one driver who came in early and has not faded to this point is the 48 of Reggie Fogelman. I'm very impressed with the 48 at this point in the race. Oh, watch out. 3 wide was looking, but Bowen's going to get to the inside of Bradley Joe before Bradley Joe could get to the inside of Lane Piggs. All right. We got some action in the middle of this pack. Action everywhere on track as we are on lap 106. And I don't expect any of that action to go anywhere. We're going to have a lot more for you in the 6 hours of Kansas. More like 6-ish, but whatever. David Dixon making the move for 2nd. That's a good move from Dixon, who has ran up front in this race for a pretty significant chunk of the race to this point. Now moving to 2nd. And if Reggie Fogelman has any issues or plays the strategy wrong, we could certainly talk about David Dixon being in contention for the win later in this event. Looking through the field, more battles right here. Once again, the teammates continuing to go at it once again. Will Parrish now to the inside of Ryan Durrani. Those two will continue to battle it out. Here's some lap car action once again. Tim Bowen getting to the inside of the lead lap car, Lane Piggs. Bradley Joe will want to follow, and that will be the case. Oh, wow, got very close right there. Stapleton still trying to work his way back up through this field, and will get to the inside of the 12. I think the 12 will really start to fade right here. Skylar Taylor now to the inside of the 20, who's also fading quite rapidly at this point. This will put Skylar Taylor inside the top 10. Further battles going on. Matt Tuck still in 14th place, but has been gaining on the leaders for quite a few laps now. Now only 7.9 seconds back off the lead, which is impressive considering the gap that Fogelman's put on the rest of the field to this point. 4.2 seconds. Here's the 2 lap cars going at it. Ormond, once again with much fresher tires than the rest of the field here. Gonna just eat everybody up right here. As Matt Tuck gets by the 38, and Ormond's gonna look inside of Tuck. Easily gets by right there, and Tuck unfortunately gonna have a bad corner because of it. But now Ormond's gonna try and get by all these vehicles, and this is where it gets wild. Because when you're on this much fresher tires, you just feel like a rocket out here, making moves on everybody, just flying through this field. But it can get dangerous, especially if you choose to make it 3 wide, which is certainly an option in this race, and it could have some disastrous consequences. Once again, Piggs, very close off the corner. Look at this, looks like the 24 is going to make it 3 wide. And here we go into turn number 1. Stapleton really gonna get held up right there because of that. And once again, just a pile of cars right here, all battling it out as Ormond moves through. But once again, looks like it's Chuck Rago in 2nd, got by David Dixon. And look at this, the 2 teammates right here working together, moving up through the field. The 22 and the 2 of Durrani and Parrish have been moving up through this field. And looks like they'll stay in line. A very smart strategy as they do move up through this field. Looks like the 1 is once again ahead of Rago, but that's been the case for a while as Once again, pit stops taking place, it looks like, early on lap 113 of 175. So really splitting this up. Look at this. Fogelman's in very early. This will be interesting because we'll get a huge tire differential if this holds. Look at all these drivers coming in early. Wow. I was not expecting that, I can tell you that. I was expecting pit stops closer to lap 120. Just blew my expectations out of the water, making stops on lap 114, which means looks like that last little 60-lap segment is going to be split in half. Which could work out in the end, tire-wise, and, you know, I'd be here for it, but we'll just have to see how this all shakes out. As right now, Matt Tuck leads that lap, 115 of 175, and Stapleton not far behind. Tuck once again staying out long. We'll see how long Matt Tuck stays out. Will Tuck come in this time? No, doesn't look like it. So the 77 stays out. Pace is not that bad, only 3.5 seconds off the pace, so nothing horrific right there. So Tuck will just continue to stay out as, look at this. It's the 48 of Reggie Fogelman looking to get back on the lead lap. Look at how much more pace the 48 has right there. That's incredible stuff to see from the 48. But once again, at the back end of the run, that's where it's really going to hurt. The 77 stays out even longer. Matt Tuck continuing to stay out on lap 116 of 175. Now lap 117. And if a caution were to fall about right now, this would get real interesting with the wave around situation. But right now, Matt Tuck with an 11-second lead. Technically, it's really larger than that. And now will come in this time. That should hand over the lead to the 48, and I will try and find the 48 on the track. Let's see. There's the 48. Reggie Fogelman right there has obviously gained ground, as you can see, in the middle of 3 wide. That's a very dangerous move right there, but Fogelman makes it work. Of course, with no damage, that's not really a dangerous move, but you just never know what could happen in this race. Oh my goodness, look at how slow the 24 is on these older tires. Oh my goodness. We'll wait for this all to cycle through once again, and then we'll really get you a grasp of where we line up once all this cycles through. So this should be the first lap that Fogelman leads once again. Yes, Fogelman leads. Who is second? That's the question. Parrish is second, followed by Davies, Bradley Joe, and Matthew Burnett. That's your top 5 at the moment, but we'll see if this comes back to haunt the 48, because he did come in awful early along with a lot of those other drivers. You can see the 50 Felix Mayer now a lap down. Actually, only 26 cars on the lead lap. So, you know, a lot of drivers had some rough stops or some late stops and have to hope to get back on the lead lap here. That'll be a very interesting dynamic as this race progresses. But once again, 1 lap down is fine. That should not be an issue. You can make up 1 lap down. Just don't go 2 laps down or it'll get a little bit sketchy. So Felix Mayer, the first car 1 lap down. Gonna actually get back on the lead lap here with a pass on the 48 as the 48's tires start to wear just a bit while the others stay pretty clean. So the 50 once again on the lead lap. Cullen Francis gonna be the next one to make a move, and Francis will get back on the lead lap as well. Coming up next will be the 3 of Eric Monaco and the 54. Oh, look at this, getting very tight right there. The 48 forced way high, but it all worked out right there. But gets to the inside of Eric Monaco once again, so Monaco will go a lap down again. But of course, Monaco with lots of pace will get back by. We'll watch these gaps as they develop. At the line this time, still waiting for an update. Still actually gained ground on the other drivers. So just a very interesting race developing right now with the undercut kind of working, to be honest, for Fogelman. The undercut has worked very, very well on some of these drivers who have stayed out long. So, you know, if that keeps happening, you know, maybe these drivers will just have to realize, these teams especially will just have to realize you got to pull the undercut if you want to win this race. And Fogelman has been dominant with this strategy. Monaco wants to look to the inside, but can't do it that time. A good run off the corner, however, will make it close. Will Monaco make the move into one? Let's watch into turn number 1. Eric Monaco now looking to the inside. And there goes Eric Monaco. So once again, that will put 30 cars on the lead lap. Duncan Ward is next. And we'll see if the 23 can make up the ground required to get there. Will Parrish in second. Jack Davies in third. Bradley Joe in fourth. Skylar Taylor, the new 5th place runner in the 84. And now in 6th, Matthew Burnett, but still a great run. Jack Haas is a lap down, but 7th, Owen Miles. 8th, Chuck Rago, who is on fresher tires. So I would expect Chuck Rago to start making moves through the field. Same with David Dixon, and probably Will Parrish as well. So those three should be making gains as we get later into this run. We'll see just how many seconds they can gain on the leader. You can see Rago start to pull away from Owen Miles. Now just 8 seconds back, so within striking distance. Here you can see the 45 wants to get to the inside of the 2. We'll see if that can work. Doesn't look like it. Further back, you can see the 19 is the 19 a lap down? No, the 19 is not a lap down, just outside the top 10. That's my fault right there. So Bianchi is currently 11th. Bruno Giacomo sitting 12th. 13th, oh no. In the middle of that, looks like the 24 just continuing the disastrous race as Stapleton looking inside of Tyler Burton and the 60 of Max Davis. Great move from Stapleton to move up to 16th as we go through this field. Laura Chung. We haven't talked about Laura Chung a lot, but Chung sits in the 15th position, setting up nicely for this second segment. So Laura Chung, one to definitely watch out for. Of course, played the undercut there to get into that position as Stapleton going to fly by right there on the fresher tires. And as we move further up once again, you can see David Dixon made a move on Will Parrish. And Chuck Rago now has gotten by the 51. Once again, the gap continuing to close. Looks like the 42 has gained a second on the 48. So I would expect this 42 to be second pretty soon on this strategy. And maybe it's a good strategy in the end. We'll just have to wait and see how this plays out by the end of the segment. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from the 42 at the moment. Lap 131 of 175 for this segment. And the 42 just continuing to close. 6.8 seconds to the lead. And this battle is wild right here. Jack Haas, the lap car, going to get by all these lead lap cars and now put himself in a great position to go run down the leader, but 5.8 seconds back. That's not going to work out well. Wow, that got close between Ryan Durrani and the 20. Wow, that was so close. I was not expecting that, but look at that. Here goes Rago by the 20, and this is going to be the driver to watch in the 42. Chuck Rago, great run so far in this event. and maybe playing the strategy right to this point. Let's see what the 42 can do on the exit here. Probably just going to end up following the 84 by the 22. But we'll see. Into turn number 1. No move being made right there. Is the caution out? Caution's out. First caution of the night. And I wonder who it's for. I don't necessarily see anybody involved in anything. Maybe Francis. Looks like Francis, Mayer, and Monaco. Potentially? I don't know. But they're all coming into pit right now. And we'll go ahead and try and get to the lap cars here. Sorry for the quick pause. I'm just trying to figure out what happened right here. I don't believe it was any big incident or anything. Everybody looked like they were running just fine on the track. Maybe just a simple spin. Did I see some fuel only? I'm seeing some fuel only. I'm seeing some tires being taken. Very interesting strategy, it seems. All right. I'm liking what I'm seeing right here. This is going to set up for a fun restart. And guess what? We get to wave everybody around once we get all settled here. On lap 134 of 175. My apologies for missing the wreck. Because this is such a long race, I don't know if we'll really be able to do any major replays here. And if we do replays of wrecks, we'll do it live. I'll go back and I'll look at the replay here. So we'll go ahead and get everybody sorted right here. Looks like everybody is off the pit lane. So let's go ahead and start waving around some vehicles once we get all this sorted. So everybody crossing the line here. Let's get the running order. So first, let's go ahead and wave around the 7. Okay, so hold on just a second. This is my first time ever really doing this. So let's go ahead and pull up our little menu here. And wave by Jack Haas. Let's wave by Duncan Ward. Let's wave by Matthew Hubert. Wave by Tim Bowen. Let's see, wave by the 16 of Connor Fox. And let's wave by Nathan Ormond. Oh, contact made slightly there. Don't know what happened right there. Hopefully that will not happen when we do that with damage on. Otherwise, that would have been quite unfortunate. But everything's okay for the 48 of Reggie Fogelman. We have waved by everybody 1 lap. So that will put Connor Fox, I believe, 4 laps down. And Nathan Ormond should be all right there. All right, let's see. There we go. Okay, everything's cycled through, I think. And now we will get back racing right here. The pace car, the lights are already off on the pace car and everybody has been waved by. So let's get this thing going again on lap 136 of 175. I wouldn't anticipate anybody pitting right at the end of this segment, but you know, I've seen crazier. Let's see what happens to finish out this segment. Here we go. We're going to go green once again. The 48 of Reggie Fogelman will lead him to green. And remember, the tire strategy in play. We've seen some fuel, we've seen some tires, and we'll just have to see how that all works out in the end. Skylar Taylor making a move very early on right here. You can see the 43 of Owen Miles making a move to the inside of Jack Davies. And we've already got some big moves back in the pack here. Matt Tuck being cycled back just a bit as that inside lane making big time moves. 3 wide right there, and look at that. The 48 of Reggie Fogelman currently the leader, but Bradley Joe wants to get the lead. Off of turn number 2, Bradley Joe with a great run will look to the inside possibly. Yes, looks to the inside. Bradley Joe for the race lead. And the 14 will get it. Bradley Joe, your new race leader on lap 139 now of 175. And moves being made aggressively throughout this pack. Lots of drivers just going at it right now. Especially back in the pack, trying to gain any positions possible. You can see 34 drivers on the lead lap. All those were waved around. So once again, we have ourselves a race on our hands. Let's go back to the front. Everybody's settling in on lap 140 of 175. But you know, some of these drivers, especially that took 4 tires, are going to be making moves throughout this pack. Looks like the 48 wanted to dive inside of the 14. Didn't happen right there, but maybe going to get a better run off the corner. Let's watch this exit. Will Fogelman go back to the lead? Looks like Fogelman wants to peak. Yes, Reggie Fogelman will look inside, but the 14 gets a great run on the outside. Same with Skylar Taylor, same with Owen Miles. You can see Chuck Rago in 5th. Looks like Matthew Burnett now 6th. Lane Pigg's going to be 7th. And these drivers just continuing to move their way through this field. Top 2 pulling away ever so slightly over 3rd place Skylar Taylor, but that gap, of course, fluctuating all over the place. Look at this, Burnett to the inside of Chuck Rago. Will that move be made? Looks like trying to look, maybe gonna look. Will the 51 get to the inside? Yes, potentially, no, I don't know. Looks like the answer was no in the end. But look at this for the lead. Reggie Fogelman now side by side for the race lead on lap 143 and will get the race lead from the 14. Reggie Fogelman back to the point over Bradley Joe. Nice move right there on the 14. And will Skylar Taylor maybe make a look for second? Not quite, but at least tried right there. So Fogelman once again leading. Let's go ahead and go through your top 10 right here. It's Fogelman, then the 14 of Bradley Joe, Skylar Taylor, Owen Miles, Matthew Burnett's your top 5, 6th Chuck Rago, Lane Pigs, Lucian Bianchi, Tyler Burton, and Benny Watson, your top 10. You can see Matt Tuck right there, still trying to work back up through the field. Here's the 54 to the inside of Logan Williams. Same thing with Max Davis. Davis gets a great run off the corner. And it looks like we're getting some chaos down the front straightaway back in this pack. Will Cullen Francis make it 3 wide? Not quite. Further up front, watching moves. Lane Pigs to the inside of Chuck Rago. That move's complete. Skylar Taylor now to the inside of the 14 of Bradley Joe. Will that move stick? It sure does. The 84 now to second, and Owen Miles is going to be 3rd. Great move for those two, and it looks like Bradley Joe going to start to get cycled as Owen Miles looks for 2nd. What a great battle we got right here on our hands. And Matthew Burnett now in the picture on lap 146. Fantastic stuff up in the front of this field as Reggie Fogelman looks to try and pull away from Owen Miles in the 43, who currently runs 2nd. Gap at the line, just about 0.4 of a second. And Burnett getting a little antsy in 2nd, but willing to just wait behind the 43 because they want to stay in touch of the leader. Once again, Rago looking to the inside of Taylor. Skylar Taylor going to move backwards. Same thing with Tyler Burton as we saw back in the pack. monitoring the gap of the line once again. Is it going to come down? Yes, just a bit. So these three working together for now, but I would anticipate when they get to the 48, it's not going to be pretty. They're all going to be going at it for the lead, maybe beating and banging for the lead of this race. Huge battling going on right here. Here's Bianchi to the inside. Benny Watson pushing. Tyler Burton to the inside of Skylar Taylor. And once again, at the line, the gap has gone down once again. Owen Miles trying to go from last to first right here in this first segment. And what a story it would be if that could be the case. Actually, Fogelman and Miles started 35th and 36th in this race, and they are running 1-2 right now as we're about to get to lap 150. Wow. That's a stat I wouldn't expect to be saying so early on in this race, but, you know, wild things happen, and this certainly is wild. Gap came down once again between the top two, and it looks like the 43 is within drafting distance as Chuck Rago is fourth now. Fogelman washing up a little bit wide. That's going to allow the 43 to get a better run off the corner once again. This time at the line, under 0.3 of a second, just continuing to close. And a good corner right here could do wonders for the 43 on the 48 on lap 151 of 175. They're all right there, the top five. Going to be all within a second pretty soon, as the 48 just sends it into the corner. And honestly, that might be the way to go right there. The 48 just so much better into the corner than the other vehicles. And honestly, washing up out of the corner isn't hurting Fogelman. As here comes Lane Pigs in the 12 to the inside of Owen Miles. That's going to start to make this second group lose touch just a bit on the leader. But we'll see if it pays off in the long run. Miles finds a good spot back in third, and we stay organized. Under half a second to the lead. Let's see if this 12 has anything for the lead. Further back in this group, you can see Chuck Rago going at it right there for third. You can see now, looks like Blaine Keys in the 6 to the inside of Lucien Bianchi, but that didn't work that time. And Matt Tuck making a move on Will Parrish. And we continue to have moves every single lap right here as Tyler Burton now looking inside of Owen Miles on lap 154 of 175. We're really getting down to it in this segment. You know, it doesn't pay anything to be a segment winner, but, you know, just bragging rights. Honestly, a lot of these drivers probably just looking for some bragging rights in this race. Of course, just all for fun, not an actual points race for any reason, but, you know, all these drivers very competitive, want to win this thing. Fogelman starting to pull away just a bit from the rest of the field. Let's watch the field spread right here. 34th is David Dixon. Wow, all the way back in 34th. Fell way back, and Stapleton as well fell way back, 8.2 seconds off the lead. But speaking of that lead, Fogelman continues to lead this race. And Chuck Rago just looks to have a very, very fast machine. That 42 machine is on fire right now. Moved through the pack well on fresher tires, even on equal tires. Really moving up through this pack. We'll see what happens there, but right now it's all about positioning for the second segment of this race. Of course, what's nice about 2 segments, or 3 segments right here, is that I get to take a break in between them. So actually I'm filming this just about a couple hours before the Richmond Cup race, so I'll take a break, I'll watch that, maybe I'll even just do a little bit of filming tomorrow. So that's kind of nice from my perspective, but of course from your perspective, you're just seeing this all together, and that's the fun part about it. 6 hours straight of racing, and if we get some cautions and chaos, could be well over 6 hours of racing action. Lap 158 of 175. We're actually timing out pretty well here. If this all sorts itself out, we'll be at about 1.5 hours by the end of this segment, which puts us exactly on pace for a 6-hour race. So shaping up real well right now. Once again, continuing to watch this gap. Went up that time, unfortunately for entertainment purposes, but fortunately for Reggie Fogelman in the 48. As Tyler Burton in 4th now is gotten by Matthew Burnett, and it looks like Benny Watson has settled into 6th. As Owen Miles starting to fall back just a bit, and Bruno Giacomo moving into the top 10 here, making some moves on Blaine Keys. Same thing with Lucien Bianchi. And look at this, the 54, who was out of it from the start pretty much, is now making a move for 11th place on Blaine Keys. That shows you that anything can happen in these races, and a lot of it's happened so far in just segment number 1. You can see Cullen Francis in 14th was also pretty much out of this thing, but now starting to make moves once again. Back up for the lead. It's closed just a bit this time. Well, it closed a bit last time and actually opened up a bit again. As we're getting down to it in this segment, not a whole lot of racing to go. As off the back of the pack is Ormond, but you know, he's 15 laps down, so that's kind of expected at this point. And then Ross Chastain, not Ross Chastain, of course, I did it again. There I go again. Me calling out real life drivers. Matthew Huber in the 1. At the back of this pack. So my apologies for that. Getting a little bit tired with 162 laps of racing right here. That's why we take breaks. Just imagine how cuckoo I'll be at the end of the last 350 lap segment. My goodness. But we're still racing and we're still having fun, and the 12 is closing. Look at that, a great run from the 12, and now really getting to the back end of Reggie Fogelman. Can Lame Pigs get this segment win? We'll have to find out as the 48 really starts to fade, and the 12 continues to really come on nicely here. And here we go. This is for the race lead once again. Reggie Fogelman gonna get past right there. We're gonna have a new leader, and it's gonna be the 12 of Lame Pigs. Our joke entry has taken the lead of this race. I shouldn't say our joke entry. It's someone's joke entry. I don't know who it is, but you know, you must be having a good chuckle right now with your driver currently in the lead of this race on lap 164 of 175. Chuck Rago gonna try for second on Fogelman. We'll see if that can work out. Looks like trying to get there. Looks like Fogelman's actually gonna have the better exit right there. So Fogelman is second as the 12 really starts to pull away with just 11 laps to go in segment number 1. Looks like the 24 of Nathan Ormond either pitted or something. I don't really know what happened there. But Nathan Ormond just not having a good run. Connor Fox moving up through the pack. Of course, we'll get another lap back at the end of this segment. You can see a lot of these drivers on very, very worn tires with 10 laps to go in this race. Oh, it's going to be wild these last few laps. Will anyone pit? That's the question. Will anyone pit right at the end of this race? And we'll have to wave him back around to the lead lap. We'll have to see. As let's see, we are at about 3.5 seconds of fall off. And look at this. Reggie Fogelman going to take the lead of this race back from the 12. And the 12 having to check up big time. Will Rago get by? That's the question. Rago looking pretty good right now, but just going to let the 12 settle back in. Just not willing to make that move right there off the corner. And Fogelman probably going to run away with this if Rago doesn't make a move, but Rago does try and make a move. It just doesn't work. that inside lane basically ineffective at this point in this race with just how worn these tires are. Still nobody in the pit lane as Fogelman continues to lead, and Tyler Burton wanted to look inside but had to check up, losing a lot of grip. Actually, Burton does look to the inside, and it's going to work out for the 4 machine, now getting by Chuck Rago. So Tyler Burton to 3rd as Rago falls back to 4th, and Benny Watson now 5th and closing on this lead group. Just 1.2 seconds out of it and closing in, but Fogelman pulling away. Reggie Fogelman's had a dominant stint here. Of course, interrupted a bit by a couple passes for the lead, but you know, has just remained consistent, and that's what matters right there. As Bradley Joe now gets by the 51, and that will be for 6th. Of course, all these drivers just trying to position themselves for the start of the second segment, which will look just like this with no damage and hopefully some fun strategy involved. Look at that. There's Aaron Abel by Matt Tuck. And Tuck falls out of the top 10 as Aaron Abel now inside the top 10. Tyler Burton wants to look on the 12. We'll see if that works out, as we are now really late in this race. Lap 170 of 175 and fall off. Now still over 3 seconds of fall off at this point, but everybody hanging on. Nobody in the pit lane yet. It looks like Matthew Hubert really struggling. Yeah, running a 32-second lap time. That's rough right there. And David Dixon struggling just a bit, as here comes Nathan Ormond once again. A hard charge through the field at rapid pace. Look at this. My goodness. This is our late race or late segment entertainment right here. Nathan Ormond going nuts on fresh tires. It's fun to watch, but gonna get stuck behind Jack Haas. So we head up through the field once again. Looks like this Ford just shoving the 12 along basically at the end of this segment. They're going to go side by side, but I believe the 4 will just go ahead and get back in line. Actually, I'm mistaken. Looks like the 4 does get to the inside and gets a pretty decent run right there. So we'll see if Tyler Burton can make any run at the segment win, as we're coming here to just 3 laps to go in segment number 1. Reggie Fogelman leads. Tyler Burton in 2nd. Lane Pigs in 3rd. And 4th place is Benny Watson. So great stuff from those 4. Great stuff from Chuck Rago, who runs 5th. And then a big gap to the rest of the field. Just 2 laps to go when we get to the line. We'll see if Burton has anything for Fogelman. At the line, Fogelman still leading, but by how much? About the same amount. So it looks like this segment is pretty much over. Not much to look at here, except maybe the battle for 2nd heating up again. Lane Pigs in the 12 looking inside, and we'll go side by side once again for 2nd place. Great move right there by the 12. Gonna get 2nd away, and that's basically gonna give Fogelman the segment win. So as we settle in right here, we got our top 10, and look at this. There's the 24 just flying. Can Ormond get the lap back before this is all said and done? We'll have to watch and see. Just ripping it around the high side. Can Ormond do it? I don't believe so, but that would be pretty darn funny if Ormond could get all the way there. It's not going to happen, though, for Lane Pigs, and segment number 1 winner will be the 48 of Reggie Fogelman. So Fogelman leads at the end of 175 laps, and Ormond almost got it back. Just so close. So of course we'll give Connor Fox and Nathan Ormond 1 lap back. So Fox will be 3 laps down, and Ormond will be 15 laps down when we reset for segment number 2. Fun stuff right there. Let's just take a look at your running order at this point in the event. Reggie Fogelman currently your leader. Lane Pigs 2nd. Tyler Burton third. Benny Watson finished fourth in that segment. Chuck Rago finishes fifth. Matthew Burnett sixth. Bradley Joe seventh. Bruno Diacomo eighth. Owen Miles ninth. And Matt Tuck does get the top 10 in segment number 1. Caleb Rose 11th. Jack Davies 12th. Blaine Keys 13th. Aaron Abel 14th. Jose Gonzalez with a 15th place run in segment number 1. Cullen Francis in 16th. Lucian Bianchi 17th. Andrew Williams 18th. Felix Mayer 19th. Bryce Egan 20th. Leonard Kochmer in 21st. Eric Monaco 22nd. Max Davis 23rd. Ryan Durrani 24th. And in 25th, Tim Bowen 26th. Jack Haas. Stapleton 27th. Skylar Taylor 28th. David Dixon finishes the segment 29th. Laura Chung 30th. Will Parrish 31st. Logan Williams 32nd. Duncan Ward 33rd. Matthew Hubert 34th. Are your lead lap finishers in this segment. 35th, Connor Fox, and 36th, Nathan Ormond. And so we'll go ahead and get them re-racked for segment number 2. Of course, because how segments work, we're going to have a double file restart per se, and it's going to be a fun one. So let's go ahead and get to segment number 2. All right, we've had our little race break here. I'm coming to you after the Richmond Cup race. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I am a changed man after that race. That was absolutely insane. But here we are for segment number 2. Reggie Fogelman going to lead him. Lane Pigs right there in the 12 on the outside. I will go ahead and once we go green for a few laps, get the laps corrected for some of these drivers, like the 16 of Connor Fox and then the 24 of Nathan Ormond. So I will get that all corrected in just a bit, but we're going to let him go green for just a bit. And hopefully the caution doesn't come out early so I can actually subtract laps and get that all sorted. We'll have to see, but it's going to be Reggie Fogelman leading him to the green. You saw what happened in the last segment. Lots of strategy, lots of fun stuff, but you know, it'll only ramp up and get crazier as we get closer to halfway in this race. We are 175 laps in, and we're getting ready to continue this race. Segment number 2 underway from Kansas. Fogelman got a good jump right there on the restart. Looks like the 14, Bradley Joe, going way, way low. Same thing with Owen Miles. Chuck Rago looking pretty good right there. Caleb Rose as well. We're going to watch and make sure nobody does anything stupid and wrecks anybody early on in this segment. Of course, no damage once again. That's not anything to worry about. But wow, it got close right there. Let's watch the back of the pack, make sure nothing happened. Doesn't look like anything happened. Everybody is all right. Top few drivers have broken away just a bit. Reggie Fogelman leads, Bradley Joe second, Tyler Burton third, Owen Miles in fourth, and Caleb Rose, your top 5 right here. Blaine Keys is making a move right there, and actually Felix Mayer in the 50 looking 3 wide. And it looks like Lane Pigs in the 12 really struggling to get up to speed. We almost have a collision right there, but everybody makes it through at the front. Here we go for the race lead. It's the 14 of Bradley Joe looking for the lead over Reggie Fogelman. And that's going to be a relatively easy pass, it looks like. The 14 car to the lead, and Reggie Fogelman obviously lost a bit of his edge over that race break. Of course, teams had a few minutes to adjust their cars and do that. I would like to think of it as sort of like an ARCA race break, where you have time to make all your adjustments and all that. And looks like everybody making it through all right. We got a big stack up farther back in the pack, and Eric Monaco is in last right now. But of course, really, that's 34th once we get everything sorted. So let's go ahead and get things sorted right here while we had this action. Let me go ahead and work on things right now. So here we go. Just making sure I put in the correct stuff. There are the 3 laps right there, and we're going to watch the action continue on lap 5 of 175 of this segment. I'm going to make sure that all went through all right, and then I will do the same for the others. So let's go ahead and continue to watch this battle. Caleb Rose wants to look inside of Fogelman. That move not quite going to be made, as Fogelman actually got quite a good run right there. Looks like it'll take a few laps for those laps to register in this race, so we'll just be waiting a bit. And Connor Fox only 3 laps down because he took the wave around to get back to 3 laps down under that segment break. So from 4 to 3 laps down, Connor Fox, if this gets rickety and cars start wrecking other cars, this could get wild, and Connor Fox could get back on the lead lap. It is not over for the 16. Continuing to watch this battle up front, once we hit about lap 15, I'm going to start subtracting laps from Nathan Ormond. Of course, I can't do that under caution. I have to do it while we're green. There will be some point if Nathan Ormond falls too many laps down under these pit cycles, I'm just going to have to eventually either just stop subtracting laps or just not transfer him to the next segment. So we'll wait on that, but Caleb Rose now looking to the inside once again on Fogelman, but can't quite get there. Fogelman once again hanging on, but Bradley Joe continues to lead. Tyler Burton in 4th, Owen Miles 5th, Blaine Keys, nice run going in segment number 2 in 6th. Jose Gonzalez in 7th, good run for the 21. In 8th right now, Felix Mayer, but looking lower. Leonard Kochber in the 10, good run so far in this segment in 9th, and Ryan Durrani in 10th. You can see Aaron Abel right there in 11th, and Chuck Rago in 12th. Excuse me for the little cough there. It's been a long day here, but we got a lot of racing yet to go. Reggie Fogelman maybe going to take a peek right here on the 14. We'll see. Yes, the peek being made, and looks like the 48 and 14 are going to go side by side off of turn number 2. Caleb Rose just waiting in the background, maybe going to try and pounce in a bit. Rose does pounce and going to get by the 14 as Fogelman leads, and Caleb Rose gets the best run off of turn number 4. Can Caleb Rose try and make a move on Fogelman here? Let's watch into turn number 1. Caleb Rose to the inside. Yes, looks like Rose is going to get to the inside side by side and going to make that move look easy. Caleb Rose, your new leader in the 6 hours of Kansas, as we are quickly approaching lap 200 of 700 in this race. Of course, we are divided into segments, 175, 175, 350 if you're just tuning in right now. Bradley Joe in 3rd, still hanging on quite nicely as Fogelman wants to dive lower, and we could have some lead changes on our hands, but Fogelman still staying in line. We'll see if the 48 chooses to peek to the inside in 3 and 4. I don't believe so. So we're going to go ahead and look further through the field right here. You can see Felix Mayer up quite a few spots. Looks like Chuck Rago is closing in on the top 10. Lane Pigs is settled in just outside the top 10. And you can see the 54 of Aaron Abel. Bryce Egan, there is Benny Watson in the 34 through the middle of this pack. Looks like the 41 of Tim Bowen is going up through this field. Good for the 41, who had a rough start to this race, but moving up. Laura Chung right there. You can see Andrew Williams just kind of chilling in the mid-pack. Eric Monaco, after being cycled to the back, is now making moves. Matthew Burnett has fallen off in this segment. Cullen Francis right there. See David Dixon just hanging on. And there is Logan Williams, who looks really fast this segment after starting out back. Jack Haas pretty far back in the pack. Same with Max Davis. Matthew Hubert's been making some moves. Nathan Stapleton has surprisingly fallen back just a bit, while Bruno Diacomo, and I'll get to Nathan Ormond here. Nathan Ormond is many, many laps down, but we'll get to that in just a bit. The 19 of Lucien Bianchi's right there. Matt Tuck's fallen off. Will Parrish gained a couple spots. Skylar Taylor at the back of the pack. Same thing with Jack Davies and Duncan Ward in a pretty bad spot there. And then there is the 16 of Connor Fox, who should be registered 3 laps down right now, and is. All right. Now is the fun part once we get these two sorted out right here. Look at Fogelman to the inside. Nice move right there off of 4. Let's get this sorted out. We're going to focus on the leader right now as we subtract these laps. Get ready. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and finally 15 right there. So we have all 15 laps, I think, subtracted. We didn't miss much right here, but Owen Miles actually going for second place. So nice move there from the 43 of Miles, who once again started this race in 36th and last position, now up to second while Caleb Rose leads. We're really starting to settle in on lap 19 of this segment. Looks like Reggie Fogelman just hanging in there. Definitely not as fast as the first segment for sure. That car was dominant, but now it looks like that 48 is just going to have to settle in and ride and hopefully make the correct adjustments throughout this segment and eventually the final segment of this race. So we'll wait for the laps down to register for the 24 car as we look back here. That's going to take quite a bit of time. But Fogelman looks to the inside of Owen Miles once again. Miles gets the better run off, it looks like. Well, actually, Fogelman got a decent run off, so we'll see if these two get side by side, and indeed they will. Leonard Kutchmer in the 10, and Felix Mayer in the 50 getting by Blaine Keys. Watch these two battle off the corner. No question, it's the 48 car, and Bradley Joe's going to follow right through as Caleb Rose pulls away. Looking further back, Will Parrish and Chuck Rago getting by. It looks like the 6 is going to the back right now. The 6 just unfortunately caught in the outside lane when there's a train of cars on the inside. Tyler Burton going to go by pretty soon. Here's Chuck Rago on Ryan Durrani. And once again, the train just keeps on coming. They're going to check up, and look at this. Here comes the 21 of Jose Gonzalez and the 9 of Bryce Egan. Just flying through here. As Fogelman is second, we'll see if Fogelman can gain on the lead right here. Once again held by Caleb Rose in the 38. Looks like nothing's really worked so far for this 48 this segment, but got a really great run off the corner. We'll see if that continues to hold. No, actually, it's going to be the 14 with the run down the straightaway. Just had to check up. Unfortunately, did not work out. And now it looks like the 14 almost wants to look to the inside, and now Bradley Joe will look to the inside of the 48. A clean move right there, and the 14 is now in second position. Once again, some new names starting to cycle up to the front. Leonard Kutchmer in the 10, Felix Mayer in the 50. Both of them are doing fantastic to start this segment. You can see the 54 of Aaron Abel definitely up there in 7th, and Lane Pigs in 8th, who fell back early, starting to gain back those spots. Looks like the 48 wanted to make a peek, couldn't quite do it. As we look further back in the pack for some battles, Andrew Williams making moves through this pack. Same thing with Laura Chung and Cullen Francis, as others definitely falling back through this segment to this point, especially Blaine Keys. It has been very rough for Blaine Keys, but it has not been rough for David Dixon and Logan Williams, who have been great to this point and are moving up through this field at quite rapid pace, as we're going to have some 3-wide action, it sure looks like. Uh-oh, look at this, Jack Haas to the inside. We're going to go 3 wide right here into turn number 3. First 3-wide action in a little bit, and Jack Haas going to clear them both right there. So great move from Haas. Watch out. Watson's going to check up big time, and Watson's going to lose out big time as Dixon goes by Monaco now. Further up front, Kochmer gets cycled. And look at this, closing up for the lead once again between Caleb Rose and Bradley Joe as Owen Miles going for third. We have passed lap 200. Your leader for lap 200 was Caleb Rose. So your two lap leaders there at the milestones 100 and 200, Reggie Fogelman, Caleb Rose. We will be keeping track of that as we go along. Looks like the 48 had a rough corner. Gonna get cycled back quite a bit right here. We might even see some more 3-wide action. No, the 48 is just gonna back out of that, probably smartly. And just gonna get back in line. A good move from Fogelman, who's been very smart this race. Just managing the pace. Felix Mayer in the 50. Now looking to the inside of Owen Miles. That's another great move for this 50 machine. A new driver in our series. We have lots of new drivers on the channel here. But Felix Mayer, one of those. Welcome to the channel. Lane Pigg's making the move right there in the 12. Another one of the new drivers to the channel. And look at this. Chuck Rago starting to make some moves in the 42. And look who's joined this pack. It's Andrew Williams. Of course, we know Logan Williams quite well from his dominant wins in the DPORL Cup Series this year, but not a lot of you who've been following this channel, well, maybe a lot of you have followed other series, but Andrew Williams, of course, with a relation to Logan Williams, and those two have been pretty good this race, I gotta say. Logan Williams had fallen back, but is starting to make up some ground through this pack, as you can see right here. Tim Bowen making up a lot of ground in the 41. Here we go. Looks like Kochmer had a bit of a moment right there and almost got passed by the 48. Now is going to get passed by the 48 as we have 3-wide action. Oh my goodness. I look away for 1 second and they're going 3-wide and we're having some wildness and craziness up front. So almost missed that, but didn't quite. Chuck Rago moving up as well. So your running order, once this all settles out, I'll actually let it settle out a little bit more because it looks like this 14 lost a lot of momentum. And actually the 42 wants to make yet another move right here. Look at this 42 machine. Has almost gained pace from the pretty darn good pace in the first segment. So great stuff here from Chuck Rago in that 42. Looks like Caleb Rose just maintaining the gap for the moment. Lane Pigg's in second has made the way up towards the front. Once again, your running order, and I'm going to try and get through this without any passes being made, but I can't guarantee anything. Caleb Rose, Lane Pigs, Chuck Rago, Felix Mayer, Bradley Joe, Andrew Williams, Owen Miles, Reggie Fogelman, Aaron Abel, and Leonard Kochmer in the 10. And look at this, the 12 has closed on the 38, and that exit for Caleb Rose is not going to work out real well. Looks like the 12 continues to close in, but Chuck Rago in the 42 also closing in for the race lead. Look at this, 3 cars in the picture right here, all battling it out for the lead. Let's see what happens into 3. Any moves made? Looks like the 12 wants to make a move to the inside, but is blocked by the 38. Nice move from Caleb Rose to block the run. Further back, Andrew Williams now looking for 4th. What a run it's been in this second segment for Andrew Williams. Just 34 laps in and already making himself a contender in this event. And look at this. The 12 continuing to close in. Will a move be made into 3? It sure looks like it. Yes! Pigs to the inside, and Lane Pigs in the 12 will get the race lead away, and Chuck Rago is going to follow through and get second. And Chuck with a great run of momentum right here as we head into turn 1, but lost it, transitioning back up onto the banking. So a little bit of a hiccup there. But the 12 leads Great run so far for Lane Pigs as we have hit lap 210 of this event. Once again, we got a big group of drivers right here, all the way back to Kochmer in 10th. All these drivers right here. And looking at the field spread, now everything is accurate, by the way, with Orban 15 laps down. And it looks like the 77 off the pace. Hold on just a second. What happened to this 77? Way off. How much time did this 77 lose? Lost 0.6 of a second, so I'm wondering if something's up with Matt Tuck. Really falling back in this race so far. Very unfortunate for the 77. And probably, well, still far away from going a lap down, but, you know, you don't want to be in that spot as Caleb Rose looking for second. Gonna get second away, and Andrew Williams continuing to move through this field up to third. Now will Andrew Williams, what a mistake. Will Andrew Williams work with the 38 of Caleb Rose? Or will Williams try and get by this 38? I think the answer is clear. Andrew wants to make these moves and make them as soon as possible. The 71 gonna peek to the inside, easily getting inside of Caleb Rose. And on lap 38 of 175, it's Andrew Williams in second, and Chuck Rago gonna make the move for third. Good stuff early on in segment 2. Here's Bradley Joe looking all right. The 50's going to have to check up off the corner. Felix Mayer, look at this. Aaron Abel making a move, but I don't want to miss anything up front. Aaron Abel gets by, and that's for 5th right there on Bradley Joe. Owen Miles wanted to follow through, but couldn't quite. And here we go, Chuck Rago for second. Watch out for this 42 again. Just going back and forth right here. But they're all following the 12 of Lane Pigs, who leads the way and doesn't look to give up this race lead anytime soon. Andrew Williams got forced outside and is now really going to lose a couple spots here, unless the 38 really had to check up, and that looks like what happened. But it still looks like Caleb Rose going to have the advantage through the corner. Just not going to work out when you get into 3 and 4 when you're on the outside lane like that. We're on lap 40 of 175. Want to check on tire wear. Doesn't look like anybody is pitting so far, but the tire wear at this point has fallen off just about 4 seconds, and that's when you want to start making the move. Here goes Chuck Rago to the inside, trying to get position, and will this 42 lead for the first time tonight? I believe the first time tonight, actually. I can't guarantee that that's true, but hasn't led a significant chunk of laps tonight, if he has led. But actually, the 42 going to go to the pit lane here. Smart move from the 42, as the 12 going to continue on right here. So that's going to hurt the 12 in the long run. As we saw in segment 1, the undercut is the way to go, and everybody's on that strategy. There's Bianchi going by, going an extra lap. Look at all these drivers on this strategy. I mean, everybody except for 2 drivers who stayed out an extra lap here. And that's really going to hurt the 12 of Pigs and the 19 of Bianchi. Just unfortunate strategy calls. You got to come in when everyone else comes in, or try and undercut them, because the overcut does not work. We're going to try and watch the race off pit road here. Will the 71 win the race off pit road? It's going to be tight. But those 2 continue to battle, but it's the 42 winning the race off pit road. Here's the 54 of Aaron Abel. Did Aaron Abel come in a lap before? It sure looks like, and it actually looks like a good chunk of drivers came in a lap before. My apologies if I didn't catch that. I thought everybody just came in together, but I guess I could be mistaken. Let's see if the 54 is indeed the leader this time. Actually, the 12 and the 19 are, the leaders technically, but 54 should cycle to the lead here. How about that? So some undercut strategy was involved right here, getting some drivers towards the front of the field. You can see the 71 and the 42 definitely not going to cycle to first and second, but just going to have 1 lap fresher tires or so as we move through this segment here. Here's a move. Owen Miles to the inside of Kochmar right here. That's for third. As Aaron Abel with a 2.7 second advantage. The undercut certainly working right there for the 54, who takes the lead by quite a margin. 10 just going to have to back out as Owen Miles takes the position right there. And Ryan Durrani in the conversation. It looks like Rego and Williams cycle to 6th and 7th after all of that. Let's check on any drivers who may have had difficulties in the pit stall. Oh boy, it looks like a lot of them had some troubles. Connor Fox is going to get by the 14. But look at this, Benny Watson 2 laps down. Looks like the 12 1 lap down. The 8 1 lap down, now losing laps. Looks like we have plenty of drivers who struggled because everybody came in the same lap. And that's just a very unfortunate scenario for those drivers. Let's see, is Francis out on the track? I'm trying to look. Oh, you can just see. Oh no. The 14 taking quite a bit of time right here. Man, just taking too much time on the pit lane. So in reality, what happens is contact's made on pit road and they miss their pit stall and lose a few laps getting towed back. But, you know, I guess for our race's circumstances, we're just going to have to say that, you know, they had some issues, had to repair some damage, had mechanical issues. I don't really know what to say. Obviously, that's the one hiccup there for these drivers, and you can see it's really going to cost them big time. Just so unbelievably unfortunate. So now at this point, that means there are 30 cars on the lead lap. The 8's not out of it, I will say. Cullen Francis is definitely not out of it. If he can just maintain 1 lap down, that'll get him back on the lead lap if we get a yellow or at the end of this segment. So definitely still has a chance. Connor Fox, like I said, still has a chance at 3 laps down, but we're starting to get iffy going 4 or 5 laps down this late in this event. I know we still have well over half the race to go, but you don't want to be digging yourself in that hole that early on. Looks like the 34 is back out there. 5 laps down. Wow, that's brutal. Looks like the 12 also 5 laps down. But this is interesting. This is very interesting because, like I said, when they'd miss their pit stall in these test runs, they'd lose 1 lap, maybe 2 laps. It's more, if I can speak, more like what Cullen Francis experienced. But in this case, we've had a lot of these drivers, unfortunately, lose 4, 5 laps in this. And it's just been, you know, very unfortunate circumstances for these drivers. And we'll have to see if they do indeed recover. Benny Watson actually 6 laps down right there. So once again, we're starting to spread out just a bit. The 54 of Aaron Abel leads this race after a great strategy call, to be quite honest. Further back, Andrew Williams and Chuck Rego trying to work up through the field. We'll see if that gap closed any this time by. It sure did. It closed about a 10th for the 42 car. And we'll just have to see if anyone can close on the 54 before the next pit cycle. Or maybe someone will pull some wild strategy, you never know. It's a 6-hour race. Lots of things can happen. And they certainly will happen. But look at this. You can see sort of the 22 of Ryan Durrani still holding a decent gap over the 42. And the 42 didn't have the greatest of corners right there. But eventually, as we wear on into this run, I just think the 42 is better, to be quite honest with you. And I think Andrew Williams in the 71 has a superior car to the 10 in this event so far. What got lost in all that is Felix Mayer is 7th. I believe 7th. Maybe 6th, actually. Felix Mayer going to cross the line right here. We'll check on that. Going to be, yes, 6th. 7th is Owen Miles. David Dixon has made his way up to 8th. 9th place is Laura Chung. And 10th right here is Caleb Rose, with Fogelman falling outside the top 10. And Tim Bowen closing on this group of cars. How about this 41 really making a comeback after being a lap down? And David Dixon gonna get by Owen Miles. So Dixon continuing to make a charge. We'll watch the 22 and 42 because I believe they are decently fast. But I just don't know if they'll be able to catch the 54, as the 34 of Benny Watson moves back to 5 laps down. So we have 3 cars that are 5 laps down, all with troubles on the pit lane. We have Connor Fox, who is 3 laps down, but recovering quite nicely so far from that incident early on, losing 5 laps. And then we have Cullen Francis, 1 lap down at the moment. There's Connor Fox in the 16. Just hanging in there. Looks like Matt Tuck has gained a little bit of pace here. Kind of caught on to the back of this pack. But right now, Aaron Abel leading by about 2.1 seconds. So that gap is going down. Aaron Abel is, kind of struggling here from the lead on these tires because we are starting to wear these tires just a bit. I'm wondering if Abel really pushed those first couple laps, because that'll hurt the tire for the whole duration of the run to come. So once again, something to watch as we move along right here. The 22, this time the gap going to be about even from last time, as Andrew Williams getting cycled back. So that's big news right there for Williams. Unfortunately losing quite a few spots right there in that whole shuffle. David Dixon continuing to move forward, trying to get by for the 5th position. Good stuff from David Dixon moving up through the field, and Reggie Fogelman trying to make a comeback here. Here's Andrew Williams, who will get by the 10 with a solid move. And you can see this 41 has moved into a top 10 position. How about this for Tim Bowen? After falling a lap down and being pretty much out of contention the whole first segment, now he's got a real great chance to recover in this second segment and set up well for the final segment. Once again, we watch gaps at the line. Under 2 seconds with about 20 laps to go. And caution's out. Caution is out. There has been an accident. We'll go ahead and see what happened there. We'll do it live. Because, in this race, I don't really have time to go edit. So I've just got to see what's going on live. Let's see. Who was the one that spun? Was it Ormond? Sure looks like it. Yep, that was the cause of the incident. Let's go back and see what happened. Nathan Ormond making a move to the inside of Jack Davies in the 20. And Ormond gonna clear himself, and yeah, that's not gonna work out. The 24 sent spinning. But fortunately, that's the only real thing to happen right there. Looks like everyone pretty good. So we'll give everyone yet another lap back in this race. As everyone participating in pit stops. Let's see if everyone makes it to their pit stall. Right, Chuck Rago certainly did. 43 did as well. So everything holding on quite nicely. For now, let's make sure nobody has any bad incidents in their pit stall. Let's check the 12 again. Will the 12 make it? Yes, the 12 does make it. And drivers coming off the pit lane right here. Let's see. Looks like actually we had a bit of strategy here, and the 45 and the 22 have jumped the 54. Interesting stuff. Ryan Durrani is going to be your race leader. Let's get everybody lined up and all sorted out, and then we'll go ahead and give wave arounds and all that good stuff. As we are stacking up. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, contact, and the 6. Wow. If this wasn't no damage, we'd have some interesting incidents off the pit lane. We'll just say that. As we are still trying to sort things out. Look at this. The three kind of getting caught up in this mess. You can see drivers just trying to find their position in line. And we'll try and wave everyone around. Alright, so let's go ahead and start the wave around process. We're going to wave by the 8 of Cullen Francis. If I can type correctly. Cullen Francis going to get a lap back. Same with Connor Fox. The 12 of Lame Pig's going to get a lap back. Let's see, the 14 also going to get a lap back, Bradley Joe. Almost typed the wrong number. The 34 of Benny Watson. Going to get a lap back, and Nathan Ormond will get a lap back. All right, we should be good for wave arounds right there. Connor Fox now only 2 laps down. Let's watch and make sure Ormond doesn't accidentally hit anybody into the corner here. Looks like everybody clear. All right, 1 lap to green right here. And like I said, this 16 of Connor Fox is not out of it. Only 2 laps down. Only needs 1 unscheduled yellow. And then we'll be guaranteed a spot back on the lead lap. So good stuff here. If you're Connor Fox, you know, you're just making up the laps, just getting closer and closer to that all-important lead lap. But we're going to go green here with the 22 of Ryan Durrani in the lead, followed by the 45 of David Dixon, Aaron Abel, Felix Mayer, Tim Bowen, Andrew Williams, Reggie Fogelman, Chuck Rago, Laura Chung, and Caleb Rose, your top 10. There's Leonard Kochmer and Jack Haas right there. Whoa, we had some incidents and wildness and passing and... did I accidentally give the 24 another wave around that I shouldn't have? I don't know what just happened there, but we're just going to go along with it and pretend like it didn't just happen. Let's see, did I accidentally do that? No, I didn't. It was just some wildness and wackiness with the game. So we're just going to go along with it. The 22 of Ryan Durrani getting out to a good advantage right there. 3 wide off the corner, and the 24 serves a penalty right there. Oh, getting tight. There we go, into the wall. And they save it. Unbelievable. I cannot believe they saved that. With no damage. That is incredible stuff right there. Can you believe that? And look at this. It's allowed the top few to get away, and Aaron Abel is the new leader, but I cannot believe they saved that. What an unbelievable save. And we still might not be done here. They're getting real close off the corner. Everybody makes it. No caution. We are all good right here. And the 54 of Aaron Abel is out to a lead over David Dixon. Here's Chuck Rago and Andrew Williams going at it. Jack Haas in the 7 is here to play. Gonna get by Andrew Williams because Williams is gonna have to check up right there. And Jack Haas now, I believe, into the top 5. Yes, Jack Haas into the top 5. Duncan Ward making moves back in the pack. You can see Ward is now on the verge of a top 10 run. Skylar Taylor moving through the pack. Same thing with Bryce Egan and Lucian Bianchi. They're going to go 3 wide right here. Watch out. Looks like they'll all make it just fine, but, you know, I've seen crazy things happen so far, and it's just going to get crazier and crazier as we keep going, as it's the 54 of Aaron Abel leading the 45 of David Dixon, but Dixon's ready to pounce on lap 68 of 175 in the segment. Here we go. We're approaching lap 250 in this event, and David Dixon making a charge for the lead. Off a turn 4, Abel's going to have to concede the position, and David Dixon is the new leader in the 6 hours of Kansas. Great move from the 45, Chuck Rago looking, and there's the 22 making a move. Ryan Durrani looking to get the lead back, and we are cycling once again. Wow. Some wild action to this point, but the race leader is now the 22. That is Ryan Durrani. But will Chuck Rago have anything to say about it? Here goes the 42. Here was almost 3 wide. Jack Haas almost decided to send it. Didn't quite, but that would have been very legendary right there if the 7 sent that. But it looks like the 42 of Chuck Rago is going to take the lead of this race. How about that for the 42? Following will be Aaron Abel. Gonna get by. Looks like Dixon will get by as well. Same thing with Jack Haas. And Haas, well, actually had to check up right there, so not the greatest entry into the corner, but looks like the 22 had a very rough entry. Well, that was a wild sequence, I can certainly tell you that. But right now, Chuck Rago leads on lap 71 of 175. All pit strategy is thrown off by that. Let's check and make sure everybody's good. Everybody is good on the pit lane, so all the laps should be accurate here. 3 wide once again. Caleb Rose definitely tried it right there and will get to the inside of the 48. As things are heating up through the middle of this pack. Top 4 have broken away at the moment. Of course, that could change very shortly. But right now, Chuck Rago starting to pull away from the field. Lap 73 of 175 in the segment. Duncan Ward gonna make a move on Laura Chung, I believe this time. No, Chung's able to fend it off, but Andrew Williams gets by Reggie Fogelman this time. And how about Duncan Ward? Really, really slow to start this segment and really to end last segment after starting on pole, but is now back in the top 10. Just wait until the time is right. And here comes Jack Haas. Jack Haas to the inside, but not going to quite get there. Once again, had to check up. Although still looking on the 45, it's not quite going to happen. So David Dixon holds on to third. Caleb Rose in the top 5. Laura Chung making moves. Looks like Duncan Ward making moves. Good stuff from the 11 and the 23 moving through this field, but it looks like the top 2 have broken away just a bit from this pack. And Fogelman starting to fall back as all these drivers freight training to the inside. Let's see if Aaron Abel has anything for Chuck Rago. Abel was pretty darn fast that past run, but you know, the caution came out and that was really it for the leading pace at least. But let's see if Aaron Abel can potentially get that spot back. Now under 0.2 of a second back, gonna follow in the tracks as Haas once again wanted to look to the inside, but Dixon had the momentum. We have passed 250 laps out of 700 in this event, and Chuck Rago has led lap 250, and we are continuing to move along in this event. Rago continuing to fend off the 54, who is hungry to get back to the front. Look at that, diving it in there, but unfortunately not paying off on the exit. A bad corner for the 54 is going to doom that charge for the lead. Any move being made right here? Will Laura Chung get to the inside of Caleb Rose? Not quite. Looking further back for any moves being made. That's a lap car of Connor Fox on the outside, but it looks like the 19 of Bianchi and the 77 of Matt Tuck notably getting through. So we're having some pretty good action at this point in the middle of the field as the 16 getting cycled further back. Nathan Ormond, of course, let's see, where's Ormond scored? 16 laps down. I gave Ormond a lap back, and he just was like, no laps back, so whatever on that. The 48 getting by Skylar Taylor and tightening up towards the front once again. Jack Haas is now in third position, hunting down the top two. Caleb Rose to the inside of David Dixon, and Dixon had a really, really bad corner right there and gonna fall back. Further up front, looks like Haas is pushing the 54 to get closer to the 42, and these three will all battle it out eventually. But at the moment, it's the 42 holding the advantage in this event. Laura Chung wants to peek to the inside of Caleb Rose, but that won't happen. But a really good corner for the 54, and it looks like Abel is all over the 42. Let's watch into turn number 3. Diving it into the inside, but just not gonna get it. And Haas thought about trying to make a move, but couldn't quite get there as the 42 actually had a rough exit, and the 54 closes in. The whole group right here. Anybody could make a move at any time for the lead of this race, and Laura Chung is thinking about making moves right now. Chung to the inside for 4th. Andrew Williams will try and follow through as the 38 goes way high right there. And a lot of drivers going to follow through right here. You can see Kochmar in the 10, and it looks like maybe even David Dixon and Duncan Ward will try and follow as well. But we are as tight as can be up front as Chuck Rago leads the way, but you know, the 54 of Aaron Abel just not going away. Same with Jack Haas. Laura Chung's been fast, and Andrew Williams wants to take a peek, but not gonna do it. Duncan Ward under Caleb Rose, and look at that, there's the 60 of Max Davis making an appearance in the top 10. Max Davis, one of the last couple to sign up before sign-ups closed, and having a very respectable showing in this second segment. And I accidentally changed the camera. I don't want to do that. I want a consistent camera. As here we go for the lead. The 54 of Aaron Abel trying to make the move on the 42. Let's watch into turn 3. The 42 is just going to concede the position right there. We'll see if that hurts the 42 in the long run. No, it doesn't look like it. A nice move by the 42 to remain in second. A fantastic job not breaking momentum for Chuck Rago, and Chuck will be able to just settle in and maybe go for the lead once again with a great corner. Will the 42 close enough to make the move right back? Here we go into turn number 3. Laura Chung has made the move on Jack Haas. That move is complete, and Andrew Williams follows through, but the 54 maintains ahead of the 42 as Laura Chung is going to close in. Jack Haas now losing positions to Kochmar. Gonna lose a spot to Davis and Burton most likely. Tyler Burton moving back up through the field. Top 3 are closing in on each other once again. I believe these 3 are pretty darn fast. We'll watch the rest of the field close in on each other. Tyler Burton with a solid move to the inside. That's gonna work out. And it looks like the 60 and the 7 didn't break momentum too much, but Duncan Ward wants to try and capitalize on the momentum loss from Haas. Back to the front, Laura Chung trying to look underneath of the 42 of Rago, but not quite. Rago gets the run off the corner. Tyler Burton got to the inside of Kochmar, and looks like we have a mess back here of drivers trying to move up through this pack. You can just see how many drivers are trying to battle up and set themselves up for a good pit cycle and really a good end of this segment, because you want the track position early on as Laura Chung once again moving through this field to second. Gonna get by the 42, and the target is set on the 54. Can Laura Chung get there? That is the question, as the 42 just backs out once again in order to conserve momentum. Looks like that's still not going to work great as the 71 closes in. But maybe, just maybe, we'll stay ahead of the 71. We'll have to watch that and see. Yes, so a great move from Rago to maintain third as Laura Chung is now second, and Tyler Burton moving quickly up this pack. We restarted over 20 laps ago, getting close to 30 laps ago on the restart, so expect pit stops sometime relatively soon. as Andrew Williams all over the back bumper of Burton. Really, Laura Chung is all over the back bumper of the 54 and making the move to the inside. And Laura Chung now making her way to the front. This race just got a whole lot more interesting at the front with all these drivers duking it out at the front of the field for the lead of this race. It seems like nobody has the dominant car in this segment like Fogelman did. They're all just going back and forth. Look at the 71 having to check up, going too low right there. So Chung, Rago, Burton, and Williams, but look at Rago looking to the inside once again. Can we get another lead change in this segment? We'll have to see in turn 3 as Andrew Williams is to the inside and Kochmer has passed the 54. Rago all over the 11 but has to check up. So unfortunate for the 42 who had all the momentum but not quite there. And Kochmer to the inside of Tyler Burton this time. That'll be for the 4th position on the number 4. Max Davis continuing to move up through the field, but Laura Chung with a great set of corners right there, starting to just gap the field just a bit. It's the largest lead for a leader we've had in a while, as Rago really starting to feel the heat of those tires after battling hard for position. We'll see if this group can try and catch. Right now, Andrew Williams just running a little bit lower, but not looking to pass, as actually Max Davis is looking to get by the 4, but peeks back in line. Looks like all these drivers content to try and help each other move back up towards Laura Chung, who has started to pull away, but we'll watch the gap this time. Yeah, it grew that time, so Chung with a great machine at this point, and honestly, Andrew Williams looks like he's starting to feel the pressure of the 11 pulling away and the 10 in the rearview mirror, and now the 71 will make the move to the inside for second. So Andrew Williams will try and hunt down the 11 this time, as the 42 gonna lose a few spots here. Definitely gonna lose a spot to the 60, I would think, unless the 60 has to check up. But the 60 does not have to check up that much, so we're all good right there. The 71 looks pretty darn fast, but the 10 looks a little bit faster, diving to the inside. Not gonna quite get a move done there. But wow, have we seen it shuffle in these last few laps. I mean, everybody just challenging everybody, and you know, it's allowed for some great moments and some great racing and some really great saves, I gotta say. On lap 95 of 175, and look at this, Williams is fast. Closing in, but the 10 is faster. Moving to the inside of Williams. So Kochmer in the 10, with the help of Max Davis, is gonna move by and now be the one to try and challenge Chung. Williams gonna lose a spot there, gonna lose another spot here, and might lose a spot to Burton as well. Gonna get freight trained once again. As Max Davis actually makes the move for second, and we're cycling for second. Oh my goodness, this is some unbelievable stuff right here. On lap 96 of 175 in this segment, I would be expecting pit stops shortly, but don't know when they're gonna be. We'll see who takes the undercut and goes out to an advantage, but here goes Rago once again. These moves are incredible right here. Some of these drivers absolutely fearless, as Nathan Stapleton has entered the top 10 once again. Max Davis with a great corner. Looks like the 10's going to survive the challenge right here and going to hold on at least decently well. Well, no, actually going to get put to the outside. Laura Chung now almost 7/10 of a second ahead. And Tyler Burton now looking inside of Chuck Rago. And that move's going to be complete right here as we head into turn number 1. So Laura Chung being ahead of all the chaos is going to pay dividends right here, just trying to pull away from the 60 and the 4. Here's Stapleton right here running a comfortable 10th. And Matt Tuck running in 11th at the moment. Moving back through the field, David Dixon is settled in. Same with Duncan Ward, Logan Williams as well. Will Parrish really moving through this field. And going to get by, looks like Durrani right here. So Will Parrish really starting to gain spots. Bowen's lost some momentum right here, but Hubert's gained some momentum. Looks like Mayer has kind of lost out on everything. Burnett has really fallen back. Egan, Monaco, Blaine Keys way off. There's Bianchi and Owen Miles. You can see Benny Watson, who's laps down. Jack Davies has lost a lot of pace. The 12 of Pigs and the 8 of Francis, I don't think they got the chance to really go all the way around when I waved him around, because a little bit of chaos happened there. Looks like Watson, yep, 5 laps down. The other 2, 4 laps down. And of course, Connor Fox, only 2 laps down. As Tyler Burton continuing to mount a charge, and honestly, Burton's had the best charge so far for the lead. Watching the gap this time, let's see what it is. Oh yeah, there we go. Over a 1/10 of a second taken out of the lead that time for Burton. Over 100 laps complete in segment number 2. That means we are past lap 275 in this race, and quickly approaching lap 300. Burton continuing to close as he pulls away from the 71 of Andrew Williams. And Rego and Fogelman are there. Max Davis has lost some ground. And Nathan Stapleton continuing to gain ground in this event. Looks like Fogelman wants to peek inside. That will happen. Fogelman does get to the inside of Rego and setting up a potential pass in 3 and 4. Rose to the inside of Stapleton. That's going to force Stapleton back a little bit. But look at how this is closing right here. The 11 had to check up once again off the corner. We'll watch the gap once again this time. Under 0.3 of a second. But is the caution out? Or what's happening? What's going on? Did the 4 close that much in that corner? Oh my goodness. You can see who's pitting now. Francis is pitting. The 14, Bradley Joe's pitting. But look at this battle for the lead. Looks like the 4 is going to come in, and the 11's actually going to come in as well this time by. So a great battle for the lead. Looks like a bunch of lap down cars came. Matt Tuck stays out. Duncan Ward stays out. I'm not sure how well that'll work out for them. But here we go. The whole field once again coming in, and this is where you can miss your pit stall. Let's watch the 11. Gets in nicely. And actually angled really good to get out of the pit box. Just a little bit slow transitioning to the other tires, but gonna get all 4 on and gonna leave after a nice clean pit stop. Looks like the 71 is gonna be pretty far back right there. So Chung will have a nice advantage, and Andrew Williams will be second. Burton third. Looks like Max Davis 4th, and we are 3 wide coming out of the pit lane. Watch out. Who has the pit stop struggles this time? Let's see. Anybody stuck in? Yes, it looks like the 99. No, actually the 99 does get out. So good stuff from Bruno Giacomo's crew to get out. Of course, the 77, 23, and 24 came in a lap later, so they're all good. No pit stop issues this cycle. We are all clean and good. But you can see who's out of here. That's the 11 of Laura Chung, absolutely gone. That gap has grown to just under 3 seconds. And that's going to be a hard gap to overcome unless we have a caution once again. Of course, I've seen crazy things with cautions lining up in weird places. But here we go, the gap at the line, 3.4 seconds. And these 3 all kind of in a pack with the 14 of Bradley Joe to try and catch. You can see the 11 all out by herself in front of this field. Next car is the 99 of Bruno Giacomo. Then it's the 20 of Davies. Then the 9 and the 6. So Laura Chung this time, well, looking all right. Loses just a little bit of time as the field sort of shakes around. But Andrew Williams now trying to get to the inside of the lap car of Bradley Joe. Of course, Bradley Joe sitting at 4 laps down. And honestly, holding on pretty nicely. So look at this. Here comes the 60 of Max Davis as Burton starts to fall off. That gap growing now just a bit. But look at this. The 60 getting all the way to the inside of the 14. That's going to be a completed move. How about that for Max Davis? And so the 71 is going to look to the inside. And soon Bradley Joe will not be a problem right here. Burton going to get stuck behind the 14, but now peeks to the inside. The gap this time remained stable. So the battle is for second at the moment as Laura Chung finally gets out to a pretty comfortable lead. Looking back in the pack, Jose Gonzalez in 5th, must have pulled an undercut. You can see the 54 of Aaron Abel in the picture, David Dixon. Nathan Stapleton, pretty comfortable right there. And then you can see the 84 of Skylar Taylor with Caleb Rose right behind. And Logan Williams looking to close in on a top 10 position. Meanwhile, some battling back here is Chuck Rago, Tim Bowen going at it. 77 actually did not lose that much ground. So good stop and a good cycle for Matt Tuck. We'll see how that works out. Tuck moving towards the top 10 actually at this point. Here's a battle right here. The 21, well, held it pretty well. And back towards, well, technically not the front, but the front of this interesting battle. You can see Max Davis currently leading this second group. But Laura Chung just out of here at the moment. Can Laura Chung cruise to a segment 2 victory? Still a lot of racing to go, but looking pretty nice at the moment. Not a whole lot to talk about right here, so we'll just go through the field right here, starting sort of out back, or actually we'll start out front. So Laura Chung has had an up and down day, but that pit cycle certainly put her towards the front and in position to kind of just cruise to the segment victory. But we got one more pit cycle left, so we'll see if the 11 can maintain that position. Max Davis in the 60 has really come forward as of late as a contender in this race. But you just never know how, when we turn damage on, things will cycle. The 4 of Tyler Burton is one of those vehicles that was fast early on, kind of dipped out a little bit, but starting to get that pace back. Andrew Williams in the 71 was kind of a no-show in segment 1, but really putting on a performance in segment 2. Lap cars right there. Jose Gonzalez had flashes earlier, but now really getting up there. And the 54 of Aaron Abel had a dominant segment until the caution came out. So unfortunate for the 54, kind of got cycled back. You can see David Dixon has been pretty strong as of late. Dixon started in the, if I can find where Dixon started. Oh no, this text is so small, me trying to find their starting position. Where did he start? That is the question. 25th. Okay, I finally found it. 25th. David Dixon started 25th, currently in 7th. Nathan Stapleton making a comeback after being strong early on. Caleb Rose has been hovering around the top 10 all day. And Skylar Taylor making moves as of late. You can see the 17 of Logan Williams trying to move up towards Andrew Williams in this field. And look at that. Matt Tuck making moves right now. Further back in the pack, you can see these drivers going at it. The 1 of Matthew Hubert has actually gained very decent ground and has moved into the top 15 as Chuck Rago has really started to fall off in the middle of this pack. So Matthew Hubert, huge shout out to the one, did not add the pace, but the adjustments were really key for this one machine. Let's follow Matt Tuck for a bit. On fresher tires than the rest of the field here, just moving up through this pack. Let's watch. Already peeking inside, maybe gonna make a move. Tried it, but the 17 has the momentum on the outside. Not gonna have the momentum for long though. Has to check up, and the 77 is there. Maybe not close enough to make a move into one, but definitely closing. Matt will stay patient here, trying to move into the 11th position on Williams. Once again, gonna take a little bit of a peek, but not, well, maybe gonna work. Yeah, sure looks like it. Closing in. Here we go to the inside. And looks like the 17 had to check up. Here comes Matt Tuck, making a nice move as we move into turn one. That is for 11th. Next up, Skylar Taylor, who is running 10th, but of course hasn't had the fastest machine in this segment. You can see when Tuck clears Williams, well, actually, that was an awful corner for the 77. Actually going to end up losing all the ground he made up. So, never mind on what I said, basically. Matt Tuck in a rough spot now. I shouldn't say in a rough spot. I'm over-dramatizing this because really, I mean, it's a fine enough spot. And actually, basically clear right there. So, Tuck's just absolutely fine. There I go again, trying to make things overly dramatic when they're not. Laura Chung, once again, just kind of out front, just relaxing, but, you know, things can change rapidly. Let's look at lap times right here. Just about a second of fall off to this point. 1.2 seconds of fall off for the 60. About 1.2 seconds of fall off for the 4. Starting to spread out front as it looks like the fastest drivers have worked their way to the front in this event. And we're just kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen as Connor Fox actually has worked through this pack for the most part and may even be able to get back a lap the old-fashioned way. What a story that would be for the 16. Not too far back. But once again, Laura Chung just doing Laura Chung things as of late. Won the All-Star Challenge, of course. Won the Southern 500. These sort of races where tires come into play and it gets interesting, you know, kind of seem to be Laura Chung's type of race. Looking further back for any sort of battle going on. Well, here we go. We're going to focus on Tuck again, as Caleb Rose has fallen to 10th place. And Tuck is, well, was gaining. Had a rough corner right there. Can Caleb Rose get to the inside of Skylar Taylor? Sure looks like it. So Caleb Rose peeking. Can the move be done? Sure looks like it. Caleb Rose getting the edge on the 84 as the 77 closes in. And this is going to move Matt Tuck into the top 10 once again. So strategy kind of worked out for the 77 on this run. You know, the overcut hasn't been that great, but at least in this run, it's worked out quite well for the 77. The gap at the front, well now Tyler Burton actually in second. 3.6 seconds as we have hit lap 300, and leading lap 300 is going to be Laura Chung. So leading lap 100 was Reggie Fogelman. Leading lap 200 was, oh no, I already can't remember. Oh no. Leading lap 300 was Laura Chung. Dang, I'm getting tired. We're approaching midnight local time as I'm recording this, so you know, I'll be well rested for segment 3 when I record tomorrow. But right now, the top 4 kind of set in stone. Battle for 5th could get interesting. Actually, here comes Connor Fox to get by the 71. So this 16, once again, just slowly moving through this pack of lead lap cars and looks awful fast right now, if I do say so myself. Potentially something to watch as we get to this next pit cycle. Any battling going on right here? We'll see. Does the 77 have a chance? No, not really. Well, off the corner, it's going to get a little bit closer. It's going to get a lot of bit closer, actually. But once again, just one of those situations where you're just not... Well, never mind. You know, whatever I say, just take the opposite. I thought Tuck wasn't going to be close enough, but just made it look easy and made me look stupid right there. Nice move from Matt Tuck. And Duncan Ward in the 23, now closing on a top 10 position, currently running in, well, 12th it looks like. Hold on just a second. Yes, 12th. Chung continuing to pull away at an advantage right now. Fogelman and Mayer going to go at it. Fogelman closes, but well, gonna get there. All over the bumper of Felix Mayer in the 50. And he peeked to the inside this time. Not quite. As we approach the last cycle of pit stops. I believe it should be the last cycle of pit stops in this race. And as these two just continue to go at it, the 60 and the 4. You know, all this battling just really allows the 11 to pull away and kind of get out of here. And honestly, we're almost to the point where the undercut would be worthless for the 60 or the 4. With 4 seconds of fall off and a 4-second gap, yeah, it's not really going to work out. Because look at this. Burton once again to the inside. This is a fantastic battle, but in the context of the race, it's really hurting them both. Of course, none of this will really matter when we get to the end of the segment and we re-rack them and stack them for segment 3. That'll be a wild one with damage turned on, and you know, feelings are going to get hurt pretty early on in that segment, I'm pretty sure. On lap 132 of 175 in segment number 2. These two just continuing to go back and forth. Let's see if Max Davis makes another move on Burton. Into turn number 3. Just settling in right there. No move yet. Andrew Williams has been sitting comfortably in 4th place for quite a bit now, but is being hunted down just a bit by the 54 of Aaron Abel, and that could become an interesting battle in a bit. Nathan Stapleton peeking inside of the 21. Great move right there, and Matt Tuck going to take advantage of that as Jose Gonzalez going to lose a couple more spots. Remember, all this is about positioning for that final segment because you really want the track position on what could be the final restart of the day. Will Duncan Ward get to the inside? Well, looks like it. Potentially. Yeah, those two are going to go side by side, and the 21 really washing up the racetrack. And Duncan Ward moves into the top 10 once again. A very solid move right there, as this group is kind of all over each other. Just about 9 seconds back from the lead. You can see, here's Matt Tuck once again trying to make a move, this time on Stapleton. And Tuck will make that move. A very strong car right now, and really that undercut, or overcut I should say, worked to his advantage on this long run. Usually that wouldn't work, but the 77 team really got it dialed in and must have had a really good stop in all that. 23 going to get by the 5 as Stapleton going to fall all the way back to 10th. Now the question becomes, can Matt Tuck get by David Dixon here? 77's been on a roll so far, but I guess we'll see. Into turn 3. No, just settling in. Or once again, I say that, but the 77 is there and is going to make the move to the inside. A nice little peek from the 77 and gets up the track nicely. And that's going to be for 6th if he can hold it, but couldn't hold it. A very poor entry into the corner. But it paid off on exit. Got to the gas earlier. And now really going to get by the 45 this time. As we're going to go 3 wide, I think. Yes! Some 3 wide action for the first time in a little bit as Duncan Ward forces the issue. And Dixon's going to be the one that's going to get the worst of it. And Duncan Ward actually looking to the inside of Matt Tuck. Fantastic stuff from Duncan Ward in this race. Moving to 6th on Matt Tuck. Some huge battling going on. And Tuck is probably going to lose out to Rose if he's not careful. And actually played that pretty well, all things considered. Rose is still going to get the run and probably move to the inside, but a very good defense from Matt Tuck. And Tuck actually does defend well. Aaron Abel has closed in on the 71 of Andrew Williams, and Duncan Ward looking to close in on those two as it's 5.5 seconds up front. My goodness. Now moving into the later part of the run, lap times almost approaching that 4-second window, and that's when we start to see pit stops. With 35 laps to go, this will set up a pretty long run to the end, but not as long as some of these runs have gone earlier. As Chung has checked out at this point. Here's the 99 going by the 20, it looks like. Checking in on our lap down cars, Cullen Francis must have made a pit stop. Here we go. Yes, we're getting pit stops. It's the 60 that's in. How about that? So the 60 has come in. Laura Chung has stayed out. So actually, the undercut being played right here. I wonder what could happen on this cycle. Let's watch and see if Laura Chung comes in this time. Yes, Chung does follow in pretty shortly. So not a huge deal, but, you know, definitely something to watch for. Should be 4 seconds gained when it's all said and done for Max Davis. Oh, contact! The 11 not able to get into the pit lane. Oh, no, the 11's going to have to get a tow. Oh, no. The 11 gets towed and Laura Chung. An unbelievable heartbreak. I cannot believe what I just saw, and you saw it live. That's what happens when there's contact entering the pit lane. Or entering the pit stall, I should say. That just doesn't allow the drivers to get in, and that driver, unfortunately, has to be towed. And in this case, Laura Chung is going to have to get the tow, which in this case really is more like, you know, like a driver making contact on pit lane and they have to repair the damage. Unbelievable. And look at that. You can see it right here. Max Davis is going to be the leader of this race. I cannot believe that. Or is it going to be Felix Mayer? Hold on. Oh no, Felix just came in. Okay. Sorry to cause any panic right there. I was just wondering what was happening right there, but you can see it's actually the 60 of Max Davis who's going to cycle to the lead. A chaotic pit cycle right there, and Laura Chung is not going to be happy about that. Wow. I still can't believe it. And we saw it live right there. If you make contact entering your pit stall, you're most likely going to have to take a tow, and you're going to lose 4 or 5 laps in the process. A huge, huge, huge mistake. And look at this. Is this Connor Fox only 1 lap down? Yes, it sure is. Connor Fox is ahead of Max Davis now and is now only 1 lap down. That's crucial for the 16 because this means the 16 could get back on the lead lap when it's all said and done. At the end of this segment in just over 30 laps. So, very interesting storylines developing. The comeback of Connor Fox is real and it has been going. And you can see Andrew Williams now in second after all this cycles out. Nathan Stapleton in third. That's notable. Stapleton really setting up well for this final segment. Tyler Burton has held fourth. Duncan Ward in fifth. And you can see Matthew Hubert in sixth. A huge comeback run for the number one. Aaron Abel in seventh. Tim Bowen in eighth, but getting passed by David Dixon. And then 10th place right there is the 17 of Logan Williams. Good stuff right there. Let's see once again who's stuck on the pit lane. This time it's the 14, unfortunately. Just things getting from bad to worse for Bradley Joe. Very unfortunate right there. So when we look at the drivers, how many laps down they are, you can see Nathan Ormond 16 laps down, Bradley Joe 8 laps down, but that's going to grow. Benny Watson 5 laps down, Laura Chung sitting 4 laps down along with the 12 of Lame Pigs. The 16 of Connor Fox only 1 lap down, and the 20, that is Jack Davies, also 1 lap down. So those two would get back on the lead lap if they hold those positions to the end of the segment. There's Laura Chung coming out of the pit lane. Just utter heartbreak for the 11. So unfortunate. And these things happen when you have a 6-hour endurance race, you know. Contact like that can be made, and, you know, just very unfortunate for the 11. Looking further up, you can see Stapleton has taken second away. And Andrew Williams going to take third. But Max Davis leading by a comfortable margin. But watch out here. Closing on the 16 of Connor Fox. And Fox would be 2 laps down then. Fox certainly wants to fight to stay on the lead lap here. Or not on the lead lap. Stay 1 lap down here. We'll have to see how that shapes out, as we are on lap 150, coming to 151 of 175 in this segment. We are 325 laps into this race. We're approaching halfway shortly, and look at this, Max Davis wanting to peek inside of the 16, and that's going to be the case. Connor Fox, unfortunately, going to go 2 laps down. But still, the race will not be over for the 16. Not by any means. Because he can definitely get back to 1 lap down at the end of this segment. And then, if any caution comes out, and we have 350 laps in that final segment, so anything can happen. If that caution comes out in that final segment, that'll put the 16 back on the lead lap and in contention, potentially, for the win. 4.8 seconds is the gap at the moment for Max Davis over the 5 of Nathan Stapleton and the 71 of Andrew Williams. Looks like Duncan Ward is closing on this little group of cars. Can Duncan Ward make his way all the way up to second? That is the question. And we'll certainly answer it in the next few laps as Andrew Williams looking racy right here. Will Andrew Williams try and make a move shortly? No, doesn't do it. And gonna get a questionable exit off the corner at that. So, continuing to have some interesting stuff going on. And Laura Chung is going to try and make back at least a couple positions, or 1 lap. And that would put Chung, let's see, if we're all set and done here, that would put Chung back to 4 laps down, and then would be waved around back to 3 laps down. Tim Bowen in the 41 has had a nice recovery run in this segment. Up to 9th position. Of course, had that very rough start, and we'll really never know what happened, but The 41 just settling in and ready to make that charge in the final segment of this race. Here goes Laura Chung on David Dixon. Once again, that is not for position. What is also not for position is Nathan Ormond, who will make a move on the 17. Or maybe not right there, as Logan Williams is able to maintain. Further back, there's Benny Watson, who's a few laps down. Caleb Rose and Chuck Rago battling outside the top 10. Matt Tuck, you can see, closing on this little battle. And here's Cullen Francis in the 8. Is that 8 car on the lead lap? Yes, indeed, the 8 is on the lead lap. Going to get passed by Jose Gonzalez, but pretty good right now. Jack Haas right there, Felix Mayer on what should be fresher tires by a pretty significant chunk. Now passing for a spot in the top 20 on Reggie Fogelman, who's really fallen off. And Eric Monaco right there is Matthew Burnett. Owen Miles basically been irrelevant this segment. Lane Piggs right there. And the 9 of Bryce Egan. Let's go ahead and watch this 50 move up through the field on these fresher tires. You know, that's always fun to watch, especially when nothing's going on at the front. Well, actually, something went on at the front because Duncan Ward's now third. So Duncan Ward making a charge up at the front, at least for second, before this is all said and done. We'll continue to watch the 50 until that gap closes between the 4 and the 23. You can just see the momentum through the middle of the corner for the 50 is so much better. Will Haas look to the inside of Francis? It sure looks like it. So Francis gonna lose some ground right there as Mayer gets another spot. So this 50 just clawing through the field, and you never know what can happen. Jack Haas gonna get passed this time by the 50, who stayed out pretty long, I gotta say. So the fact that this 50 is within the top 20 and gaining spots is very promising for the overcut. It looks like if you want to overcut, you probably want to give it at least 4 or 5 laps, considering the state of tire wear in this race. Next up for Mayer is going to be the 21. Of course, that is Jose Gonzalez. And going to easily get to the inside right there. So the 50 continuing to charge up through the field. A nice run right there. And next up is going to be the 77 of Matt Tuck or the 42 of Chuck Rago, depending on how that sorts itself out. There's the 17, who currently holds 10th position and is gaining on the 41. Further up, it looks like Duncan Ward has been passed now by the 5. But maintains in front of the 71. So Ward will be 4th. Stapleton will be 3rd. And we're closing in on the end of this segment as Laura Chung now making a move on Tyler Burton. Burton just going to get out of the way as Duncan Ward makes a very, very strong move to the inside of Stapleton. But comfortably behind Burton at the moment. Laura Chung will most likely end up catching the 60, who has kind of pulled away from these lap cars. The lap car of Connor Fox, and then Jack Davies in the 20. Laura Chung will be the one to try and charge and get past the 60 before this segment's up. And just try and get one of those 4 laps back. I believe it's 4 laps. Let me make sure. No, 5 laps. I'm sorry about that. 5 laps. So once again, taking a look at your drivers and who all's a lap down. You can see it right there. Quite a few drivers, some amount of laps down. I would say at this point, probably, I don't know. If Laura Chung can't get a lap back naturally here, I would say Laura Chung's probably out of it. I'd say Watson's probably out of it at this point, and then the Bradley Joe and Nathan Ormond are definitely out of it at this point, being that many laps down. Just looking through the field for any action on track. isn't a whole lot of action, but look at this, the 50. Continuing to close, this time on Matt Tuck. And gonna charge right by the 77. That's going to be for 15th. Could the 50 get a top 10? We'll have to see. We got a group of vehicles right here. You can see Caleb Rose getting the short end of the stick in that battle. And look at this, the 50 is there already. Will the 50 charge to the inside? Absolutely, that wasn't even a question on Caleb Rose. But Rose actually had a pretty decent exit right there. I'm a little bit surprised. But not going to hold up that much longer. 14th place for the 50. And continuing to gain. Next up, the lap car of Benny Watson. Got to get by the 34 pretty quickly. We'll see. Yes! Oh my goodness! What a move right there. This tire strategy really coming into play and just flying right by the 34. Next up, Will Parrish, who is now in 13th after getting passed by Ryan Durrani. Parrish going to have a questionable exit, and the 50 to the inside once again. That's for 13th. Got the spot right there, and now going to make a hard charge for 12th. This time on Ryan Durrani, gonna get that. My goodness, this 50 is flying out here. Now, next up is Skylar Taylor in the 84. There with a great run right there, but you know, the 84 has some help right here with the 24 ahead. Any move this time? No, not quite. Just going to stay in behind. Wants to look outside, but that wouldn't be a great idea. And unfortunately, I believe he's going to look to the outside here. That just does not work. Actually looks to the inside of the 24 and is going to work out all right. But my goodness, Ormond almost gets pounded by the 22. Closing in on 5 laps to go in this segment to the inside of Skylar Taylor. Wow, this 50 on a roll. So this overcut has been really fascinating to watch. And if you overcut by enough laps, I really think it can be effective. Duncan Ward is now second. So a great move by Duncan Ward, by Tyler Burton. Burton has fallen back all the way to 5th while all this is going on. But we're continuing to watch this hard charge from the 50. To the inside of the 1. This is for 10th. How about that? What a charge for the 50. Oh, wow. I can't get over this. This is one of the best charges of the race so far. And now with a great run on the 41. Looking for even more. Into turn number 1. No doubt about it. Did I see the caution out or am I crazy? I was crazy, okay. I thought so. The 20 is back on the lead lap. Hold on a second. The 20 is back on the lead lap, so that's notable. 173 of 175. Duncan Ward right there in second. Stapleton third. Williams 4th, Dixon 5th, and Burton 6th. You can see the charge of the 50 now closing on the 54 and 17. The peak for this 50 machine would probably be 7th at the end of this run. Really good stuff to watch. And look at this, 3 wide. Unbelievable. Look at that. Stapleton had to back out of it, and Burton's going to look to get by Andrew Williams. Wow, Dixon to 3rd, but look at this. It's going to be Max Davis in the 60, leading by 5 seconds, who's going to come around at just 1 lap to go in this segment, approaching lap 350. Here we go, 1 lap to go in the segment. Lap 350 has started for Max Davis. This is the halfway point when we complete this lap. Will Davis try and make a last-second charge on the 20? I don't believe so, but, you know, you just never know what could happen. As I've repeated many times throughout this broadcast. But you can see off of 3 and 4, Max Davis will win segment number 2. And by dominant fashion, 5.2 seconds over second place, which looks to be Duncan Ward. Third place will be David Dixon. Fourth, Andrew Williams. And fifth, by barely, was Tyler Burton. Stapleton 6th. And Felix Merrick gets 7th. Wow. Definitely maxed out the performance right there for that 50. And sets up greatly for what should be an amazing final segment. Logan Williams 8th. Aaron Abel 9th. Skylar Taylor in 10th. Great stuff, I gotta say. And looking through the rest of the field, let's take a look at it before we move on to segment 3. Caleb Rose 11th, Ryan Durrani 12th, Tim Bowen 13th, 14th was Will Parrish, 15th Matthew Hubert, 16th Matt Tuck, 17th Jose Gonzalez, 18th Chuck Grego, 19th Jack Haas, 20th Reggie Fogelman, 21st Owen Miles, 22nd Eric Monaco, 23rd Bryce Egan, 24th was Matthew Burnett, Lucian Bianchi was 25th, Colin Francis in 26th, Blaine Keys 27th, Leonard Kutchmer in 28th, Bruno Diacomo 29th, and Jack Davies 30th on the lead lap. All these following drivers will get one lap back at the end of this segment, which has happened. So Connor Fox will only be 1 lap down. Lane Piggs and Laura Chung will be 3 laps down. Chung did get the lap back. Benny Watson will be 4 laps down. Bradley Joe 8 laps down. And Nathan Ormond will be 15 laps down when we're all set and done. After segment number 2 right here, it was a good segment. Now we're going to move on to segment number 3. We are halfway in the 6 hours of Kansas. Well, here we go. We have made it to the final segment, 350 laps to close out this race. And of course, the stakes are higher. Damage is on. This is for the win. Max Davis and Duncan Ward on the front row for this restart. It's going to be a wild one. We could see a lot of drivers eliminate themselves from contention early on right here. We'll just have to see how everything shakes out for these drivers. But Max Davis in control at the end of that last segment. We'll see if he can hang on in this final segment. Of course, just like last time, we will have the lap cars scored in those correct laps once we get about 15 laps in, because then I can apply all the laps and stuff. So we'll get there when we get there, but for the first few laps, at least, scoring will be at least somewhat inaccurate once again. So let's do this for the restart. The final guaranteed restart of the day, Max Davis and Duncan Ward leading the way. Here we go. We're going green right here. The 60 of Max Davis leads the field to green once again. We're green for what could be the final time in the 6 hours of Kansas. A nice clean start for Max Davis right there and gets out to a nice advantage. Everybody remaining in line, pretty calm so far. 3 wide in the back with Connor Fox. Of course, Fox will be 1 lap down when everything's set and done here with all the scoring and stuff. To make sure nobody dies on this opening lap here, I should say, after the restart. Looks like everybody's all right, and the top 2 have broken away. Max Davis and David Dixon. The top 2 right now, but Aaron Abel and Caleb Rose are making moves and trying to get up towards the front. As that outside lane continues to slip back, you can see drivers being taken 3 wide, almost 4 wide. We'll see if this results in anything right here. Looks like everybody's going to hang on. All right, we are good. Max Davis still out front. It looks like Aaron Abel is catching the 45 of David Dixon. We'll have to just see how that goes right here. Now, this is where we're entering the sketchy portion of my computer, I really don't know how much storage my computer has left. So if there's a little jump cut here, that's probably because I ran out of storage and screwed up. So we'll see how long this makes it. But the 54 of Aaron Abel is jumping to the inside. A nice move right there, and that's going to be for second position. So now Aaron Abel will go after Max Davis. Of course, Max Davis dominant to end segment 2, but Aaron Abel was actually pretty dominant before the caution came out, about 60 laps into segment number 2. You can see Tim Bowen's up here. Same thing with Matthew Hubert, Jose Gonzalez, Owen Miles up through the pack. And you can see Connor Fox. And once we put Connor Fox a lap down, this 16 machine may have a chance to naturally get back on the lead lap, which would be huge for this 16. You can see Aaron Abel continue to close. Look at this. The gap coming down quite quickly between Max Davis and Aaron Abel. 5 laps, going to be 6 laps into this segment, and Aaron Abel will take a peek to the inside. That move going to be completed here as Max Davis has to check up right there, and Aaron Abel will take the lead of this race once again. So the 54 to the lead, and Max Davis settling in second. Third place, David Dixon hanging on to these front 2, and then you can see this group of cars right here. Caleb Rose, Tim Bowen, and Matthew Hubert right here, all looking to gain some spots. You can see lots of drivers diving it way down low. You can see Andrew Williams right there trying to get by Connor Fox, of course not for position. And same thing with Nathan Orman. This won't be for position once it all shakes out. While we're calm for just a little bit here, let's go ahead and get some of the easy laps down all good here. So let me go ahead and go to my handy dandy console. Connor Fox will be 1 lap down. And Lane Pigs will be 3 laps down. There we go right there. Laura Chung will also be 3 laps down. And that is complete right there. Benny Watson will be 4 laps down. There we go right there. Bradley Joe will be 8 laps down. And we can do that now. So we'll go ahead and get that over with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, didn't quite do that there. This is 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 right there. Let's go ahead and check in on what's going on. Tim Bowen looking for 3rd on David Dixon on lap 11 of 350 of this final segment, all the way up to 3rd, as David Dixon now falls back to 4th in that 45 machine. Matthew Hubert right here in the 1, potentially going to peek to the inside in the corner, but we'll see. No, the 1 stays in line. So your top 10 right now: Aaron Abel, Max Davis, Tim Bowen, David Dixon, Matthew Hubert, Owen Miles, Jose Gonzalez, Connor Fox is a lap down, Andrew Williams, Leonard Kochmer, and the 38 of Caleb Rose. So that's your top 10 at the moment. Of course, we'll get Nathan Ormond his 15 laps down in just a second. But we're focused on the battle up front. You can see Matthew Hubert hungry to gain some spots right here. The 1's going to get by the 45, and that will be for 4th. And Owen Miles might actually follow through. This 45 might be in trouble early on. Very unfortunate for the 45, going to lose a good chunk of spots right here. as Gonzalez hops to the inside. Same thing with the 16 of Connor Fox. And it got closer for the lead right here. Max Davis has closed in. Will we see a pass, or will this 54 start to pull away? Let's go ahead and see what happens into turn 3. Nothing happening right there. Looks like the 54 with a fantastic exit pulls away just a bit as the 41 closes on the 60. Will Tim Bowen take the lead after all the early struggles? That would be massive for this 41. But no, look at this. The 60 has a great corner and gets a huge run of momentum right there. Maybe going to peek to the inside. Let's see what happens. Into 3. Not quite going to make a move into 3. So once again, the 54 able to hold off the charge of the 60. And once again, now that we've hit lap number 16 of 350, it is time to finally go ahead and put Nathan Orman 15 laps down. Unless this gets spicy for the lead, which it seems to be getting very spicy for the lead, we'll keep the focus on that. But for now, let's go ahead and do all these laps down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. 15 laps down. And that is the last time we will mess with laps unless we go ahead and give the wave around under caution here. So that's it for that. No longer will I have to extensively put drivers' laps down in order to match everything. So let's keep going right here. Max Davis and Tim Bowen are still all over the 54 of Aaron Abel for the lead. And look at this, the 60 just continuing to close through the corner. Will the 60 have anything? Into turn 3, it just looks like the 60 is not close enough to truly make a move, and the 54 just gets a better exit. Now, we'll watch right here, but it looks like the 54, yeah, got a way better exit, and the 41 once again closes on the 60. Can Tim Bowen take second? That's the question at hand at the moment, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. Moving further back through the field, once again you can see Connor Fox a lap down, but, you know, starting to close for what would be 4th position on track, but not necessarily for the number 16 machine. Owen Miles holding steady inside the top 5. Andrew Williams, Leonard Kochmer doing well. David Dixon has fallen all the way back to, let's see, 8th position, and Caleb Rose really fell back. Because Matt Tuck is 9th, and like I said, Caleb Rose is 10th, with Cullen Francis in 11th. Reggie Fogelman's making moves up through the pack. Same thing with Lane Piggs, although Piggs is a few laps down. You can see some of these lap cars in with the lead lap cars. Duncan Ward way back in the pack, my goodness, and Chuck Rago as well. Just not a good segment so far. As we see right here, I didn't even notice for a second, but Tim Bowen has passed the 60 of Max Davis and is now hunting down Aaron Abel. How about that for this 41? Got around the 60. Now the main question becomes, can he get to the inside of the 54 and make the move? Down the front straightaway, looks like the gap remains pretty even, although the 41 has a little bit of momentum here. Gained just a little bit that last time by. Can the 41 dive to the inside right here? Doesn't look like it, but maintaining a steady gap. Max Davis is falling off this lead group of 2, but the top 2 might go at it, and that might allow Max Davis to get back into the picture here. But unfortunately for the 41, just a not great exit right there, and that's going to hurt the 41. Although once again the 54 had to check up just a bit, and that kind of allowed that gap to stabilize. As the 41 once again wanting to peek to the inside but can't do it. As Owen Miles is now 4th, Matthew Huber is 5th at the moment, and Andrew Williams is right there in 6th. Matt Tuck has made the pass on the 45 of David Dixon for 8th position. Cullen Francis is now inside the top 10. Of course, everybody starting to settle in here. You don't want to be the one to make a mistake with damage. And look at this, the 41 to the inside of the 54. Tim Bowen's going for the race lead. What an incredible comeback over the course of this race. The 41 has taken the race lead, and Max Davis is going to follow through. So Aaron Abel going to fall all the way back to 3rd, and Tim Bowen is the race leader on lap 375. Great move and great story so far in this race, but still a long ways to go. We still have about 2 hours and 45 minutes to the conclusion of this race. Settle in. We are really getting to it right here in the 6 hours of Kansas. Max Davis now starting to close as well on the 41, so maybe going to have some cycling go on at the front between these three as they pulled away. And look at this, there's Andrew Williams, who will take 5th away from Matthew Huber, and Matt Tuck closing quite rapidly on these two, actually. Matt Tuck looking very strong at this point in the race. David Dixon and Leonard Kochmer both battling right there, and Reggie Fogelman is now inside the top 10. These drivers settling in towards the back of the pack, just not the pace they had earlier in the race, especially Caleb Rose, Felix Mayer, Blaine Keys, Nathan Stapleton, Jack Davies, Duncan Ward. What happened to Duncan Ward? I mean, Ward started this final segment in 2nd and fell all the way back. Now, once again, because damage is on, things can happen. That's where it starts to get a little fun right here, because some of these drivers may have, mechanical failures. Of course, we already know about overshooting the pit box. That's been a big problem. We saw that hurt Laura Chung, and Chung is now 3 laps down. But not technically out of it yet. We still could have a few cautions on our hands. Once again, the battle for the lead closing up just a bit as the 60 tries to get closer to the 41, and it looks like it's going to be successful as these two are right on each other, but once again, probably not close enough to really dive to the inside. Just staying in line for the 60. On lap 30 of 350 in segment number 3, of course, I just want to reiterate, damage is on for this segment. So if you hit the wall hard, if you get wrecked, which we haven't seen a lot of wrecking in this race, but if that does happen, just know you could be out of the race. We have nobody out of the race so far, just Nathan Ormond, who is sitting, 14 laps down. I don't know why. Maybe it hasn't scored all the way to 15 laps down yet. We'll wait on that. But once again, the top 2 starting to pull away from Aaron Abel, who sits in 3rd. And then a huge gap back to 4th place, which is Andrew Williams. And 5th place is now Matt Tuck in the 77. So Tuck having a great run here, getting himself back into the top 5 after struggling a bit through the middle portion of this race. You can see a whole group of cars right here, really, as Fogelman and Kochmer are going to battle pretty soon, and Will Parrish might be able to capitalize. You can see the 19 of Lucian Bianchi all over the 22 of Ryan Durrani. Cullen Francis has lost a few spots. Eric Monaco has gained a few spots, and we are rolling. Checking gaps at the line for the lead. It's spaced out just a bit, but this group is actually catching a bit. This lead group, it looks like almost. At least the 77 sure is, and the 16 is as well. So we'll watch as these three potentially duke it out, how this second group can try and catch the leaders. Once again, reiterating, Connor Fox is 1 lap down, so this would not be for the race lead, but this would crucially get him back on the lead lap. Just watch out for that. Look at this, the 41 making another charge on the 60. Look at this run. My goodness, that was a massive run through the corner. But is it enough, once again, to make a move? Got very close, but not going to be able to capitalize and make the move. Off of turn 4, those two very close. But Max Davis continues to lead this race. Although the 41 wants to peek to the inside. Can the 41 peek to the inside on lap 35 of 350? You betcha. Here we go. Tim Bowen gonna take the lead of this race away from Max Davis. Yet another lead change in a race that's been full of lead changes and chaos. But usually after that first pit cycle, we start to really spread out. And then kind of all that goes away in this event. Fastest lap in this segment goes to the 54 of Aaron Abel, followed by Tim Bowen, Owen Miles, and then you can see the 16, despite being a lap down, has the 4th fastest lap of this segment, so watch out. Some good stuff potentially brewing there. Who's been slowest? Looks like the 50 of Felix Mayer just has not been able to get a fast lap out. Neither is Nathan Stapleton, Skylar Taylor, or even the 22 of Ryan Durrani. Very interesting. Back to our leaderboard here. We should be expecting pit stops sometime in the next 5 laps, I would expect. Let's see if anyone's stopping now. I don't believe so. Looks like everyone's still on track at the moment. Andrew Williams being put to the outside. It looks like first by David Dixon, and now Matthew Hubert to the inside for 6th. As Matt Tuck is now by Connor Fox, and Tuck is just flying out here. Looks like Matt Tuck with a good pit cycle could cycle to the lead here. Of course, losing a bit of time to the lead, but gaining rapidly on the 54 of Aaron Abel, who had a pretty bad lap there, pretty rough lap. Look at that, 4 seconds off the pace on tires at this point. And once again, when you fall off about 4 seconds, you usually get pit stops pretty soon after that. Lap 38 of 350 should be expecting pit stops sometime relatively soon, as the 41 had a terrible exit off the corner. You can see the 60 visibly closing in, but nothing will be made of it. It doesn't look like, except actually the 60 got pretty darn close right there. Still, nobody in the pit lane at the moment. Lap 39 of 350. We'll see if they come in this time. Doesn't look like it from what I can see. We'll continue to watch this battle because it looks like Max Davis once again had a great exit right there, but not quite a good enough exit to make any moves work. Or just as I say that, he sends it to the inside. You know, why not? As I've been saying all race, just take the opposite of what I'm saying. Max Davis will take the lead away after just sending it in there. A good move from Davis. And could we see pit stops this time? Once again, no. So stretching it a little bit longer in this event than the last 2 segments. Very interesting. As we have hit now lap 41 of 350. Anyone in yet? Still trying to look for anybody that's come in. I really don't believe anyone has. Very interesting, as once again the 41 might be looking for the lead right here, or are they both going to come in? Well, the 60 certainly isn't coming in, and the 41 isn't coming in. Really starting to stretch it on tires. Not really fuel. You can make it on fuel. Fuel's all right. But tires are what I'd be worried about. As Dixon gets to the inside of Tuck. Maybe Matt Tuck burn up his stuff a little bit as Eric Monaco about to enter the top 10. And once again, we got a gaggle of cars back here all fighting for position amongst some of the lap cars. You can see off the back of the pack, Stapleton, Caleb Rose, Jose Gonzalez, Chuck Rago. Been very slow. And look at this. The 41 off of turn number 4 takes the lead once again. Tim Bowen to the lead over Max Davis. And Davis gonna fall pretty far back with that right there. It looks like these two are the class of the field early on lap 43 of 350. Tire wear now looking really, really rough. Almost 5 seconds to fall off, and nobody has come in yet. So very interesting stuff right here. Will they come in now? Still, no. That's fascinating, to be quite honest with you, that they would stretch it this far. Here we go. Okay, the 1 and the 2 are in this time. Matthew Hubert's in, Will Parrish, and Andrew Williams. Leonard Kochmer also in as well. And a lot of drivers in the back half of the pack. This will help them immensely if they get in right now. Because the amount of fall off with the leaders, you just know. I mean, they're going to get jumped right here. They're in the next lap, but this could end up ugly right here with the leaders coming in a lap later than a lot of the field. Here comes Tim Bowen. Let's follow him in the pit lane. So the 41 comes in right here. Going to be about halfway down pit road, maybe a little bit farther. Oh, going to have to slow down to get in the pit stall. And just about missed it. Once again, you don't want to miss that pit stall because that could end up disastrous, as we saw with Laura Chung. Four tires are on, and it's a go for the 41. Has Max Davis missed the pit stall? Are you serious? Max Davis, it looks like, missed pit stall number 1. Oh, no. Come on. They gotta stop missing their pit stalls. Max Davis is the next victim, unfortunately, of missing the pit stall. Maybe some contact was involved, maybe it wasn't, but just couldn't get around and absolutely blew it. So Max Davis, I would say at this point in the race, is going to be out of contention for the victory. So unfortunate. But as we cycle through, the 41's the leader, followed by the 10, Leonard Kochmer, and caution's out. Caution is out. Let's see what happened here. Hold on, this could be big. Let's see. All right. So the 60's still stuck in the pit lane, obviously. Let's see. What happened here? Oh, there it is. Take a look at this. Cullen Francis and Lucien Bianchi involved in a wreck. Hopefully didn't take out too many more drivers here. Oh my goodness. This looks brutal right here. Let's take a look at this. The 19 slow on the inside. Oh my goodness. And Bradley Joe taken out. Oh no. Oh, come on now, guys. That just took a lot of drivers out of contention. A big accident in this race, taking a lot of cars out. That's so unfortunate. Well, we made it about 40 laps. But unfortunately, the biggest wreck of this race is going to take out a huge chunk of vehicles right here. Blaine Keys made it by. All of them made it by. Looks like Duncan Ward is good. But wow, all of them going to come in again this time. And we'll see who misses the pit stall this time. Because it really could be anybody. 41 gets in. All right. Is that fuel only? Looks like fuel only. Yes. And the 41 is back out there. Oh, no, not Bianchi. Oh, no. Bianchi made it in, though. Bianchi made it in. Aaron Abel makes it off the pit lane. We'll get your running order reset once everything settles in here, but it looks like Aaron Abel is going to be the leader of this race. And Tim Bowen's going to suffer a little bit of damage there with the contact on pit road. Let's get this all sorted out after that. Absolute mess, and that was a big hit. I mean, I was not expecting a wreck that big after how clean we'd been for the first you know, 350, really close to 400 laps. But you can see lots of drivers out of this race. And Eric Monaco, the next victim of pit stall contact. Just so unfortunate for some of these drivers who were going to have a real shot to win, but caught up in the biggest wreck of the day by far. It was honestly incredible. All right, let's take a look at who all's laps down. All right, so here we go. So we're going to wave by a few drivers right here. So let's go ahead and get that all done with. We're going to wave by Connor Fox, who will get back on the lead lap. Same thing with Davies. Same thing with Mayer. Or do they still have to pit? I didn't think about that. No, the game's just being weird. I'm trying to figure out who all's how many laps down here. Sorry for the confusion. I just really don't know who all's out of the race and who's not out of the race. Are these drivers getting their laps back? I don't even really know. I know... Oh, well... I don't even know what's going on. This is the first true hiccup in this race. Here. I don't remember the command to add a pace lap. Oh, no. Well, I was going to throw a caution, but we're just going to let it go here. I don't really know what to say, but Aaron Abel leads this race after whatever chaos that was. Kochmer jumps to the inside really fast, and we have a lot of drivers out of this race. My goodness. Either way, the 54 leads this race over Tim Bowen and Leonard Kochmer. We've hit lap 400 of 700. And the leader of lap 400 is going to be the 54 of Aaron Abel. Lots less cars on the track. You can see how few cars there are. There's Stapleton. There's Connor Fox, who wasn't able to get all the way around, but is now on the lead lap. As up front, the 54 and the 41 continue to battle. So because I wasn't able to wave around Laura Chung there on that last caution, I'll wave around Laura Chung twice if I can on this upcoming caution. This was just a mess to try and keep track of because I really don't know who all's out of the race. But either way, there was your big one. It was bound to happen. It was going to happen at some point, and it sure did happen right there. Quite a few drivers from the back did make it through, so that's good for them, but, you know, just an unfortunate set of circumstances as Laura Chung going to try and get a lap back the old-fashioned way. How about that? Laura Chung definitely getting her lap back right there. How about that? Getting by the 54, and Aaron Abel going to get past right here, maybe even for the lead. Tim Bowen does get to the inside, and that's going to hurt the 54. Watch out off the corner. Actually, that wasn't as bad of an exit as I would have thought it would have been. So Chung currently sitting 2 laps down, and we'll get 2 laps back under the next caution. So actually, the 11 should be all right. And Max Davis actually ended up only 1 lap down in all of that. So, interesting stuff, I will say. Tim Bowen does lead over David Dixon, Owen Miles, and I don't think I was able to wave the 12 around either, so I'll have to wave the 12 around a couple times as well. Once again, my mistake. And potentially, if we don't get a caution before all of that, I might actually throw a little competition caution to make sure everyone is treated fairly here, because we want everyone to have, an equal chance to wave around and all that. And that would have been my mistake, so I don't want my mistake to ruin a few drivers' races. So lap 56 of 350 in this segment. Tim Bowen currently leads. The 43 is second. Owen Miles is second on track. Now Andrew Williams will pass Blaine Keys for third. Blaine Keys will be fourth, soon to be fifth, because Aaron Abel's going to get back by. Chuck Rago back in the top 10. Good run for Rago in the 42. Caleb Rose avoided that wreck and is doing all right. A lot of drivers at the back of the field that were kind of out of contention in that first run avoided that wreck and have been doing pretty nicely so far. You can see there's Connor Fox now caught up to the pack. And there's Max Davis and Eric Monaco, who weren't properly caught up to the pack at my own fault. Owen Miles sitting comfortably in second as Andrew Williams is third. And we're back to settling in and just flat out racing right here. Let me check how many drivers now are out of this race. So I believe there's 24 drivers in this race at the moment. I believe Ormond and Bradley Joe are out of this race. Same thing with Watson. So I believe when it's all said and done, 24 drivers remain in this event. Jose Gonzalez is the top driver that is out of this race. I was not expecting everything to go wrong as soon as we hit our first pit cycle with damage on, but here we are. But that just happens in racing, you just have stuff like that occur, and it's unfortunate, but you just move on. And 12 drivers out of this race on the first accident involving damage in this race. But we got to get back to focusing on racing here, because Owen Miles is closing on the 41, and actually Andrew Williams is trying to follow. Your top 5, Bowen, Miles, Williams, Andrew Williams, I should specify, Aaron Abel, and Caleb Rose. Chuck Rago, Matt Tuck, Matthew Hubert, Blaine Keys, David Dixon round out your top 10. Just outside the top 10, there's Reggie Fogelman, Logan Williams, Bryce Egan, Tyler Burton, Will Parrish, Duncan Ward, Jack Haas, Connor Fox, and Leonard Kochmer in the 10. Stapleton's off the pace right there, and then you can see the 60 and the 3. Laura Chung trying to stay ahead of the leader of Tim Bowen as Andrew Williams looks to the inside of Owen Miles. That's for second. And we are still racing hard with the drivers that remain in this event. We can see the top 5 are all right there. And can the 71 catch the 41? That is the new question. Looks like the 71 had a good exit there, a good but not great exit. And that's going to help into turn number 1. Looking low, could this be the move for the race lead? It sure can. Look at this, the 71 of Andrew Williams is going to take the lead of this race away. Great move from Andrew Williams. How about that? Good job for this 71, and the 43 is going to try and follow through. So 1-2 could be Andrew Williams and Owen Miles, and that indeed is the case. Owen Miles to second, Andrew Williams leads, and Laura Chung still trying to stay out front. Williams looking to try and get by Laura Chung, who is already a few laps down, but once again, that was all my mistake right there. So my apologies, Laura, for kind of messing things up for you there. I will try and get it remedied on the next caution. You know, how about this? We're going to go ahead and throw kind of an audible here. If there's not another caution and we get to, let's say, lap, I don't know. I don't know what I should do here, really, because I don't want to compromise the integrity of the race, but at the same time, I feel like you should get a chance to get another one of those laps back because I didn't wave around properly. We'll just keep going with this race for now. I don't really know what to do. This is kind of the first major hiccup in this race, as Andrew Williams does go by and will be the first car on track. Caleb Rose currently sits in second and is going to get by Laura Chung as well. Chuck Rago now sits third, and this 42 has come alive as of late. Tim Bowen, though, wants to get to the inside of Rago. That's not going to happen as Bowen slows up. Rago has a good middle of the corner, but struggles a little bit on the exit. Your top 10 now are Andrew Williams, Caleb Rose, Chuck Rago, Tim Bowen, Owen Miles, Matthew Huber, Aaron Abel, David Dixon, Reggie Fogelman, and Tyler Burton in the 4. All of which are hanging on pretty close to the leader at this point. Here we go for the race lead. Caleb Rose now looking for the race lead over Andrew Williams. Can Caleb Rose get by right here? Looks like Rose will get by because once again the 71 will check up right there. And that's going to allow Laura Chung to get back to the inside of the 71. As this whole pack of cars is just right here. No one dominant driver at this point. Chuck Rago got to the inside of Williams. And now those two will battle side by side for second. How about this for Chuck Rago? Looked like he had lost all the pace he had earlier at the beginning of this segment, but now really starting to come on strong. Chung trying to get back another lap right here, but we'll see how successful that venture is. As Rago just fires it into 1 and 2. But that's not going to pay off on exit. Gap between first and second closes as Laura Chung tries to get back another lap on lap 70 of 350 in this final segment. Looks like the 42 got a great exit off of 4. Can the 42 do anything right here to get by Chung? Sure looks like it. Diving it into the inside, and the 38 had a very questionable corner right there. As Rago almost took the race lead. Now into turn number 3, they all settle in, and Rago is second on track. As Chung is right behind and maybe will look to peek to the inside once again. Will those two go at it? Yes, they certainly will. And Laura Chung will go back to the inside and maybe get all the way to the inside of the 38. I don't believe she's quite going to get there. And actually, the 42 had a fantastic exit right there. My goodness. It's one of the best exits on the top I think I've seen today. But once again, that's going to hurt as we get into 3 and 4. As the 42 has to check up and slides all the way back behind Matthew Hubert. But a nice gap forming between Hubert and the 54 of Aaron Abel. That's going to allow the 42 to slot in nicely. 5 cars all right here, 4 of which are on the lead lap, 1 of which is not on the lead lap. Caleb Rose leads this little group right here, and Andrew Williams will peek to the inside of Chung with Matthew Hubert all over the back bumper. Wow, that one machine is not playing around. The running order certainly shuffling at this point in the race. Lots of drivers still trying to jostle for position as Hubert wanted to look inside but couldn't quite do so. And look at the 11's run on the outside lane. A massive, massive run, but You can't do much with it, just going to be on the outside. Rego gets to the inside of Hubert, and Hubert's going to lose out to Chung now as well. Further back, you can see everyone settling in. Looks like Fogelman's going to try for 9th position on the 45 of David Dixon. And that pass will be completed right here. Blaine Keys wants to follow through, but can't quite do so. And up front, once again, the 11 to the inside of the 71, just continuing to battle with these lead lap cars. And look at that, Hubert's going to get by the 71 once again. So your running order is Rose, Rego, Hubert, Andrew Williams, Abel, Bowen, Miles, Burton, Fogelman, and Dixon. Laura Chung once again now gonna go for second on track, but not second in the race. And Hubert's gonna follow through. Oh my goodness, Chuck Rego had to check up massively there. Look at the speed differential down the front straightaway. Wow. That 42 was absolutely off the pace right there. Just had to really settle in and check up, and you know what that means. You just lose spots and fall backwards, but you can see everybody closing up front. Laura Chung actually closing on the 38 of Caleb Rose. So will Chung try and get the spot back once again and get back to, I want to make sure I'm correct with this, 2 laps down. Yes, it looks like Chung's going to go. Laura Chung to the inside of Caleb Rose as Andrew Williams gets past the 1 of Matthew Hubert. Here comes Andrew Williams, and Chuck Rego is to the inside of Matthew Hubert as well. And look at this for the race lead. Off of turn number 4, Andrew Williams going to get by the 38, and Chuck Rego going to follow through. A new leader, a new second place driver, and the whole pack closing in once again. As this time the 71 and the 42 all over the back bumper of the 11. But maybe you don't want to pass Laura Chung. Maybe you just want to stay in and just settle behind Laura Chung for now. Because Laura's going to be racing very aggressively to stay just 2 laps down, because you just never know what will happen when the cautions fall, as Chuck Rego takes the lead away, and this 42 back to the front, and the 38 back to second now. Lots of jostling for position. Here comes the 38 once again for the race lead, just all over each other. Wow, how about this stuff? This is some good stuff here as we are approaching the next cycle of pit stops, I should say. Sometime in the next 10 laps as Rego falls to 3rd. And here comes Tim Bowen as well. Aaron Abel stuck on the outside. Tyler Burton taking advantage of that. Bryce Egan's in the top 10. Same thing with Blaine Keys. David Dixon fell off. Same thing with Owen Miles. You can see all the drivers back here just, kind of playing the waiting game. You can see 19th place is Connor Fox, who sits 7.8 seconds off, and then Nathan Stapleton will soon be a lap down. You can see here's Max Davis getting by the 5. Further up front, once again, it's between these two right here, Caleb Rose and Andrew Williams, as Laura Chung utilizes the high line to perfection right there. And look at this, the 71 to the inside once again. Andrew Williams will take the lead away yet again as the 42 closes on both of them. Wow, good stuff. Chuck Rego will take second again as well. Almost too much to keep up with at this point in the race. My goodness. Tim Bowen settles in 4th and will try and go after the top 3. But Andrew Williams leads on lap 83 of 350 in the segment. Williams currently sitting in a comfortable position ahead of Rego. Just starting to gap a little bit. Once again, 0.3 of a second. Who is that on pit road? It was the 5 of Nathan Stapleton. So Stapleton will come out on fresh tires. We'll see what this can do for the 5. Will this result in some crazy bonsai moves? I'd say that would be pretty funny if it did. Oh yeah, it sure does. This is our entertainment for now. Let's watch Nathan Stapleton just go nuts right here as the 1 is in. Hubert's in. Okay, Matthew Hubert is in. Andrew Williams now trying to get by Laura Chung once again, but Matthew Hubert gonna get the jump. Same thing with Jack Haas in the 7. As we're up here for the lead. Look at the outside lane. Oh no! Trouble! Dixon involved. A big, big wreck right there, and the caution is going to be out once again. And David Dixon's the one to suffer damage this time, and that's going to pin some drivers a lap down. Of course, we will remedy that, but we saw it live right there. What a wreck. Oh my goodness. We're going to wait for everyone to pit right here, and then we'll get everyone waved around. And I will make sure this caution's long enough to really make sure everyone waves around correctly. So here we go. The 71 and the 38 are going to come in this time. The 1 is going to maybe actually cycle and get the lap back. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, so actually the 1's going to get the lap back, so that's all right. But let's watch on the pit lane as the 71 and 38 are in, and so is the majority of the rest of the field. 71 gets in all right. Will the 4 get in okay? Yes. The 45 is going to have to repair some damage. Here comes the 23 in. Duncan Ward is in all right. Will the 60 get in? That's the question. Yes. So the 38 wins the race off pit road. And we're going to watch all these drivers off of the pit lane. As the 45 going to have to repair some damage right there. Yeah, look at that. That machine not looking good. And David Dixon, unfortunately, just not going to work out. Like I said, I'll go ahead and make sure everyone gets the chance to pit, and then I will go ahead and wave around everybody and make sure I get everybody waved around the correct amount of times. So let's see if the pace car gives the 1 to green this time. Obviously not going to do that. All right, everybody's good there. So is Jack Haas on the tail end of the lead lap? Yes. So I'll wave around Jack Haas and all that as well. So let's just give it a second, and then I will get going with the wave arounds. There's the 12. And there's the 11 coming off the pit lane. Wow, well, it's been an eventful segment so far with some drivers caught up in wrecks like that, and that was not pretty between the 12 and the 5 at this point in the race. But it's going to benefit some drivers right here who are going to get back on the lead lap, or at least close to the lead lap. Remember, I'm going to need to give the 12 and the 11 2 laps back in this cycle. So the pace car is going to give the 1 to green, but obviously I'm not going to let that happen here. Let me go ahead and make sure everything's good. All right. So the pace car gave the 1 to green. I'm going to make sure that is not the case. Usually that's what works if you just extend the caution. I guess that's not working. I don't know what's going on. Let's see, let me make sure I'm getting everybody correctly. Well, I just have to throw the caution again. I don't know. The functionality. There we go. Okay, so the caution was added. Okay, cool. So I'm getting everything sorted out. Make sure the caution is back on here. And I need to wave by the 12 and the 11 twice. Alright, there we go. And then I just want to make sure everything was done properly there. So, obviously, we'll be coming to the, hopefully, still caution. There goes the 5 around. There goes the 3. Will the 11 be going? Sorry if this is a little bit of a boring segment right here. I'm just trying to get everything sorted out here while we can under this caution, so we don't have to worry about this. There goes the 12. Is the 11 going to go? Oh, not quite. Things are getting weird. Just please stand by. We'll add one more caution lap. Sorry for the poor commentary at the moment. I'm just once again trying to figure things out and make sure everyone gets in the spot they need to get in. There goes the 12, and the 11's going to wave by right now. And that will bring the 11 back to 2 laps down, but in reality they should be 1 lap down when this is all said and done, following the rules that I set out. There goes the 12 once again. And then when the 11 gets back around, the 11 should go around again. Oh, I guess we're going green, so never mind on that. Okay, I guess I screwed up there again, but alright. We're back green. I must have failed to keep the caution on, so that's my fault. Chuck Rago currently sits second. Reggie Fogelman now is third and is looking for second. Good stuff right here as Fogelman looks to reclaim his rightful spot at the top from earlier in this race, but Caleb Rose currently leads. Let's watch and make sure none of these drivers have any incidents here. Caution's out again. Why is the caution out again? I wonder, did the 12 have an incident? Let's see. Did we have an NR moment? It doesn't look like it. It just looks like the game had a whoops moment. Okay. That works. So as you can see, the game does some iffy things when you give laps back and you do all this stuff. So once again, my apologies for this little boring stretch right here as we approach lap, I believe this will be 450 of 700 once we get there. Tyler Burton is the leader right now, and I don't know what necessarily happened there, but These drivers are all going to take tires under this caution. And Monaco must, well, no, Monaco's all right. Cool. So I'm not going to count this as an actual caution and wave him around, but I do want to make sure Laura Chung is just 1 lap down, because that's where Laura Chung should be. Wow, just some weird stuff going on. I apologize for the inconvenience. This is me trying to handle an endurance race for the first time on here, and you know, there's just some little kinks to work out here. But we're making it through. Let me get the 11 around here. Yep, there goes the 11. No, don't go that way. Go the other way. There you go. Good job. All right, so the 11's going to go ahead and get by and maybe not hit the field while doing so. All right, all good. We're now good. I think, finally, everybody should be the correct amount of laps down. And you can finally see who's out for what reasons here. You can see Nathan Ormond with a last place finish. Bradley Joe out of this race. Benny Watson. Matthew Burnett. Cullen Francis. Bruno Diacomo. Lucian Bianchi. The 22 of Ryan Durrani. Felix Mayer had a great run going. So unfortunate. Jack Davies. The 84 of Skylar Taylor and Jose Gonzalez. So 24 drivers remain. Some of which have pretty extensive damage at this point. But once again, that's all part of racing, and we are going to get back racing once again. With this extended caution, I would not be surprised if we run over 6 hours now, but like I said, this is a lapped race. This is 700 laps in total. Not necessarily 6 hours, but it's supposed to end around 6 hours, so hopefully that is the case as we go back racing once again, and hopefully no physics glitches or anything with the game, as Tyler Burton does have the lead of this race, but Chuck Rago immediately looks to the inside, and the 42 gonna try and take that lead away. Nice run for the 42 into the corner, and it all works out right there as Fogelman to the inside of Caleb Rose. And Tyler Burton might be the next one to get passed right here by Fogelman. We'll have to see if the 48 carries all the momentum in. Absolutely, the 48 just flying in there. And it's the 48 and 42, just like earlier in this event. Connor Fox is inside the top 10 right now. What an amazing comeback after being like 5 laps down. Matthew Huber is sitting 3rd. Blaine Keys is going to be 4th. And Aaron Abel is going to be 5th. Wow. Good stuff right here. Lap 99 of 350 in segment number 3 of 3. Chuck Rago leads, and the 48 of Reggie Fogelman follows not that far behind in 2nd. Once we get all sorted out, I'll reset your top 10 here, and you'll get to see where everybody lines up in that top 10 with just 251 laps to go technically at the line here. I thought Fogelman was going to try and make a move into 1, but couldn't do it. Matthew Hubert actually gets a great run off of 2. Will the 1 peek inside? Sure looks like he wanted to, but just not quite enough momentum to do so. Rago starts to pull away here as let's check for any battles inside the top 10 here. And it doesn't look like there's many. In fact, looks like the battles are all taking place out here where Burton is falling back rapidly. And Max Davis, is Davis back on the lead lap? Yes, Max Davis is back on the lead lap with a shot to win this thing still. So that incident on pit road did not hurt the 60 a whole lot. Right back in the game. And Logan Williams right behind as well. Same thing with Eric Monaco, although Monaco at this point is 2 laps down. The 7 of Jack Haas is currently off the lead group right here. Stapleton and Dixon are right there. And then there is Rago. who is pulled away slightly from the one of Matthew Hubert, who now sits second and certainly closing in on this race lead. Fogelman in the tracks of the one, but still just staying in the tracks and not trying to make a move as of right now. And the top 10 remain pretty steady. Let's go through your top 10. Chuck Rago had an up and down day, but currently right here in the lead, so good for the 42. The one of Matthew Hubert has been also kind of all over the place. A lot of these drivers have been all over the place, but the one hasn't really been up front too much, but now finds his way up towards the front. Reggie Fogelman has led a good chunk of this race, but fell back as of late, but is now trying to move back up forward. Blaine Keys has been awful in this last little bit, but has now made his way up to fourth. Aaron Abel has led a good chunk of this race, but currently resides in fifth at the moment. Andrew Williams has come out strong as of late, but currently resides in sixth. Seventh is Owen Miles, who started last and quickly made waves up towards the front, but has settled in the back half of the top 10. And Caleb Rose, our most recent leader of a good chunk of laps, resides in eighth. Will Parrish has been very quiet today, but resides in ninth. And Matt Tuck, who was one of the early favorites, is currently 10th, right ahead of Connor Fox and Max Davis in the 60. I wonder if Davis is on slightly fresher tires. Did Davis come in that last caution? I don't really know, and I don't really remember, but, you know, certainly something to watch if that was the case. Davis making the move for 11th. Back up front, tightening up for the lead once again as Fogelman trying to get there, and Blaine Keys currently sitting third. Let's watch and see if anything goes on between these two up front. Looks like all the way back to Will Parrish, they're pretty bunched up in this field. Nobody willing to give an inch as they all battle. I really think once these tires start to wear, you know, at the same time, it kind of becomes easier and it becomes harder to make a pass. You know, it becomes easier in the sense that when you dive to the inside, you can really get an advantage to the car on the outside. But at the same time, it's a little bit slippery on that inside lane, and you might have to check up a little bit more. So, you know, just kind of a trade-off, especially when we get later into these tire runs. But the 48 doesn't mind that. Currently closing in, and the 6 closing in on the 48. Looks like the 6 is the one to dive to the inside. Blaine Keys inside of Fogelman. But Fogelman got a great run on the exit. How about that? Reggie Fogelman hangs on and remains in second. That was a great defense right there. And now the 54 of Aaron Abel all over Blaine Keys. Look at the 48 though. The 48 generated a solid run and now will peak to the inside of Rago. Fogelman going for the race lead. Some good stuff up front. Will the 42 get the run necessary? No, absolutely not. They're going to be side by side, but Fogelman leads that lap by 4/100ths of a second. Aaron Abel will follow and actually dives it into the inside. Aaron Abel wanted that lead. Wasn't going to give Fogelman a chance right there. And Keys will follow. Owen Miles also going to follow on the inside as Aaron Abel gaps just a bit. But here comes the 6 and the 43. Huge run generated right there by the 6. And Blaine Keys looks to lead this race. Almost 3 wide, and look at that. Caleb Rose dove it in there. Chuck Rago washes way up the track, and Blaine Keys is your leader. With the 43 of Owen Miles running second now. Caleb Rose will be third, and Matthew Hubert on the inside generating a large run. Will Parrish has almost wrecked the 48. That was very close, but you can see Owen Miles now wants this lead. Will Miles get to the inside? Absolutely. Just flies by the 6. And now Owen Miles leads this race. What a segment we're having so far. Caleb Rose trying for second. They go 3 wide with Rago on the outside. Wow, some crazy battling right here. Rego falls all the way back to 10th right now, and maybe even outside the top 10, as Logan Williams makes a nose to the inside. Further up front, Blaine Keys gets cycled. Caleb Rose leads this race. And where'd Owen, or actually, never mind, Owen Miles leads this race. Didn't want to scare you right there. Owen Miles does lead. Sorry about that. But Caleb Rose in second, Matthew Hubert third, and Aaron Abel fourth, as the 48 of Reggie Fogelman maintains P5. It's all about what's going to happen the next pit cycle in this event, as Max Davis now gets the inside of Blaine Keys. That will be for 8th. Or will it be for 8th? I actually don't know if that's for 8th. Don't quote me on that. Might just be for 9th again. No, it was for 8th. All right. And you can see the 3 RFK cars all right there in a line. Max Davis, Blaine Keys, and Logan Williams are all right there. But Chuck Rego wants to break that and move in up front of Logan Williams. Lane Pigg's also involved in all of this, but once again, sitting 1 lap down. Actually, for 3 of these drivers, the next incident would put them on the lead lap, and that would put 23 drivers on the lead lap. As we move towards the closing stages of this event, Owen Miles still continues to lead over Caleb Rose, as Rose resides in second. We haven't done a lot of this right now, but let's go ahead and actually, let's see, who should we ride on board with? I'm trying to find a good driver we can ride on board with. I should have done Hubert, but Hubert's already made the move. Let's ride on board with Reggie Fogelman. You can see Fogelman just watching the action in front and diving to the inside. Probably going to gain big time on the 54, yes. Look at this, there goes the 38, going to lose out right there. And the 48 of Reggie Fogelman gets to the inside and will get the advantage on Caleb Rose. Some good stuff right there. Let's see, anything up front? No, just diving it into the corner and making it through. Let's watch off of 4. Does anyone have to check up in front? No, it doesn't look like it, but closing on the 54. Just getting closer every single lap. A nice little ride along with the 48 as Owen Miles starts to pull away. Once again, Owen Miles started last in this race and is currently the leader, and not necessarily fully pulling away, but we're getting there. Let's see where these drivers started. So Owen Miles started 36th and is first. Matthew Hubert started 18th, now second. Aaron Abel is third, but started 26th. Reggie Fogelman started 35th and is now fourth. Will Parrish. Let's see, where'd Will Parrish start? That's a good question, actually. I can't find him on my list. That's funny. Started 28th and is now 5th. Caleb Rose started in 15th and is now 6th, but going for 5th. Andrew Williams started in the 12th position and is now 7th. Blaine Keys started 3rd and is now 8th. Duncan Ward was on pole but is now 9th. And then Max Davis started 32nd and is now 10th. As once again pulling away is the 43 later into this run. Caleb Rose makes the move on Aaron Abel for 4th. That is complete. And Blaine Keys going at it with Andrew Williams. As you can see, the lap down cars of Lane Pigs and Eric Monaco. Further up here, it looks like the 38 is generating a little bit of a run on the 48. Actually, the 54 wanted to look low. We almost had a 3-wide situation, but didn't quite happen right there. The 1 had a bad exit, and the 43 once again continues to pull away. As we have a great battle here between David Dixon and Nathan Stapleton, who have pretty much equally damaged vehicles right here. Is that the caution? Caution's out. Who was it? Who wrecked? Did anyone wreck? I guess we'll never know. Caution is out on lap 124 of 350. Let's see what happened here. Did anything occur that I missed? Looking through the field for any sign of an incident. No, this looks like a phantom caution. I'm very confused, but we've had a phantom caution, it seems like. And now everybody will be down the pit lane on lap 124 of 350. All right, the 43 is in safely. The 48 is in safely. We are all good right here. Four tires going on, and all good for the 43. I'm going to get out nicely, although Matt Tuck doesn't look to be in a good spot right there. I think Matt Tuck may have had an issue on this pit cycle, but a lot of these drivers are getting out all right. Just a little bit longer on fuel right there for Max Davis. 45 is out. Well, maybe everyone did make it out. So maybe some drivers just waiting a little bit longer on fuel than others. And now these 4 will come in, all 4 of which will receive the wave around after they pit. The 12 of Lame Pigs, the 3 of Eric Monaco, the 11 of Laura Chung. Well, and actually not the 5 of Nathan Stapleton. Well, no, Stapleton did fall a lap down. Huh. Interesting. Okay. So once again, just a bit of confusion here, but everything will be sorted out here. Your top 10 after the pit cycle is the 43 of Owen Miles, Reggie Fogelman, Matthew Hubert, Blaine Keys, Caleb Rose, Will Parrish, Andrew Williams, Chuck Rago, Bryce Egan, and the 10 of Leonard Kochmer there. These 4 all out of the pit lane, and all of which are 1 or 2 laps down. So let's go ahead and get them waved around right here. I believe the 12 will get the wave around first. Let's see. There we go. Should all be sorted there. There goes the 5. There goes the 11, and there goes the 3. So all 4 of those drivers getting the wave around. And we will have 23 cars on the lead lap when we restart. So that was a lot cleaner than last time now. We can get all those waved around, and we are all ready to go back racing on lap 127 of 350 after some interesting chaos, we'll just say. Just some very interesting stuff going on. And so, it'll be Owen Miles leading the way over Reggie Fogelman. And there comes a point in an endurance race when you just run out of things to say about drivers. And I gotta say, I'm just about reaching that point because all I can really talk about is what's happening on the track. Because, wow, this has been one heck of a race so far, and honestly, the racing's been very solid. We just had a few hiccups with pit stalls and stuff, but everything's been decently okay to this point, and we're green. Fogelman jumps to the inside, right into turn 1, and Reggie Fogelman will get the lead right away as Matthew Hubert follows through. Looks like the 43 is going to lose a lot of spots here. The 54 and 23 jump to the inside. Caleb Rose gets inside of the 6. The 43 actually hangs on quite well there, and Blaine Keys is the one that's not going to benefit from that. 3 wide. Once again with the 71 backing out. Sure looks like the 71 backed out right there. And we are all clean for the moment. Matthew Hubert really wanted to go for the lead right there, but couldn't do it. Andrew Williams just dove it into the corner. What a move from Williams. Gets by Will Parrish and Blaine Keys with that move. And lots of drivers battling it out at the back of the pack. You can see Laura Chung back on the lead lap now. Eric Monaco 1 lap down. Elaine Piggs back on the lead lap. And Stapleton, of course, back on the lead lap as well. Back up front, Fogelman leads still as Duncan Ward is inside of Will Parrish. And look at this, there's the 16 of Connor Fox entering the top 10 once again. Or maybe I was wrong. No, I was not wrong. Connor Fox is in the top 10. Oh, look at this. Hubert really closing, but not close enough. Once again, it's all about setting up your passes here. You know, you got to really get close if you want to make the pass here at Kansas. I mean, it seems like even if you're like a car length back, it still seems like it's very difficult to try and make that pass work. So you really got to set it up and get close and then make the pass. As the 43's had a decent set of corners, but I don't know if it's decent enough to hold off Caleb Rose in the 38. It was. Good set of corners from Owen Miles, who looked to be on the wrong side of things, but now is looking all right. Bryce Egan, probably the highest running position of the day for Bryce Egan, who currently sits in 6th. So great job for Egan to recover. Duncan Ward is going to make the move for 7th. So Duncan Ward is your new 7th place driver, and Connor Fox might even be making a move for 8th. Indeed he is. So Connor Fox on a roll right now, but actually the 54 once again with a really solid exit. Interesting. Well, how about that? Some craziness going on. But right now, Matthew Hubert just 0.3 of a second behind the 48. We've still got over 200 laps to go in this event, so still a long ways to the end of this event. Hubert did close that time, and really we got a whole train of cars. And Owen Miles wants to peek inside. Will Owen Miles set up the pass right here? And it sure looks like that would be close enough to try and send it in, but not gonna happen once again. As the 1 is the one to have a decent run. And actually the 38 got a real good run. Can the 38 do anything with it? Absolutely not. And those 4 are all over each other. Soon to be really the top, however many this is. A lot of drivers just really fighting up here. Will Parrish has fallen back. You can see obviously these 2 are struggling, of Stapleton and Dixon. But Will Parrish has kind of fallen off just a bit. Back up towards the front. No moves made yet. Everybody just staying in their position. And what a block from Hubert. My goodness. That was quite the block. As the 48 had an awful corner, but it's not going to be enough for anyone to make a move. And nothing happens right there. We stay the same order. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 5th place is now Bryce Egan. So Egan now running in the top 5. Owen Miles peeks to the inside of Hubert. Here we go. Here's a move. And the 43 going to complete that pass with ease on the 1. Gets right back up into line. Looks like Caleb Rose got to the inside as well. And there goes the 1. Going to get sent back a few positions right here as Egan gets by, and could Duncan Ward potentially jump to the inside? It looks like Ward did get to the inside. Duncan Ward now inside the top 5 in this race. So your running order in the top 5 right now, you got Fogelman, Miles, Rose, Egan, Ward. Your top 5. Then it's Hubert, Williams, Andrew Williams I should specify, Aaron Abel, Logan Williams, and Matt Tuck. That's your top 10. And look at this. We got moves being made still. Caleb Rose for 2nd. And Duncan Ward is actually looking all the way almost for 3rd. A huge move from Duncan Ward. How about that? And the 23 car is going to be 3rd. Wow, just sent it on Owen Miles, and it worked out. The 9, however, might want to look a little lower here. My goodness. As those two almost went side by side, and now do go side by side, and we're going to go side by side for the lead. As Fogelman gets shuffled, and Caleb Rose trying to take the lead away once again. And Rose does it. Caleb Rose, your new leader in the 6 hours of Kansas. How about that for Caleb Rose, who's led at portions for tonight, but, you know, hasn't led the biggest chunks of the race. Did lead that one little portion of a segment, but hasn't shown amazing speed all the way through. But now the leader of this race, and we'll see if the 38 can pull away. Further back, Matt Tuck making a move on Logan Williams. And Max Davis follows, and Davis will get back into the top 10. Further up, everybody staying pretty calm except for Max Davis, who just sent it right there. Gonna get 9th. Caleb Rose has broken away just a bit from Reggie Fogelman. Bryce Egan sits in 3rd. Duncan Ward in 4th. And those 3 on each other, while the number 38 of Caleb Rose did get a little bit of a gap there, but the 48 now closing back in. Will the 23 try anything on the 9 here? Well, it certainly looks like it. The 23 does try it on the 9. And Duncan Ward gonna take 3rd place away. Top 3 for the 23. And now he'll try and chase down the 48 and the 38. And Egan's gonna lose a few spots right here if he's not careful. And yeah, it just looks like the 9's gonna fall back. Maybe the 9 could settle in here. Yeah, there we go. So the 9 settles in and looks like isn't gonna lose too many spots right there. Just down to 5th. Further back, Connor Fox just got passed by Tyler Burton, and Leonard Kochmer right there makes a move. And actually, Blaine Keys with a move on the 41. So even at the back of this pack right here, you can see these drivers are eager to make moves and make them at a rapid pace right here. As Duncan Ward is now 2nd. Oh my goodness. Ward is just on a roll right now. Passing cars left and right all over the place. As it looks like the 9 gets by the 48 as well as the 43 and the 71. Fogelman gonna fall back right here. And Davis gets the inside of Abel. Will the 23 have anything for the 38 on this run? That is the question. We'll just have to see. Definitely closing. I will say. But once again, it's all about setting up that pass. You have to set it up. You can't just send it in there. And he almost sent it in there. Look how wrong I would have looked. But no, just setting it up through that corner and maybe there enough to make a move? No. Just backing off and trying to get a good exit off the corner. That's exactly what will happen. A great exit for the 23. Now going for the lead of this race. Duncan Ward, who started on pole but fell back quickly, is now the new leader of the 6 Hours of Kansas. How about that for the 23? Just dunked on everyone. My goodness. But now the key is going to be holding on to that lead for another 200 laps, which is much easier said than done at this point. We'll have to watch how that plays out, but right now Egan now looks to the inside of the one of Hubert, and Egan trying to get third, and will get third when it's all said and done. Your running order as they run right now: Ward, Rose, Egan, Hubert, Miles, Fogelman, Davis, Logan Williams, and Tyler Burton. Andrew Williams is to the inside of Aaron Abel, with that move looking relatively easy, and Matt Tuck even going to go by right there. How far back are the 45 and 5? Well, getting there. As Ward makes an effort to pull away. Here's a battle that's worth watching. This is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th right here. And Logan Williams does make it to the inside and will take the position away. Meanwhile, the 9 and the 1 could have something going here. Nope. Never mind on that. You can see the 6 getting by Tyler Burton, and now the 71 will re-enter the top 10 as well. We passed lap 500. Your leader at lap 500 was Duncan Ward. As Ward starting to gap the 38 just a bit. And the 17 now looking on the 48. That pass should be relatively easy for the 17, who will take 6th position away and is now really climbing up the field, making a charge for the first time this race. Logan Williams has kind of been nowhere this whole race, but now trying to position himself in a good spot. And look at that. Now the inside of Owen Miles, as I was saying, trying to position himself in a good spot through these last few pit cycles to try and take the lead away. You want to be within undercut range. And to that I ask, how many drivers are in undercut range? Well, for the 1 lap undercut, about 15, 16 drivers are in undercut range. That is huge. So lots of drivers can still jump to the lead here on this pit cycle, but Caleb Rose, watch out. Rose does not want to lose this race. Gonna take the lead away once again. Yet another lead change in this event. You just can't forget about this 38 machine. Bryce Egan also eager to look to the inside of the 23 and will do so. Bryce Egan to 2nd. Logan Williams, meanwhile, is now 4th. What a hard charge from the 17, who is just flying through this pack. Top 3 are all right there. The 17 has some work to do, but could be there pretty soon. 23 had to back up the run right there to avoid running into the 9. And off the corner, the 38 has the better exit for now. Williams does close in quite significantly that time on the 23, and the 9 just sent it into the corner. Will Bryce Egan have a shot at the lead right here? It sure looks like it. Can the 9 peek it to the inside? No, not quite. The 38 puts the block on. That's not going to make the 9 very happy right there, as we are off the corner, and the 38 continues to lead over Bryce Egan. But Egan, I'm sure, not happy after being blocked like that. But look at this, 3 wide brewing. Yes! Williams takes it 3 wide underneath Duncan Ward, and Bryce Egan's in the wall. Egan has hit the wall, and there goes the 9 to 4th. But Logan Williams, through all of that, is now 2nd. Crazy stuff right there. And now, potentially looking for the lead. Unbelievable, Logan Williams. What a charge in these last few laps. And the new leader of this race will be Logan Williams. So now we can say Logan Williams and Andrew Williams have led this race. So good for those two, both getting laps led in this event. But Logan Williams coming on hot at the right time. Wow, that was a fantastic move. And now setting sail with the lead. Can anyone catch him? That'll be the question for the next few laps here. Duncan Ward just settled in behind the 38. Egan not too impacted by the damage. Doesn't look too bad. So I think it was just a little kiss with the wall. Everything should be all right there. As the top 6 or so are really bunched up. Watch this 23 with a solid exit. Once again, though, not close enough. But the 38 got a great run. My goodness, there goes the 38 of Caleb Rose. Will that be close enough? I just don't think so. I do not think the 38's close enough right there. So the 17 continues to lead, but obviously not by a whole lot, as we are off at turn number 4, and the 38 continues to close. Looks just a little bit lower than the 17. We'll see into 1. No move yet. Or maybe a move. Actually, look at that. We're going to go side by side once again, and Williams had to check up and will lose the lead to Caleb Rose. Duncan Ward will take 2nd. Most likely, I should say. And yes, that will be the case. So Duncan Ward does take 2nd place away. And now once again sets his sights on Caleb Rose as Bryce Egan follows. But look at this, Duncan Ward peeks to the inside again. What a move from Ward. They are battling like crazy out here. Unbelievable stuff. And the top 6 are just all right here. You can see how much fun it is late in these tire runs. When these tires are worn out, they just can go at it. And Duncan Ward leads. Tire fall off, yeah, looks pretty darn significant. I mean, that is 3.5 seconds of fall off at this point. We are approaching that cutoff where we're at 4 seconds of fall off and everyone comes in. But green flag pit stops haven't been easy in this segment. These drivers have been a little bit wild and all over the place, so, you know, just something to watch out for. Hubert to the inside for 3rd. Egan will lose spots to Keys and Williams. As once again the top 6 remain very close on each other. Top 6 all within a second at this point. Of course that won't remain because we have some battling towards the back of this group. And there goes the 23 just pulling away. You can see Andrew Williams wants to join this battle, but a little far back. Leonard Kochmar in the 10 gets by Fogelman. And these drivers are just a little far off. But look at this, Tyler Burton. This is the strategy play right there. Burton first on to pit road. And Burton was just about in that potential undercut window. So a great call from the 4. I think this could potentially work out very well for the 4 of Burton. Let's see if anyone comes in this time. The 23 doesn't. Neither does the 38. The leaders don't come in. Actually, nobody really coming in. There's the 3 of Monaco. Monaco's a lap down, so that doesn't matter a whole lot. Jack Haas is in. Wow, so strategy coming into play. Some of these drivers really trying different things here. And if you try and split it, let's see. So lap 170, that'll be 180 laps to go in this race, I believe. Let me make sure that's correct. Yes, that'll be about 180 laps to go in this race. If you split it 40-40, yeah, I mean, the strategy all kind of works out right there. I mean, if you want optimal tires, I guess you can try and just split it and do all that. But once again, nobody else really coming in here. Very interesting. Except there's the 60. Okay, this is the 60 of Max Davis. Definitely an undercut range. The 23 stays out yet another lap. Same thing with the 38, 17. This time the 1 is in. All right, here we go. So the 1 of Matthew Huber is in, and that is definitely within undercut range for sure. Duncan Ward pulling away just a bit from the 38. Let's see, when will Duncan Ward come in? Probably has to come in soon. Now will come in, it looks like. Yes, Duncan Ward in. That's a good move from Ward. But now we're going to watch the battle for the race lead as Caleb Rose leads that lap, but Logan Williams will take this race lead away. So a lot more drivers in that time, it looks like. Actually, yes, a lot of drivers in that time. So once again, I think the ones who are definitely not going to benefit from this are these 4 right here when they come in. Yeah, no, there's no way. They're going to come in exactly on lap 170, coming to lap 171. But, oh, we've had a wreck. Oh, and Miles. Oh, no, Eric Monaco. And Jack Haas. More carnage. Unbelievable. Caution's out. The 7 stuck on the pit lane. Oh, wait, no, the 7 was involved in that wreck. Oh, what a mess. The 4 of Tyler Burton with damage. Oh, no. Carnage. Absolute carnage once again. And let's see what happened right here. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Between the 4 and the 43. Let's see what happened. Oh, the 4 was probably on bad tires. Oh my goodness. Just, yeah, full head of steam for Burton. And yep, that's unfortunately going to damage Burton. Miles is done. Monaco's done. Haas, really done. Hubert barely made it through. Fortunately, that's about it for the drivers who are going to be out of this race. And now we got to sort everything out with the lap car situation. So is Max Davis on the tail end of the lead lap? I don't know. In all honesty, I don't really know what's going on. If I'm being quite honest with you. I think we're going to only have 21 cars in this race. So is Will Parrish the leader? I got no clue. Burton's still in this race, so good for Burton. Let's see, so who's actually leading this thing? It's the 17. Dang, okay. So if the 17's leading, then I need to wave by all these vehicles. Let's see, and then who else a lap down? That shouldn't be the 4. All right, there we go. Okay, I think we got everything sorted out. Cool. All right. Awesome. So after all that, Logan Williams is the leader of this race over Duncan Ward and Tim Bowen and the 48 of Reggie Fogelman and Aaron Abel. This pit cycle, I'm telling you, has been an absolute mess. Been like a true absolute mess to this point. The drivers can't figure out how to pit, and it's resulting in some pretty funny stuff right here. 21 cars left in this race as the pace car is going to pull off. We are 3/4 of the way through this event, and we are going to go green right here with Logan Williams getting a great jump on Duncan Ward. Definitely no move for the lead coming here. But the 23 getting a push from the 41. Looks like we'll regain some momentum right here. Any move into 3? No, just trying to stay together. Push, push, push. But Logan Williams leads. Oh, the 2 got real close right there. 21 cars still in this race, all of which are on the lead lap. The 23 of Duncan Ward currently resides in second with Tim Bowen in third. Lap 176 of 350. And the 17 just starting to pull away ever so slightly on the field. Blaine Keys getting by Aaron Abel. Same thing with Bryce Egan. Looks like Tim Bowen's going to get passed by the 48 of Reggie Fogelman. So moves being made early in this run. Next pit stop, I would estimate, is about lap 215. Okay, lap 215 of this segment. I'd be expecting pit stops. There goes the 41 falling back. Everyone keeps it clean through the pack. Looks like Tyler Burton's the new slowest car on track. But right now the 17 of Logan Williams has gotten out to the lead and has not relinquished it at this point. Some good stuff for the 17. So we've got less than 175 laps to go in this race. Looks like Caleb Rose making a move on Andrew Williams back in the pack. Williams getting past Max Davis, now getting past the 41 of Tim Bowen. Lane Piggs is now in the top 10, I should note. So nice comeback for the 12 machine. Bryce Egan also in the top 10. Got very close with the 41. But everything works out right there. That's going to get Connor Fox a top 10 spot as the top 2 have pulled away. Not a whole lot to say right here. Everybody remaining in their positions except at the back where Laura Chung's going to get passed by Matthew Hubert and Matt Tuck. And Blaine Keys now going by Reggie Fogelman. Keys to third. Rose wants to move but can't do it. And Logan Williams continues to lead. How about that for Logan Williams? Honestly, at this point, Williams, once again, was not driving very well at the beginning of this event. And now at this point has honestly erased all concerns and honestly has driven a great third segment to this point. So really, really good drive by the 17 as we've gotten into these closing stages and all that of this event. Duncan Ward, though, starting to get put under pressure by the 6 of Blaine Keys. We'll see if Keys can potentially get around, as really the top 3 are all closing on each other. Rose wants to get by Fogelman. That'll probably happen into 3. Once again, it's all about setting up the run, and that was certainly the case. The 6, well, closing on the 23. Let's watch right here. Definitely closing in. To the inside, Blaine Keys making the move on Duncan Ward. That'll be for second, and that will be an RFK 1-2 with Logan Williams and Blaine Keys. And not too far back is Max Davis, who has made his way up to 5th, so RFK Racing. Obviously, we don't really keep track of teams here. But, you know, once again, if you want to do teams and teammates, running 1-2-5 right now at Kansas. But look at this. Here comes Keys for the lead. Great move off a 2. Blaine Keys will take the lead away from Logan Williams. What a move. So Blaine Keys, your new leader. Logan Williams in 2nd. Duncan Ward 3rd. Caleb Rose 4th. Max Davis 5th. Lane Piggs 6th. How about that for the 12? Bryce Egan 7th. Reggie Fogelman in 8th. 9th place, soon to be 8th place, is Andrew Williams. And Connor Fox rounding out the top 10. Wow. Good stuff. Did Burton retire? No, Burton's still in this race. Cool. Just wanted to see. As Logan Williams closes in on the 6 again. Wants to dive lower. We're going to have yet another pass for the lead right here on lap 187 of 350 in this segment. Logan Williams takes that lead right back away. And will these two duel it out late in this race? We'll just have to see. Max Davis peaked on Duncan Ward, but that didn't happen. Top 2 gone for now. Connor Fox wants to look on Fogelman and will get the nose to the inside. But Max Davis gets the nose to the inside of Duncan Ward. And so Max Davis now running in 4th. A brilliant comeback as well, after having pit stall troubles. That caution really saved Davis from going more laps down, and then of course with the chaos in this segment, you know, kind of been saved, and by all that now really has a chance to battle for the win again. Top 3 all on each other still. Logan Williams leads. Let's watch the bumper cam now. Why not? Yeah, let's do that. From the bumper of Logan Williams, let's see what goes on right here. The 6th was not a great corner, to be quite honest with you. Now down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. The 6th does not close any. And off at turn number 4. That's a lap on the rear bumper. Now let's go ahead and look at the rear bumper of Blaine Keys. We can see Caleb Rose right there, but not generating enough of a run to go by. Once again, up front, still Logan Williams. Max Davis has pulled away in the 4th position from 5th place. Here's a potential move from Rose. Can Caleb Rose get 2nd away? Sure looks like it. Rose to the inside of Blaine Keys, and Caleb Rose, your new 2nd place driver. Good stuff right there. Bryce Egan got by Lane Piggs in the 12. The 71 of Andrew Williams wants to follow, but can't quite. Maybe actually will. Andrew Williams gets to the inside. Looking further back, or not further back, further forward. 17 is gone for now. Any moves being made on track? Well, Burton's just crossing the start-finish line, so we're going to have some lap traffic action pretty darn soon. Once again, how about this for Logan Williams? Known for dominant performances in the DPORL Cup Series, had, I believe, 3 wins, which was a series high, but just didn't have the consistency to go out there and win the championship. Las Vegas was an unbelievably dominating performance. I'll never forget that one. In all the testing, it remained pretty close, but then when we went out and actually ran it, wasn't even a question that Logan Williams was going to win. Caleb Rose has closed just a bit. We'll see if Rose has anything for the 17. I think running a little bit higher in 1 and 2 to set up a pass is going to be the way to go. It seems like you can definitely generate a run just by running about half a lane higher than where everyone else is running. And that's kind of seemed to work. Now in 3 and 4, that's a little risky because you risk checking up. But you know, these drivers will try anything to try and take the lead away. You can see Williams just running higher than Rose, and that's going to pay off down the whole back straightaway. Connor Fox now in, should be 7th when this all cycles through. And Chuck Rago should be 8th. How about that for the 42? Gaining back some positions. 16 and the 42. Back to back right there. Nothing being made. Well, actually, there goes the 42 diving to the inside. A solid move. Maybe even we're going to get some 3 wide. Are we going to get some 3 wide action? You betcha. Here we go. 3 wide. But the 71 backs out, probably smartly at this point in the race. Can't fault Andrew Williams for playing it safe. Top 3 are all on each other again as Max Davis has kind of fallen off just a bit from the front trio. And these 3 drivers, talk about 3 well-known drivers and 3 good drivers right here. Logan Williams, Caleb Rose, and Blaine Keys, all very well-known drivers who are duking it out at the front. Just some good stuff to watch is we're closing in on lap 200 to 350 in this segment. I believe that would mean lap 550 overall in this race once we get there. That'd mean just 150 to go in this event. And wow, this is definitely one of those points where commentator fatigue sets in, because I've called 275 lap segments and then a 200 lap segment here and got 150 to go. And wow. Yeah, this is certainly a strain to try and do this, but we're working it out and we're going to make it here together. Thank you so much for watching if you're at this point in the race. I wouldn't have expected anybody to be watching at this point in the race, but if you're listening to this, obviously you are watching, so thank you so much. It really means the world to me that you've sat through at least a chunk of this. But Logan Williams still leading over Caleb Rose, expecting pit stops sometime in the next 15 laps. Don't know exactly when. But let's think strategy-wise. If we pit at lap 215, okay, that's going to be about 135 to go. So once again, oh, that's a little iffy. That's a little iffy. We might have stops right at the end of the race. That would be fun. If it all came down to fuel mileage and stuff, that would be the perfect finish to a 6-hour race like this. I'd be totally down for that. But we'll have to wait and see. Chuck Rago now in 6th. Bryce Egan running 5th. Will Parrish now back into the top 10. And looking for ninth on Connor Fox. Won't get it. There goes the 77 to Matt Tuck by Reggie Fogelman, but it's pretty far back in the pack. Burton down the backstretch. Here we go. This is for the lead. I wasn't expecting this, but Caleb Rose will now take the lead away from Logan Williams. So Caleb Rose now leads. And Blaine Keys is going to be all over the 38. Wow, how about that? Blaine Keys is going to make the pass on Rose right here. So Blaine Keys is going to get the lead in all this. Incredible. And they're still battling so hard. And I know these drivers are fatigued. I mean, come on now. You've ran, let's see, when this is all said and done, I mean, we're approaching the 5-hour mark in this race. So about an hour to go. Yeah, we're going to run over 6 hours, but that's all right. Let's watch Burton. Let's actually get to the rear bumper cam of Burton, just because that'd be fun to watch. There you can see the leaders right there. And actually, here's quite the view right here from Blaine Keys. Having to check up. Oh, got a little high. And the 38 will close just a bit. Here comes the 38 and the 17. They're both there. Look at the 17 peaking. Are we going to go 3 wide for the lead? We almost just did, but not quite. The 38 will take the race lead away, and the 17 will follow through. Unbelievable. Caleb Rose leads, and now Logan Williams tried it, couldn't quite do it. The car wouldn't stick on the apron. But then he just sent it into turn number 1. And it does stick that time. Logan Williams. Unbelievable stuff. Wow. That's incredible. This is incredible. All 3 of these drivers trying so hard to win this race. And we still have well over 100 laps to go. So, I mean, honestly, they're just battling for track position at this point. Max Davis is 4th. Chuck Rago now 5th. 6th place is the 9 of Bryce Egan. Laura Chung all the way back to 7th now. Incredible comeback. 8th Will Parrish, 9th Tim Bowen, and 10th Leonard Kochmer right there. Further back, you can see the battles right here. The 48, 23, and 16 going at it. But once again, not really for a great position on track. Now you can see the leaders right behind the 4 of Burton. And look at this, battle for 2nd. Rose gonna eke to the inside of Keys once again. Caleb Rose is your new 2nd place driver. Keys not really giving in. But Rose does it. Burton crossing the line right there. And then look at that. There was the 17 just right behind the 4. Will this cause any problems for our leaders? That is the question. Will the 4 be a trouble spot? Let's see. Still clean right there. The 4 makes it through the corner. Now down the front straightaway, the 17 coming with a pretty big run right here. No problem for the 17. Gonna make it easily by the 4. And Williams will be all right. Next up would be Stapleton, then Dixon, then Hubert. Fell off pretty bad. Looks like the 38 struggled to get by the 4 that time, allowing Logan Williams to pull away just a bit, but now the 38 gets by and the 6 will follow through. These 3 drivers are truly probably the drivers with the real chance to win this race at this point if we don't have a caution, but you never know with the undercut what could possibly go on. I mean, technically, if you have a 2-lap undercut, let's say 2 laps, I mean, the top 13 could jump to the lead. That's kind of crazy to think about. Tire fall off? Just about 4 seconds a lap. So will anyone come in this time? Hubert does come in this time. Coming in very early, but once again, a great call. Max Davis, Will Parrish, right by each other. Kochmer gets to the inside of the 41. And then Duncan Ward is in. Same thing with Pigs and Chung that time. Off of turn number 4. The 17 stays out, so actually we're going to see some interesting stuff right here. And maybe, just maybe, the 17 and the 38 are going to try and stretch it on one less stop than the rest of the field. If you can stretch this run a little long, then you just never know. You might be able to make it. Let's see, the 17 stays out once again. Uh-oh, the 38 and 6 are in. The undercut, and there goes the 71 just flying. Oh no. Okay, Max Davis is alright. Okay, I thought Max Davis had a problem there, but Davis just took a little long to get into the box and have that all get settled out. So, 17 currently leads over, technically, let's see, Will Parrish, then Tim Bowen. Finally coming in this time is the 17, and the 2, and the 41. So we'll have to see how this all cycles out right here after a very interesting stretch, I gotta say. Looks like nobody is stuck on the pit lane, so all that worked out nicely. Let's see, I believe Blaine Keys. Well, you know, actually I don't know. Blaine Keys is going to be the leader right there, because there's the 38. Those two will battle side by side. And there's the 12. Wow. And the 12 rockets around the outside. The question becomes, who is the leader of this race? That's something we won't know until we cycle around one more lap. Will it be the 41? Will it be the 71? Maybe, just maybe, it was the 71 who came in very, very early. Let's watch right here. Andrew Williams is the race leader on lap 217 of 350. And the undercut was the key right there. Leads by 8 seconds over Laura Chung. And 11 over Lane Pigs. Almost 12 over Blaine Keys. Now the question is, how will that tire difference work out over the course of the run? That is the key. Now coming up on the 45 of Dixon. Dixon, of course, slow with that damage. He's going to get by all right. There's your second place runner of Laura Chung, not even into turn 3 yet. As the 71 is off of turn 4. Some great strategy employed. We'll just have to see, because it's all going to come down to when these tires start to wear for the 71. Watching gaps this time. Yeah, gaining a pretty significant chunk on that lap. How many drivers are on the lead lap? Let's check real quick. 18 drivers on the lead lap. The 45 and the 5 and the 4 are now a lap down as expected. But right now, it's all cruising for Andrew Williams. And it's up to the 12 and the 6 to run Williams down. And run them down, they are doing. Oh my goodness. Some of these gaps are coming down massively with 130 to go. We'll just have to see how another green flag cycle will play out. This was a clean green flag cycle for the first time in a while, so honestly, I am quite impressed after what we witnessed. So let's see, gap the line this time once again. Yeah, 10.9, and now Blaine Keys is third. So Keys will close over the course of this run, but the key is how much. We don't know. There's the 5 of Stapleton. Had a rough corner right there. But we'll easily get by. Now 10.5 seconds back. There's the 12 getting by. Chuck Rago is now 5th. Caleb Rose is back in 6th. Duncan Ward 7th. Matthew Huber 8th. Matt Tuck will be 9th, and 10th will be Max Davis. Now that we're all cycled through. I just think it was a brilliant strategy call from the 71. Just a great job, great execution. Can't fault the 71 for that. It gets out to a massive lead on pit strategy. Chung basically did the same thing. So not eating into the gap of Williams as much. But it's all about Blaine Keys and Lane Pigs. And really Chuck Rago as well, but, you know. 0.4 of a second that lap. My goodness. Well, they're definitely eating into it. But we'll just have to see. This is exciting. We're anticipating an interesting strategy finish if this is allowed to play out. Laura Chung is, let's see, how many seconds back now? Oh, just 7 flat. Wow. Almost half a second taken out that time by Keys. Wow, this is some good stuff right here with just 125 to go. We'll see. Can the 6 make it all the way back? That is the question. Gap this time for Chung is going to be 6.6 and 9.0 for the 6 of Keys, who didn't have a fantastic lap that time. Chuck Rago has closed in. Oh my goodness. Could Rago play a factor? Has gained rapidly on the 12 and the 6. I was not expecting that. Chung this time. 6.4. Keys, 8.7. Wow. This is going to get real interesting. This is exciting stuff because it's happening on pure strategy. These drivers are choosing different strategies, or these teams are choosing different strategies, and it's all going to come together at the very end. Fun stuff. This time didn't gain as much. 8.3 back. Any lap traffic for the 71 anytime soon? Not really. The next lap car would be Tim Bowen, so not anticipating anything major. Duncan Ward and Caleb Rose have closed to the back of this group. But Keys is pretty darn fast. 8.0, all right. That was a good lap for Keys. Let's check the fastest lap of this segment. Logan Williams has ran the fastest lap of this segment. Same thing. Well, not same thing. Connor Fox with the second fastest, then Tyler Burton, the third fastest, then Monaco, Abel, Fogelman, Chung, Bowen, Miles, and Dixon. Note that like half those drivers are out of the race at this point. 7.5 seconds now. Oh boy. Williams just going to have to be careful on those tires. Fall off about 1.4 seconds, running a 29.7 compared to a 29.2 for Blaine Keys. At the line. Oh boy, 6.9 for Blaine Keys. And 5.6 for Chung. So Chung is gaining a decent amount. Keys is gaining a little bit more. They're all going to come together. That's the fun part about this, because Keys is going to have to get by Chung at some point in hunting down the 71. Fascinating. Just fascinating. 6.4. Oh, man. And Dixon goes high to get out of the way. Very classy move from David Dixon. We know, a very classy driver. Races with a lot of respect. So I'd expect that from David Dixon. A very classy move. And so, Blaine Keys now all over Dixon. And Dixon moves out of the way. 5.8 seconds the gap. And here comes the 6, now closing on Laura Chung. Just 7/10 back of Chung. Next pit stops, I would say in about 20 laps. 20-ish laps. Wow, look at how fast Keys is closing. The strategy is insane here. 5.2, and now going to get by Laura Chung. So Blaine Keys is the new driver to try and hunt down this 71. Great move into turn number 1, and now it's sailing for the 6 car. I almost said the 71. For the 6 car of Blaine Keys. Gap at the line. 4.4 seconds. Took over a half a second out of that. Incredible stuff. Yeah, starting to fall off 2 seconds now, compared to a 1.3 second fall off there for Keys. See, when you get a full run for it to play out, really interesting stuff happens. And I think it's still going to be a net gain for the 71. But, you know, the 6 is probably still going to come out the leader in all this, if I had to take a guess. Still really fun stuff. So once again, lap 236 of 350 in segment number 3. This is for the race win. 18 cars in the lead lap, 21 cars left in the race. 3.6 seconds the gap to the leader. I think Laura Chung did a really good job playing the middle ground on the strategy. Didn't come in way early, but didn't come in, you know, too late either. And so, still suffering on the back end, but not great, not an awful fall off for the 11. So, very respectable run from Chung. This time by, oh my goodness, took 6/10 out of it. Just flying. And Chuck Rago is keeping the 6 honest, so we could have a true battle right here between the 6 and the 42. Watch out for that. Duncan Ward moving into 5th. The 23 not letting anyone get too far away. As this time, you can see the 6 in the background. 2.3 seconds. Incredible. Absolutely incredible over the course of this run. Blaine Keys was 12 seconds back and has clawed all the way back to 2.3 seconds. It's truly incredible to watch this comeback with fresher tires. This time, 1.7, another 6/10 taken out. But Chuck Rago has closed in even more. Last time by, lap times 31.0 compared to a 33, compared to a 32.91. Unbelievable. 110 laps to go. Wow. Good stuff. Just good stuff. at the line. 1.1 seconds. They're basically even now. This is basically even, and it's so much fun to watch because you just know the 6 is going to catch, but will the 71 put up any defense? Will the 42 be able to get around? Will the 71 be used as a pick for the 42? We'll have to figure all that out. If you haven't noticed, top 3, Chevy, Ford, Toyota. 3 manufacturers represented in the top 3. Now, under 0.6 of a second. It's inevitable at this point. And you know what that does? That now places 7 drivers within the undercut zone for a 1-lap undercut. For a 2-lap undercut, that now places about 12 drivers in there. So really, really good stuff. And the 71 going to give up the lead right here to the 6. Blaine Keys is the new race leader on lap 243 of 350. Fantastic work. Fantastic strategy. And it was fun to watch all the way through. But the question is, will it be a net gain for Andrew Williams? Or will this end up hurting more than it helped? That is the question. Here comes the 42 to the inside. And Rago will take second now, with a gap being just under 0.9 of a second. So now it's up to those two to battle it out. Laura Chung 4th, Duncan Ward 5th, Lane Piggs 6th, 7th is Caleb Rose, Logan Williams in 8th, 9th place to Matt Tuck, and 10th to Aaron Abel, with Connor Fox in 11th, Bryce Egan 12th, Leonard Kochmer in 13th. Max Davis 14th. You can see all the drivers on the track right there. This time the gap closing a little bit. Rago's a little bit faster. I'd watch out for that 42 machine. Definitely not done yet. So that was a very interesting sequence, but now it looks like the 6 and 42 are going to start pulling away from the rest of the pack here. Duncan Ward seems to be maintaining pace and doing pretty well, but we'll see if Ward can remain within that 1-lap undercut zone. Starting to fall back a little bit more. But 3/4 of a second between first and second, and that can easily be made up with a 1-lap undercut. Still a lot of racing to go here. We've been through a lot of racing, but still a lot to go. As we are now hitting lap 247 of 350 in this final segment. Gap was about stable that time. Logan Williams is now in 6th. I don't know if that was always the case. Make that 5th and using the bumper. The 17 on the bumper of the 23. Is the 17 on a good tire strategy right here? Let's see. Look at this. The 11's in. The undercut once again. But the 71 stays out. So the 71 is trying to get on a more similar strategy to, I would say, the front runners. You can see the 17 just flying by. My goodness. So overall, I would say if the 71 were to pit right now, it would end up being a net gain, position-wise. 17 doesn't pit. The 23 pits, so Duncan Ward will be in early. Top 2 still stay out. 3rd place is now the 17 of Logan Williams, and Williams is a little bit faster than the front 2. But Duncan Ward just played an undercut, and we'll see how much that could work as we're going to hit 101 to go. Top 2 stay out once again. This time the 12, the 71, and the 77 are in. I like that call from those drivers. Williams falls back a couple tenths that lap, but the gap between first and second closes to 0.6 of a second right there. We're going to be coming to 100 laps to go in this event. Will the 6 stay out? Yes, the 6 stays out. The 42 stays out. I wonder if they've got some strategy up their sleeves. Now, officially, 100 laps to go. The leader of lap 600 was Blaine Keys in the 6. How fitting. So Blaine Keys currently leads, but we saw some drivers pull some massive undercuts right there. We'll have to see how that shapes out. In this time, potentially, no, not yet, but the 42's in, so Rago's going to end up jumping the 6. I'm still wondering if strategy's a factor. Logan Williams stayed out, so 2 RFK cars stayed out. Actually, all 3 RFK cars stayed out, so I wonder if that's a team strategy right there. 252 of 350. I just don't know if you can stretch it long enough here to where you can make it on one more stop. That'd be very questionable, but if anyone can do it, it would be Blaine Keys in this 6. We'll see what happens there. The 6 staying out excessively long, as the 17 also staying out long. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I can only give this race a wow out of 10. I mean, some wild strategies, some funky stuff, and, you know, here we go. Lap 253 of 350. Blaine Keys finally comes in. And same thing with Logan Williams. Just couldn't stay out much longer. Will the 2 stay out? Wow, interesting. Will Parrish will stay out. Oh, contact! Almost direct between Williams and Connor Fox. Oh my goodness. And still even more contact between Tuck and Fox. Will Parrish has got to be careful here with the 54 running up quickly on the 2. Now pitting this time. That should be it. Now the question becomes, who is leading this race? Is it Laura Chung? I wonder if it's Laura Chung. Let's watch and see as we come to the line right here. So who is the leader of this race? It's going to be Laura Chung, I believe. Yes. So the 41 and the 2 are in the pit stall. So Laura Chung leads with under 100 laps to go, playing another wild strategy here. But we'll see if it can actually work and play out over the course of a run. You just never know. Yes, Laura Chung does lead. Second place is now Duncan Ward, 6.6 seconds back. Lane Pigs is third. Fourth is Chuck Rago. Fifth place seems to be Andrew Williams. And sixth is Matt Tuck. Blaine Keys is now 10th, 14 seconds back, but with a bigger tire advantage than anybody else in the field. I have a feeling Blaine Keys is going to have a good shot to come back once again. 14 seconds, but has a bigger tire advantage. Let's see, this time took out a decent chunk. 6.5 seconds from Laura Chung to Duncan Ward. And the tire strategy continues to be the name of the game right here. Gap at the line remains about even because Duncan Ward and Laura Chung came in about the same time. I really think that the 42's at an advantage, though, if I'm being quite honest. Chuck Rago is honestly my pick to be the leader after this all cycles through. Maybe not necessarily the winner, but the leader of the race after all of this happens. It's been a very interesting pit cycle, I will say. It's been fun to watch. Chuck Rago 8.7 seconds back. We'll watch as the 11's tires wear more and more. Not showing a whole lot of fall off. That's because we're still early in the run. The tires fall off later in the run. That's when you start seeing those huge gaps in tire performance. This time, the gap to Ward closes. Everybody else closes in a bit for sure. And 0.4 of a second for the 6. Now, next up is the 45. That is David Dixon. Looking to probably fall yet another lap down. There are 16 cars on the lead lap. Will Parrish is a lap down, but obviously gaining. Here comes the 11, but the 45 gets an okay run off. But the 11 will move to the inside. Will Parrish once again on fresher tires, looking to close. This time Laura Chung crosses the line, and we'll once again be watching gaps. Watch that scoring graphic right there. Oh, went up. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. So Chung had a pretty darn good lap that time. Huh. That's fascinating for sure. 262 of 350. Here's your second place runner of Duncan Ward. Now, 6.6 back. Gap's coming down once again. 11.4 back for Blaine Keys, who gets by Kochmer, and now in 8th position. 11, well, probably 11.2-ish back. Nathan Stapleton is up next for the 6. Of course, Stapleton a lap down. And a nice little corner right there for the 6. Now 10.9 seconds back. Chung starting to feel the effects of those tires. You can see Chuck Rago now getting to the inside of Pigs in the 12. Rago to 3rd. Duncan Ward is still 2nd. Once again watching gaps. Came down pretty extensively that time, and Rago honestly closed quite a bit. And look at the speed through the middle of the corner for the 42. How about that? Watching into 3. Yeah, just not enough to make the move right there, but maybe on exit potentially. Certainly got a little bit of a run here on the 23. Yes, definitely to the inside now. Chuck Rago in 2nd, looking to potentially win this thing when it all cycles through. But we just have to wait and see. It's a waiting game right here with under 100 laps to go in this race. Here is the 11 of Laura Chung leading. Next lap car, well, not Will Parrish technically, would be the 9 of Bryce Egan, but so far off that lap traffic, not really an issue to think about right now. 5.7 seconds back is Chuck Rago. 9 seconds back is Blaine Keys. And those are the two we'll really be keeping our eyes on as we watch this develop. Chung once again making okay lap time. Doesn't lose out too much to the 42. Looking further back. Oh, Keys making a big time move on the 77 and 16. That is for 6th. So Blaine Keys now up into 6th. 268 of 350 complete. His 6 is flying, but will it be good enough? 8.1 seconds. I just don't know. if it's going to be good enough for the 6. We'll keep watching, of course. Tire life, 29.47 for Keys. And for Chung, a 29.97. Gap at the line. Whoa! Chung had a rough lap right there to Rego. Wow. Now we're getting to that back half of the run where, you know, she's probably really starting to struggle on those tires, and the strategy is starting to feel rougher and rougher, and, you know, you're just trying to hang on and maintain the lead before the next pit cycle kicks off. It's a great call, but, you know, we just have to see if it'll work out. Here comes the 41 to get back on the lead lap. This is a big move for Bowen, who now, as of this corner, is going to get back on the lead lap. And the 11 is going to have a bad corner because of that. Actually didn't have the worst corner in the world, but, you know, wasn't the greatest. 3.7 seconds now. And 5.7 for Keys. Maybe Blaine Keys can make it. Look at this. All over the 12 and the 23 is the 6 of Blaine Keys. Unbelievably, Blaine Keys has caught Duncan Ward. Now will Keys get by right here off the corner? Gotta have a good exit. Closing, closing, closing. No, hit the brakes. Didn't go for the move. That's going to end up hurting the 6. Got to get by the 23. And that will happen there. That'll be for 4th. As the gap now 3 seconds between 1st and 2nd. And that is Laura Chung and Chuck Rego. At the line, 2.6 seconds and 4.8 seconds for the 6. Of course, we still have the lap car of David Dixon in between the 11 and the 42. But for now, that is not a factor at the moment. Once again, checking the gap at the line. 2 seconds flat. 2 flat. And 4.2 for the 6 car. So overall, if I'm being honest, this looks like a win for Rego here through all this. Jumped Keys in the cycle and is now going to be the first one to take a shot at Laura Chung for the race lead. So very well executed. 1.5 seconds back. Keys is now 3.5 back. So a 2-second gap between the 42 and the 6. Of course, that's going to keep going down just a bit, but nothing to really worry about at the moment. Of course, we get later into the run, I guess we'll kind of see. Looks like the 45 is almost closing on the 11. So the 11's tires are just fried. 0.9 of a second. It seems that Keys is about 0.2 of a second faster than Rego per lap. Could that be the difference? And now here goes the 42 to the inside, really moving inside of the 45. And gets that pass done. Now one more pass left for the 42. Got to get ahead of the 11. Gap 0.2 of a second. 1.8 seconds. Oh, almost contact right there, but the 42 is going to get by, and Chuck Rego is going to be the race leader. Unbelievable stuff from the 42, who takes the race lead away on lap 278 of 350. And now we watch the gap to Blaine Keys, who would be the one to try and hunt down the 42. 1.5 seconds. That's all it is. 1.5 seconds with less than 75 to go. Now, if you were to stop here, you'd need to stop one more time and you would make it. So I really don't know how long some of these drivers are going to stretch it. Some might come in early and split it evenly, so you can really get 2 full tire runs out of it. Some might run long. We'll just have to see what goes on. Keys now only 1 second back from Rego. And diving it to the inside of the 45. A big time move for the 6. Can he get by? Yes, gets by the 45, and now sights set on the 11. The 11 runs high. Here comes the 6. Blaine Keys is now in second position. And through all that, gained on Chuck Rego. So just a second between those two. Once again, we are basically even for the race lead. Absolutely incredible stuff at the front of this field. Rego still leads lap 281 of 350. Is anybody coming in this time? No. We are still green and clean and all of that. Gap of the line closed another 10th. This strategy has been very, very impressive for Keys to be able to pull this off and get right back to potentially the lead pretty soon right here. I'm very, very impressed. But we'll see what the gap is this time. It could fluctuate. This time, at the line, it's going to be just half a second between first and second place. This is going to be a battle for the lead as we head closer and closer to the next pit cycle. As we're closing in on the end of this race, track position becoming more and more important. And both these drivers know it. They want to be the driver leading this race. They want to be the one building the gap to the rest of the field. And look at this. Keys now peeking inside of Rego. This is for the race lead. Blaine Keys, unbelievably, has caught and is going to pass Chuck Rego, and Blaine Keys is once again the race leader. Incredible stuff from the 6. I cannot believe it. Wow. Good stuff. And now those two will be right on each other for a little bit there. The 42 obviously doesn't really have the tires left to fight the 6, so just trying to hang on to the back of the 6. The 71 is in third. Andrew Williams had a great run at this point. 4th place is Lane Piggs, and 5th place is now Logan Williams, who got by Duncan Ward. 6th place will be Caleb Rose. 7th will be Duncan Ward. 8th place Connor Fox. 9th Matt Tuck, and in 10th right now Aaron Abel. Uh-oh, look at this. We're going to have another pass right here. Chuck Rego is not done. He's fighting it. I didn't think this would be possible, but here we are. Rego's going to fight it. Can Rego get the race lead back? Yes, he can. Unbelievable. Chuck Rego passes Blaine Keys back on lap 286 of 350. Nobody saw that one coming, I can tell you that for sure. Unbelievable. And so Keys will have to run down the 42 and try and pass once again. Tire life, approaching 4 seconds of fall off. Rego had a fantastic lap that time, so really more like 3.3 seconds of fall off at this point. Because yes, Blaine Keys did improve right there. And Keys is going to dive it back to the inside once again. The 6 with a great run and going to make it easy that time once again. Maybe he's toying with the 42. I don't know. But Blaine Keys, your leader, as these two pull away from the rest of the field. And Rego's coming in this time. Oh boy. I was not expecting that. You can see Logan Williams is in, Caleb Rose is in, Laura Chung stayed out a little longer. Looks like Bryce Egan is in, same with Max Davis. Uh-oh. Lots of drivers deciding to come in early right here. But Keys stayed out. Will Keys come in this time? Yes, good call by Blaine Keys to just come in now and get service. And we remain all clean, all good to go. We'll see who cycles to the front. You're watching pit stops right here unfold. Logan Williams is out of the pit lane. And all is good for the driver of the number 17 at the moment. But the 42 is way, way out ahead. The 41 leads this lap. Is 41 still on the track? Yes, so looks like Tim Bowen running long. That's certainly a storyline right there. You know, could the 41 gain some track position by running long? Now, just how long will the 41 run is the question. With 60 laps to go, is there any reasonable ability to make it on one more stop from here? That is the question. And I think it's a realistic possibility, but you would have to save certainly a lot, and you wouldn't want to get wrecked here because you see all these cars flying by. .41 now coming in this time, basically giving up hope on any of that strategy to play out. Did Chung pit early again? Am I crazy? I guess so. Laura Chung must have pitted early again, and I totally missed that. I thought Chung didn't pit that early, but you know, that's certainly a strategy call. 9 seconds to Lane Pigs, but now Andrew Williams. Williams is ahead of Rago. Keys is not that far behind. Rago's going to get to the inside of Pigs. Still really, really getting down to it. The 41 exits the pit lane, and Laura Chung, for now, is the race leader. The 60 is trying to get back on the lead lap, I believe. Max Davis trying to get back up there. Yes, is currently 1 lap down, but wanting to try and get back on that lead lap. So we'll wait and see on that. The gap to second, 9.9 seconds for Laura Chung. So I don't know what Chung did, but it was a pretty fantastic stop, if I do say so myself. We got a great battle going on back here. You can see everyone's kind of right in the picture. Keys is a little bit farther back. Looks like Burton's going to give way. Andrew Williams remains second. Gap went up that time. Very fascinating. So Laura Chung in a pretty good spot right here. But can she hang on in the later portion of this run? That is the question for the 11. We don't know. We really don't know. We have one more pit cycle to go in this race. And then everything will kind of sort itself out as we head towards the end of this race. 9.6 seconds. And it's Chuck Rago back in second. If you don't hear my voice for a bit, it's because I'm coughing. My voice is getting a little bit raspy here after so many calls here in this fantastic event. But Chuck Rago now on the hunt. 9.2 seconds. And closing. Blaine Keys had a little bit of trouble with the lap car of Burton. So there's the 60 of Max Davis back on the lead lap. Laura Chung is hanging on right now pretty well, but has to make one more stop. The question will become, when do you make that stop? Do you make that stop as soon as you're in the window, or do you run it out as long as you can? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know which one's going to win out, but it really could be either one at this point. I can't tell you what's better. Keys now gaining on these three, with a great run through 3 and 4, gaining rapidly on the 12 and the 71 as the 42 tries and pulls away, but isn't really pulling away at a huge rate, running about equal lap times that time to Laura Chung. As the 6 tries to close, trying to get to the inside of the 12. He's definitely going to do so, so Keys will get 4th this corner, but has to get by Andrew Williams, Chuck Rago, and eventually Laura Chung. And that's the goal for the 6. 8.4 seconds the gap up front. As here we go. Potential battle for 3rd shaping up. Just getting closer and closer. Keys trying to get there desperately on the 71 and make a move. Laura Chung leads with 50 laps to go in this event. We made it this far. I can't believe it. Everything's been pretty darn good to this point. Just a few hiccups on pit road. Nothing as of late, though. And there we go. Blaine Keys is the new 3rd place driver. And he's the one we want to watch. Let's follow Blaine Keys. Maybe not all the way to the checkered, but we're definitely going to watch quite a bit of this 6 machine. And the charge to the front. Gained a couple tenths there. Of course, in the act of passing, a little bit harder to gain. But we are all good and clean for the moment. The 6 closing on the 42, and the 42 will desperately try and stay ahead, but, looks like it could be a lost cause. That gap coming down fast. 7.9, basically 8 seconds flat for the 6. Took half a second out. And still closing on the 42. These two have pulled away from Andrew Williams and Lane Pigs. And Connor Fox now in 6th. 42 had the better corner this time around. We're watching gaps still. This time by closing another half a second right there. These two drivers clearly pushing each other along. I mean, when these two are around each other, they just push each other to run faster and faster and faster, and of course that'll get them to Laura Chung faster. Keys just so desperately wants to get by right here, but Rago is not letting him. Down the front straightaway, they take another 3 tenths off, but here we go, Keys to the inside. And Blaine Keys with a great corner is going to get past Chuck Rago, while they both gain on the 11. And a good 3 and 4 right here will be key for Keys. As Keys does clear the 42, and now sights set on the 11. 6.65 seconds to go. Watching around the pack here, Max Davis has closed in on Will Parrish. Matthew Hubert's there, Bryce Egan, Reggie Fogelman. Caleb Rose has fallen outside the top 10. Same thing with Logan Williams, unfortunately. Your 10th place driver is Aaron Abel. With Matt Tuck in 9th. 8th place is the 23 Duncan Ward. Leonard Kochmer is 7th. 6th, Connor Fox. 5th, Lane Pigs. 4th is Andrew Williams. 3rd place is Chuck Rago, and 2nd is Blaine Keys. And Rago and Keys are going to keep going at it. Fascinating stuff. But Keys had a great entry into the corner there and is going to actually pull away just a bit. How about that? Great corner for Keys. At the line, 5.5 seconds. I don't know. Laura Chung's hanging on pretty well. Maybe she's going to be all right. As the 41 just pile drives the 42 and basically puts the 42 in the wall. Tim Bowen a lap down. Maybe trying to claw back a lap, but, you know, it's not looking likely. The 6 would be smart to let the 41 by this time. 5.3 seconds the gap. There we go. So Keys lets by the 41. The 41 will eventually get to Chung, who's 5.3 seconds up the road. And we are coming to 41 laps to go in this event. I'm getting tired. I don't know about you all, but hope you all are enjoying this. 4.8 seconds now, the gap. And Chung continues to lead. And if Laura Chung were able to win this, I mean, she'd really establish her recent dominance on the channel. I mean, just really, really fast as of late. And you know what? I mean, the wins keep coming, you know. Might as well take them. And Chung definitely taking advantage of her situation right here. Although Rago got by. Hold on a second. Rago got by. This is fascinating stuff right here. These two going at it. Both while trying to catch the 11. So 3 cars really going to be in the battle by the time we head to the last pit stop. We are in the window for the last stop. We are inside the pit window. From here, you can make it to the end on tires and fuel. 3.9 seconds. Will the 6 look inside? Yes. Going to go side by side once again. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. A 32 last time for Chuck Rago and a 30, a 35 for Chung. Keys. 3.438 seconds. I'm going to take a little break from commentating here because I need to sneeze. Sorry about that. Turns out I did not need to sneeze, or maybe I need to sneeze now. Dang it. Here, hold on. Just give me a second. Maybe I'm just absolutely insane. Either way, the gap is now down to 2.8 seconds here for Blaine Keys, who is closing in rapidly on the 5 of Nathan Stapleton. But we're closing in on the end of this run and closing in on the end of this race. Oh boy. Here comes the 41 to the inside of the 11. That's going to hurt the 11. 2 seconds flat. It sure did hurt the 11. And Keys is continuing to close. Can Keys get to the inside of Stapleton right here, right now? That is the question, and the answer is no. No, he cannot. Just barely gets inside off the corner, but couldn't get it done on entry, so that hurts the progress just a little bit, but not a whole lot. That was another 0.8 of a second taken out. Oh my goodness. Now we're seeing at the end of this run, Chung really fall off. And that's going to be the story of the night. Chung's going to fall right off at the end of this run, but, you know, if she pulls the undercut once again, you just never know. And with less laps on this last run, you know, maybe Chung could be able to pull out the victory. You just never know. Keys looking to try and get the lead away from Chung. Not quite this corner. Well, maybe this corner. Chung washes up the track and goes high. Hold on, Blaine Keys might get there right here. We're going to go side by side. Blaine Keys will once again take away the lead. An incredible drive from the 6 on lap 318 of 350. In case you're wondering, we have technically passed the 6-hour mark. Oh, look at this. Chung is in right now. Oh, this is some good strategy from Laura Chung to just come in right now as soon as you get past. Oh, I like that strategy from Laura Chung. Maybe she's played her cards right. That was a really good strategy call. Like I said, we passed 6 hours, so we're running a little bit long on this race. But that's all right. You want more racing action anyway, don't you? And Keys continues to stay out, which I don't know about that. What did Chung do? Did Chung just do 2 tires, 4 tires? Let me check. Don't really know. I think so. I think 4 tires. Just wanted to be sure. Dang, everyone else still staying out. There goes the 48 of Fogelman. Fogelman's in. But the cars to watch are Keys and Rego. Because those are the 2 challengers to our race leader, or former race leader, Laura Chung, with under 30 to go. I feel like if Keys is going to have a chance, he's got to come in this time. They're just giving up too many seconds on the race lead, and it's just not happening. I don't know about that for Keys. Because here comes Chung just flying. I mean, look at Laura Chung. Just absolutely flying through here. Has the 6 potentially made the wrong call at the wrong time? We'll have to find out as everything shakes out. Let's see. Does Keys come in this time? Nope, doesn't do it. 42's in. Rego's in. But Chung is going to have a pretty big advantage here when it all cycles through. Of course, Chung not on the lead lap yet, but now just going to pass for the lead lap, I believe. Yes. And Keys stayed out. Maybe Chuck Rego's in prime position. We'll see. 4 tires for the 42. Two tires on, the other 2 on right here. Got to have a good exit. And out of there. All right. Good stop, Chuck Rego, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough time, as Laura Chung is well into turn number 1. And that looks like too big of a gap to really manage right there. I mean, we'll have to see. It's going to come down to the wire, but I just don't know. Because Laura Chung is off a turn 4, and Rego is just getting down the backstretch. Wow. And of course, Blaine Keys is in a pretty rough spot here, stopping that late. But we'll have to see, of course. Is Rego going to go by, or is Keys going to be ahead? Actually, Keys might be ahead. Wow. Okay. So Blaine Keys actually ahead of Chuck Rego. That changes everything, really. So it really is going to be Laura Chung versus Blaine Keys, but of course, not a whole lot of time to go right here with 25, really 26 to go. It's all about Laura Chung as the 41 comes in this time. And the 11, maybe progress halted just a bit by the 2. Kind of looks like it. Struggled just a bit there. with Will Parrish. And it is 10.2 seconds, sorry, 11 seconds to Blaine Keys. So Blaine Keys going to have to make up 11 seconds right here. That is the key. Or could Chuck Rago potentially play a factor in this? We'll have to see how all that works out, as we're just going to have to see if this gap comes down quickly enough. 10.7 seconds. Wow. Wow. Just crazy, crazy fascinating stuff. I can't believe this. This is going to be an unbelievable finish. I'm telling you. It's going to be incredible when they all come together. And here comes the 6, all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Getting by the 45. Gap is now 10 seconds flat. That's enough to get there. Wow. All right. Keys is going to have to put in laps like that if he wants any shot of winning this race. Off of turn number 4. Got to gain just about half a second every single time by. Did it right there, just about half a second right there. So a good job from Blaine Keys taking off half a second. I'm going to try and gain on the 12. We're coming to 21 to go. Laura Chung just took 21 to go. And Keys will also take that and be about half a second right there. Wow, this is going to be so close to the line. I'm telling you, it's going to be everything between Blaine Keys and Laura Chung with just a few laps to go. Where'd Rago fall? Rago fell all the way behind Andrew Williams and Reggie Fogelman. Wow. Gap that time. 8.5. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, but cannot mess up. Even one lap messing up would end the chances of a race win for Blaine Keys. He's got to do everything he can with less than 20 to go. That sure looked like a solid corner right there. Just gapping the 12. 8 seconds flat, gained more than half a second that lap. That's exactly what needs to happen for this 6. Once again, right on pace. And Laura Chung, any traffic in the way? Well, Burton's going to be a little bit of a hassle. But Blaine Keys continues to close. Looks like lap traffic shouldn't be a massive issue for the 11. Whoa, took out 3/4 of a second right there. That's really what Keys needs. 7.2 seconds, and we are right there getting down to it. Blaine Keys continues to hunt down Laura Chung, but will it be enough? That is the question. As we come down to the start-finish line, and the gap this time, 6.78 seconds. Still good enough. Even the 12 of Lane Pigs is closing in, but the 6 is faster. Chuck Rago kind of out of it after a rough little segment. Unfortunate for the 42, showed a lot of pace today. This time 6.3, but that's because Laura Chung is getting the benefit of the draft off of the 4. Ooh, but Chung had a bad entry, a really poor entry, and slid up the track. Oh, wow. That was very poor from Laura Chung in the 11. But here we go. 15 to go. What's the gap? 5.9. Oh, it's just so unbelievably close. I don't know. I really don't know who's going to get it here. I have no clue. Because these gaps are just fluctuating just enough to where, like, it's right on the line of, oh, is Keys going to make it? Is Keys not going to make it? That's the question. I don't know. 6-second gap. And this time by took 6/10 out of it. 6/10 out of it. And the 11 is struggling to pass the 4. This time, though, the 11 does get to the inside. Although the 4 gets a better run on the outside. Is the 4 dragging along the 11, though? Because it seems like the 11's getting a lot of pace through the straightaway. 4.8 seconds. Oh, and the 4 just barely gets away through the corner, and then the 11 has to catch down the straightaway. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. This is so good at the end of this race. Can Blaine Keys get there? I just don't know. I just don't know. And the 11 still can't get by the 4. And the 4's on fresher tires, so that's kind of what's holding up the 11 here. But wow, this is really hurting Laura Chung's chances. Coming to just 11 laps to go with just over a 4-second lead, and Keys is coming. I didn't think this gap would be defeatable for Keys, but now as it sits with 3.7 seconds, you just don't know. And look at that, Chung has cleared the 4 car. The 4 has gotten out of the way. Is this all Laura Chung needs to steal the win from Blaine Keys on good strategy? We'll find out for sure as we come to just 10 laps to go in this event. The gap at the line this time, 3.4 seconds. It's evened out just a bit. Wow. I cannot believe it. I really cannot believe it. I'm almost speechless right here. Chung is doing almost just enough to potentially have a chance. It's honestly incredible to watch between these two. And this time around, 2.9 seconds. It keeps closing and closing and closing, but is it closing enough? That becomes the question as we are almost to the end of this race. I can't believe we made it. Thank you all for watching so much. We have made it almost 700 laps here, and we still have 21 cars in this race and still 17 on the lead lap after all that. 2.2 seconds. Keys is going to get there. Blaine Keys is going to get there, but the question is, can Keys get around the 11? We'll have to wait and see on that. A dramatic finish to an amazing event. It all comes down to the wire. Off turn number 4. Coming to just 7 laps to go in this race. 1.2 seconds, and the 4 has gotten back around the 11. Those tires just really starting to go away for Laura Chung. It's going to be a good run in the end, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Wow. Laura Chung gave it everything with both her driving and her strategy, but Blaine Keys is hard charging with just 6 laps to go at the line. And 0.6 of a second separate them. We're getting ready for what's going to be our final lead change of the night. We are essentially at the point of no return. If the caution comes out here, the race is over. So here we go. Laura Chung into turn number 3, sorry. Made that mistake. That was bad on my part. Into turn number 3. Laura Chung coming to 5 laps to go. Still maintains the lead over the 6. But it's just 0.2 of a second. And Chung goes low to try and get around the 4. Oh, this could be big right here. Chung gets an okay exit, but it's not good enough. Keys to the inside, side by side, down the backstretch. And Blaine Keys, fighting all the way back, is the new leader. The 6 Hours of Kansas coming to just 4 laps to go at the line. Unbelievable. Blaine Keys played the strategy correctly. It all came back, and the 6 is the leader and is out of here. Wow. A fitting end to a dramatic race. Blaine Keys has taken the lead and has checked out from Laura Chung. 3rd place, Reggie Fogelman. 4th place, Chuck Rago. They'll go at it. 5th place is Andrew Williams battling with Leonard Kochmer for 6th. 7th place, Lane Piggs, who's fallen back. 8th place, Aaron Abel. 9th right now is Connor Fox and Matt Tuck, rounding out your top 10. Duncan Ward just outside of the top 10. As we are down the backstretch. 2.5 laps to go, coming to 2 laps to go. With a 1-second lead over Laura Chung. Is this finally going to be the day that Blaine Keys gets the win? It'll be incredible. I believe Blaine Keys won the All-Star Open to advance into the All-Star race, but that is the only win on the channel, and I do count that as a win. But this would be a major, major win for Blaine Keys to win the 6 Hours of Kansas, the longest, most difficult race on the channel to this point. And now, coming off a turn number 4, he's got just 1 more lap to go to complete the job. Blaine Keys, white flag, 1 lap to go in the 6 Hours of Kansas. We have made it to the final lap, and Blaine Keys already probably celebrating in that car. He knows his job is pretty much complete as long as nothing weird happens in 3 and 4. Don't pull up Michigan like I did. Don't blow a tire. Just keep it clean, and Blaine Keys has kept it clean all day, avoiding all the wrecks, all the carnage, and Blaine Keys wins the 2024 6 Hours of Kansas. How about that for Blaine Keys? What a comeback. A very, very exciting race. Leads Laura Chung finishing in 2nd, a very respectable run. 3rd place, Chuck Rago, great run today. Reggie Fogelman with 4th gets there. Lane Piggs in 5th. And Aaron Abel has scored 6th. 7th goes to, actually, Kochmer right there. 10th goes to Kochmer. 9th goes, not 8th, 7th goes to Kochmer. I don't know what I'm saying. 8th goes to Andrew Williams. 9th goes to Connor Fox. And 10th place to Matt Tuck. Wow. Well, that was a thriller right there, and it really came down to the wire. Exactly what we wanted in this race, but in the end, it's Blaine Keys getting the victory. You can see the finishing order right there. I just went through the top 10. Other notables, Duncan Ward, 11th. Caleb Rose, 12th. Logan Williams, 13th right there. Max Davis, who was fast, finished as 16th. Matthew Hubert, last car on the lead lap. Tim Bowen ended up a lap down. The 4 lap down cars, Tim Bowen, David Dixon, Nathan Stapleton, Tyler Burton, then out of the race. There were some good ones that unfortunately met their end in the big one. Actually, there were 2 real big wrecks right there, and unfortunate for a lot of those drivers. Like Owen Miles was so fast, finished as 22nd. Let's see, who else was in there that was pretty darn fast? Burnett was pretty fast early on. Watson was pretty good for the early portion until he had that pit road incident. Lucien Bianchi, unfortunately, 30th. Felix Mayer, so fast in this race. Had a great showing, unfortunately wrecked out. It's just unfortunate for the 50, but really showed some great speed today. And then, of course, that wraps up our coverage of the 6 Hours of Kansas. We finally made it. And Blaine Keys is your winner. Thank you all so much for watching. I know a lot of you thought I was absolutely insane to do this, but we made it. We made it to the end, and it was a very, very exciting finish. I'm so glad to bring it to you. We'll just see what comes up next. Whatever exhibition race I decide to do next or anything like that, we'll just find out for the future. But that's it for this time. Let's go ahead and get to your burnout right here. Blame keys. Let's burn it down. This is Drew Webb, or That DP Guy, signing off.